Hey, my camera's not working. What the heck? Good morning! Good morning, everything is still not working. Fuck me. There we go. So, update on my HVAC. I was expecting to have an appointment today for measurements, but they didn't send me an invoice last night, so that's not happening. Hopefully I can get them out here by next week, but I bought a temporary, like, floor unit. This is why I said I don't think this will work very well. I tried plugging it in my office space, and it tripped the breaker for my entire office. And so while I was setting up for stream, I was in the middle of, like, getting YouTube chat to see things, and then all of my electricity died. So, unlucky. I had to fucking refinagle everything, which is why I'm so fucking late. I'm so late. Yep. So, hopefully my fan's not too loud. The air inside here is incredibly thick, so I might struggle today, especially as I don't have an inhaler with me. But I'll do my best! Twitch is being stupid today in general. Unlucky, dude. Unlucky. The room units drain the hell out of the power. Yeah, they are not very efficient, but hopefully I'll be able to get the actual HVAC fixed soon, TM. Normal problem, plug the unit into a socket that's not on the same circuit with all my computer stuff. This guy thinks I'm retarded. This guy thinks that I have, like, one plug that I plug everything into. I'm not in the mood for the retard antics today, I tell you what. I'm fucking boiling in heat that makes it hard to breathe. I don't want to hear it, retard. Measurements, just say it's DD and call it a day. I tell you what, I just turn into Hank Hill when I get mad. So you could have started eliminating chatters for their stupidity. To be fair to that guy, that's how you have your shit set up. I have like a million outlets. I'm gonna use them. Why put everything into one? That would be dumb. No, it tripped the breaker for the whole fucking room. Doesn't have the Omni plug. Why even live? Most rooms have all plugs in the room on the same circuit. Yes, that is my problem indeed. Glenn, thank you. Too bad it's not the happy bundle of joy kind of, like, you know, that would probably not be a good idea right now. The stress of, like, adding a baby, which, first of all, where would it come from? Second of all, in the middle of all of the shit I'm having to deal with right now, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I would just explode. I would just spontaneously combust. No high-power drop cords? I don't even know what that is, brother. Van Tesla, thank you for the 28 months of Proom, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. JWT, thank you for the 26 months. We tripping breakers? Oh shit, I didn't know it was that kind of party. Yeah, I'm living in Cuba right now, actually. Vasily Kirsche, babies come from the Vaguba. What is this? What is this? So it sucks about the floor and window units are really rough on the old wiring. I know I need to get an electrician out here because they also had a problem with my internet. I obviously got fiber because, like, why would I not, considering what I do? And they were like, yeah, so none of your outlets made the sound. I don't understand how internet people work, but he had like a special box, and it would either go like, or when he went to my outlets, and all of my outlets went instead of, and he needed them to go to put the router in. So all of my outlets are just fucked, and I need an electrician anyway. So, internet provider engaging in sounding. All the tech is going to I have no idea. Perfect explanation. Thank you. I have no idea what that is, but that's what he was doing. You have old ass cloth insulated wiring or something. I don't know. I don't know what I have. Got one more VoD to finish before you're caught up. Welcome to Korsha.com. Sounds like ghost hunting. Oh my god. Oh god. Sorry you missed that. What kind of sounds is it supposed to make? If you have a good outlet, it makes a noise. And if you don't have a good outlet, it goes That's how you know if your outlets are good for internet wires. Getting fiber is good. It gives you fast internet and helps with your poops. Thank you, Raisin Bran. Oh my god. Welcome to Kirsche. Yes, welcome. Wastelander, thank you. So Kirsche has goat internet? I have goat internet that is like... They cut the goat's legs off because my wiring is fucked. So in theory, I have goat internet, but it's not goat internet until I get an electrician out here. I'm starting to think the electrics in the whole house are not up to code. And I have no idea how much an electrician is gonna cost. So like, the 1-2 whammy of needing an electrician and also needing to replace the HVAC unit has me fucking stressing, brother. No longer want the default sounds of your multimeter. You want Kirsche sounds instead. The fox is making weird noises again. Look, I don't know what the thing is called. I was like, what is this weird, like, cable magic wizardry where you just put something up to outlets and you know if they're good? Like, I don't even know what the fuck he's trying to measure. Yay, I love emergency expenses. Yay. Welcome to homeownership. Yeah, pretty much. If it's the equipment you think it is, you think the tester indicated a hot outlet without a proper ground? I don't think it's the ground, because he was checking where he could plug the router specifically into. And so it was like listening for internet magic inside of the holes. And my holes did not have the internet magic. They had the correct electric magic. That was fine. They had electric magic, but they didn't have internet magic. And so he couldn't put the internet cables into the holes that didn't have the internet magic. Fucking tech problems as explained by someone who doesn't understand them. Silly chatter, it was the walls, not the ground. But how does this connect to the world tree magic? I don't know. Maybe if I upgrade them, I lose the world tree magic. Oh my god, every hole without internet magic contains a Kirsche nibbling wires. True. Dude, you once swapped out the outlets in an old house? Never again, man. Electricity is fucking dangerous, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have a professional do that because I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my god. My holes didn't have the internet magic. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Speaking of holes, it has been so incredibly frustrating to see how many people are like purposefully misunderstanding everyone's issue with like Fansly sponsoring at Okage. I don't think a single fucking person would have had an issue with this if they were just like, yeah, these guys are gonna be in the yabai market. Everyone would have been like, that's great. I love whores in my yabai market. Let's fucking go. I love big anime titty in my face. Suffocate me harder, mommy. Like, everyone would have been so fucking fine with that. But they were like, oh, by the way, here's porn in the exhibition hall. And everyone's like, oh, it's gonna be covered by like cloth. They're not gonna be like showing titty. It's gonna be like normal, wholesome meet and greet. And it's like, wait, let me stop you right there. If you have a porn company doing wholesome, family-friendly meet and greets and giving them merchandise with like the porn actress's branding or the fucking porn company's branding, it doesn't matter if they're doing something family friendly. They are still funneling minors into the porn website, which is the problem that people have with it, which is why it should be in the yabai market. Like, this is a convention that allows all ages. Under 13 need to be accompanied by a parent. 13 to 17 can get a minor consent form to walk around without a parent. So it's just like, what are we doing here? This seems loud, but I don't know how to fix that. I figured it out. I'm nuts.
Unironically, the tool you are describing, Circuit Tracer, is colloquially called a fox and hound.
That's actually really funny. Cataclystia, thank you for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a fox and a hound, and it makes the fox sounds, apparently. Thank you, thank you. The Playboy bunnies will be there. Yeah, it's like, could you imagine? Oh yeah, by the way, everybody, the Pornhub is sponsoring MagFest, and they're gonna be in the main convention hall. You know, they're not gonna be actually showcasing porn. Don't worry about it. Pornhub is having a family-friendly event in the main exhibition hall. That's completely fine. Don't worry about it. Diddly Doodler, thank you. He'd recommend contacting the convention center and complain that a porn company is advertising with children present, in theory to make the future customers and or content creators. I mean, I don't even know if you need to go as far as saying they're trying to, like, make them future content creators, right? You just be like, hey, this convention that you're hosting, doing some kind of weird shit, they have an 18+ section, why is this not advertised as being in the 18+ section? And there are a whole host of people who are just like, they have an 18+ section, why would you think it won't be there? Because the post literally says that it won't! What are we talking about here? I bet you're someone that trusts the fucking government! Guys don't understand how hard it is to jiggle some PNG boobies so I get paid. Incels, y'all. I had someone call me an incel for liking the new Azure Lane shit. And they were just like, oh, I bet a woman's never even looked at you. And I was like, yeah, I look at myself every day. What do you mean? They're like, shut up, incel. Nobody expects the straight woman Inquisition collecting the big booba woman. Oh my god. I bet you can't even look at a himbo. Damn, brother. Those are some juicy pecs covered in sweat. I see you working out there. I don't know what you're doing. Something with pipes. I got some pipes you can look at. She's a femcel. Why can't they use the correct terminology? Because they think I'm a man.
This year, but this screams danger. Federal agents are coming with questions. So I won't be going ever. Anyways, here's Nashville.
Here's Nashville! Hell yeah! Dan the Man, congratulations. You're amazing. I would honestly suggest everyone in my audience not go to Okage. Considering, once again, do not give money to people that hate you. If they're willing to sabotage the based people in Face Connect, if they're willing to blacklist me for the most basest of jokes, you are literally giving money to people who would cheer if you were killed. They would be happy about that. This is where people said that if I got assassinated, the only problem would be that I would become a martyr. These are unhinged individuals working at a convention that do not deserve your money. Mr. Rich Low Pitch, thank you. Kirsche channeling her inner bub rub. The whistles go, woo! I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Nismo-chan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Dude, there's also orgies now at all the conventions. I don't know how convention orgies, like, became just a de facto thing. Like, I remember laughing, you know, back in the day at people like Tuna-chan, right? Like, how many people even remember who that is at this point? Everyone was, like, in shock. They're like, oh my god, her vulva are basically flopping out around that string. Why would she dress like that? Why does she smell that way? And now that's just, like, normal cosplay? now that's just what you see everywhere? Thankfully, you've never been propositioned at a convention. It's okay, you probably have to look like a femboy to get propositioned. Imagine con orgies where it consists of the people who don't take showers. Oh my god, people don't know. They don't know Tuna-chan anymore. Is this a video or is this just a... I hope this is the video. Hold on. Mature content. Yes, I'm over 18. I don't know if I could even play this on Twitch. Let me see how much this video's age restricted on YouTube. Okay, all right. It's on YouTube, but I don't know if I can play it on Twitch. Hold on. What isn't these days? It's sad that I have to, like, okay, she's wearing more attire than a woman doing ASMR would be on Twitch, so I think it's fine. I think I could show it. So this this was at Anime Expo in 2010. This was at Anime Expo in 2010. The good old days. Little did we know it was all downhill from here. They're dancing to some electric music, which I'm assuming I won't get DMCA'd for because who knows what the fuck it is. This is what people should look like at anime conventions, man. You're either like so fucking thin your pants literally won't stay on because you cannot physically eat enough calories in a day, or you're like this guy here. You're like Kim Possible's tech sidekick, you know? But basically, you have all of the weebs and nerds breaking it down sick nasty style. Take me, yeah, fucking Wade, brother, let's go. Min-maxers only. Weebs, but they're Asian. Not everyone here is Asian, sir. I see some white people and a couple of Mexicans. That guy looks like Mexican or Filipino. The same thing, either way. You just have them all going crazy. Look at the weebs having fun. Look at them. It goes on for ages. Are they even considered weebs? I'm pretty sure Asians can be weebs too. They're called otakus, yeah. They're called otakus. Those are the Asian weebs. What does this have to do with women wearing strings? You'll see. You'll see. Tuna Chan is gonna come up here in a second. Tuna Chan gonna break it down. Sexual style. Mr. Melon, thank you for the knocks. There's Tuna Chan. There's Tuna Chan. What up, lady? Oh, yo, cringe you. We're gonna go buy the foam. Oh, let's see. I don't know when she comes out. There's like the Shinigami black guy that's cosplaying at every convention since the dawn of time. Busting it out, bro. Did not see the silly rollerblade sneakers for what you can't dance with that on, my guy, but I bless you for trying. It's kind of crazy. He got served. I don't know what kind of gay shit's going on here, but like that's pretty normal too. Tuna-chan! Tuna-chan! Gold star for trying! I want to go back to this, man. I want to go back to this level of cringe. Fucking Shaggy over here. Weed wasn't legal at this time, I don't think. This is how you turn the ladies on. Okay, now she gets out. She gets out in a second here. Tuna-chan! You get the point. I don't want to show her for too long, because, like, she has a dangerous costume on. But you get my point. Like, that is just normal nowadays. And like, when everyone saw her, they were just like, what the? That's crazy. That's so, you go out in public like that? That's some, yeah, she has like the strongest adhesive in the fucking world. Props to that adhesive. Hopefully every cosplayer buys it. The tape is holding on for dear life. It's like that Spider-Man image. Neckbeards have been displaced within neckbeard spaces. Bring back cringe. We must buy the foam and bring back the cringe. Duna-Chen clearly invented Gorilla Glue. She didn't read a mass shooter manifesto or erotica. It should be TOS fine. Kappa Romeo, thank you for the Girugamesh. True. I love that commercial. Wastelander, thank you. And then it was all ruined when Raygun hopped in. Oh my god. That's a silhouette of clothes there. I love you! Yes, that's so correct! Tuna-chan is wearing a silhouette of clothes. Oh god. I would give you a cupcake if I was in person with you and also had a cupcake. Oh my god, it all comes back full circle, man. Girugamesh, thank you. Your brain go, oh! My brain is also, oh! It's too hot for me to be existing. Very, very gauche, true. Oh my god, he said the thing! Mr. Melon, thank you again, I read that. When we were a real country, you would only see Tuna-chan at anime cons or Mardi Gras. Now it's church clothes. What the heck? Battleizer, thank you. How long did I tangent on the tactical straps on the ice agents again? Pretty sure that makes you a normal lady? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, man. Grumpy Malfestio, they give the 4 months. YouTube censorship is seriously annoying. It is. Can't even say breasts in any other way than what is anatomically correct. Shake my head. I hope all is well. All is not well. It's too fucking hot, bro. hopefully, I will have the HVAC guys out here next week. Yeti, thank you. Craigathy asked you guys to let me know. Him, Leaf, and Celeste said they would gladly go on setting up a convention with you. Oh, fuck yes. I've been talking to Craigathy about it for like ages, man. Ages. Next week? Yeah, it's gonna be a week of like crazy high temperatures, so I gotta figure out how to survive until then. Which is why I did buy one of the window units, but unfortunately, and I can't talk about what the issue is, but unfortunately, I can't use any kind of unit that needs to be hooked up to a window. So, it's really like, I can't say N-word rigged. How do I say this? It's redneck rigged into my area with my PC. And when I tried originally redneck rigging it, apparently my office also could not handle anything else being plugged into any plug inside of it. So, oh, jerry-rigged. Right, that's the original word. I've been calling it N-word rigged for so long, I forgot the original term. Fuck you, Jerry! I'll never forgive you for ruining Terra! Mr. Rich Low Pitch, thank you. I read that already. Thank you again. They've lost their ability to rig things. Not like this. Sounds like the electric in your house might need some major work. Well, yeah, I need to get an electrician. Mr. Melon, thank you for the knock. Do an ice bath. It just works. You know, the worst part about all of this is, like, I'm in sweltering heat, and I also have a sunburn. Why does nature hate me? Girugamesh, thank you. Just call it slave rigging. That doesn't sound, that doesn't have good connotation. The Watchman, thank you. The term is Afro-engineered. Jesus Christ. Good fucking God. All right, I did get good news in that my bathroom repairs and shit will start in June. So that's nice. That's nice. I'll have my bathroom fully functional. That's great. Yukon Hunter, thank you for the 31 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Would it work to have it plugged into a hallway outlet and blowing into the room? Yeah, so the way I had to redneck rig it is it's just exhausting into like a trash can and another room. Cause there are no windows with which to use. Nature hates you for not letting Bailey be your cabana boy and covering you with sunscreen. What the fuck? They call it fellow rigging now. Wastelander, thank you. A redneck rig flipped on switch. Yay-haw! Yeah, true. I just need a cowboy hat. Jacob Macknick, thank you. It's rigger. That's their word. I mean, you know. Shadow Warrior, thank you for the 14 months of Proom. Can't get that cupcake your favorite VTuber awarded you? Get Gamer Sups instead! So many flavors. Get them with code Kirsche for 10% off and chill out this summer. Oh my god. Thank you, Shadow Warrior. You're a hardcore Democrat union leader grandfather always taught you the N1. He was mad you voted for Trump. What the heck? Ergschnoff, thank you for the 14 months of Proom. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Toilet repaired? No, not toilet. Shower. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Original was N-rigged. Jerry just improved it. I don't want to thank anyone named Jerry, though. Because I gotta keep up the fuck you, Jerry! It's part of my K-Fabe. Oh god, Girugamesh, thank you. I already read that. We're all set. We're all fine here. It's a combination heat to AC unit. Too cold. Too cold, walk into the exhaust room? That's fair. I don't think it can possibly get too cold right now, though. Your entire childhood, your father liked to say he had his BS degree in Afro-engineering. You can guess how many years it took before you ever heard the term jerry-rigged. That's fucking great. Speaking of redneck rigging, you might have to do that since the speakers on your record are acting up. You hope it's just the aux cable, but the door speakers keep losing audio. Man, I was terrified that my PC just would not turn on after all the electricity shut off. I was scared. Algrim the Crusader, thank you. You could call an electrician who is fat. Hey, Mr. Fat Electrician, I heard you do electrician things. Would you like to travel across the entire country to do a house call? Zetsume Maru, thank you. You had a window unit running on a 100-year circuit with no ground, normal stuff. Craig and Leaflet apparently are going to do a VTuber convention. If Craig and Leaflet get all the credit after I've been talking about doing this with Craig for like years now, I am going to rip my hair out and then kill myself. PSU is what protects your PC from power surges. If it stopped working, the PSU would likely be the only thing needing replacing. It just, like, my PC shut down anyways, even with my, I'm assuming it's a PSU. He's married, you can't proposition him like that. I don't know what you're talking about. Skin Craig alive! Holy shit. Seal Boy, thank you. What about doctored and engineered? That would be another good way to say it. Zetsumi Maru, thank you. You had a window unit running on a 100-year circuit with no ground, normal stuff. All right, okay. I have a feeling you're one of those retards that forgets I'm talking to you through the computer. So I'm gonna let you know that I don't only have the unit running by itself. I have like a million things plugged into my office because I'm a streamer. And I have many things that need to be plugged into outlets. Namunya. Did she not read that already? I don't think I did. I read something else by Setsume Maru. Get the credit, just others are mentioning it today because side scrollers talked about it today. I'm gonna fucking kill myself, brother man. That trooper, thank you. Lates, you're at 1.5 times speed, and method up. Fox woman making the internet outlet noise is wild. I'm not on meth, I promise. I don't have ADHD medication. Cunning Druger, thank you. Hopefully your place is in better shape than the Victorian you're in that has been butchered by boomers into a rental. Thankfully it's gonna cool down soon. That is thankful. That is thankful. But, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you are in a butchered Victorian. That is incredibly sad. That's very sad. Life has many plugs, special ed boy! That is also true. So, since my PC decided to fucking kill itself, I obviously did not get a chance to Tetris my tabs. Unfortunately. So, let me see how I'm going to do tabs today. How even? How even? Oh, I did ask for a couple of articles. I did ask for a couple of articles from my mods, because I just had Twitter posts. Hold on. This is to the second one. And, okay. Alright. Boop. Keck McKeckerson, thank you. Howdy, Foxwoman. You sprained the hell out of your ankle today. You had to do the hospital for x-rays. Nothing's broken, but it did hurt like hell. How'd you fucking end up doing that? Don't hurt yourself, Stinky. I'm sorry you are hurt. I hope you get better fast. Her limit for that room is most likely almost max if adding the portable AC unit tripped the circuit, so Foxy might need to get a long extension cord. No, I have everything as redneck rigged as it's going to get until next week. I just need to survive until next week. Wastelander, thank you. Kirsche's rigs, plugs, and wires looking like a conspiracy theory twine board with a picture of her in the center. Bro, if anyone saw my cable management right now, they would think like I'm some kind of fucking bird trying to craft a nest. Mr. Mellon, thank you for Knox. Cat Streamu when? I don't have a specific cat corner for them at the moment. Also, this article is absolutely not translated from German. This is not translated. Translate this page. Translate from German to English, please. Subconscious Gaming, thank you for the good job. I did my best. I did my best. Maddie P90, thank you.
Georgia brothers, for the love of God, please go vote today. Not only is it the primary, but it is simultaneously the actual election for 2 Supreme Court justices. Go vote for the incumbent justices and keep out the commies running.
Yes. Please vote in your primary if you have the ability to do so. Please fucking go and do that. Thank you, Maddie P90, for the call to action, my guy. You recommend little Velcro strips so you can move them around freely so they don't have to be perfect the first time? The fuck? Velcro strips for fucking what? Oh, cable management. I was like, what? Is he talking? I'm not that retarded. What? Just remember, you work outside in the heat. I could never. I literally could never. Help. Pull up a saw, thank you. Kept meaning to throw this out there since I have a wife that Kyle caused massive psychic damage with this one of his new art pieces. What? Zetsumi Maru, thank you. You have like 3 TVs, a desktop, and multiple consoles too? Got it. So once again, you do not understand how much shit is plugged into my office. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Namins, thank you for the Canadian. Someone mentioned that I wanted to do a convention and that Craig should get in touch with you about it. I've been in touch with Craig about it for nearly 2 years! I'm gonna fucking start killing people in Minecraft. As a part of that discussion, Leaflet said she would contribute to the effort financially. It's been 2 years of me trying to set this up with Craig Ethy! Okay, but have you replied to him within the past? Yes, yes, we have talked about it quite a lot. Quite a lot. She's going to deploy the tactical courses on you. Oh god, that's what is upsetting me. Someone mentioned that I wanted to do it and Craig should get in touch with me. That person's fucking insane, because I've been talking about doing it with Craig for years. Holy shit. She's gonna commit a mass glowing? Yes, yes. Craig felt that in the force. She's so mad she turned into SpongeBob. That guy's so good at making suggestions that he affects the past. Oh my god, the wiggle voice. It's so nice Leaf is actually getting something. I'm gonna have to field so many of those comments now. Kirsche, did you know Leaflet wants to set up a convention with Craig? Anyway, I'm gonna start fucking learning archery and how to curve an arrow to hit you across the fucking world, bro. Flying Nanook, thank you. Maybe the power issues is the house's way of saying that it's a game Taco Tuesday. The game makes my PC run hotter. Leaflet and Craig's convention. You feel like Craig is gonna talk with me about it on Thursday. You don't think it's intentional? It's just chatters being a tuna chatty. Yeah, no, I know. It's just really fucking funny because this is the second time something like this has happened. Hope Craig sees this clip.
Spicy cat
Me
raid.
too.
What the hell is this spicy
Do you know that
cat raid?
Kirsche wants to set up a VTuber convention? Oh my god, Kirsche, did you know what you already knew? Oh my god. Any idea where the convention would be? I mean, I think like the ideal place would be somewhere in the middle US, right? But like I've gotten quotes on prices on some stuff in like Masson, New Hampshire, and it's like I could quite literally fully fund an entire convention myself if it's in one of those states, considering it's incredibly like cheap to buy the entire convention hall. On a separate note, archery is a great hobby. You just don't know if it mixes well with your claws. It does not. I used to do archery at summer camp when I was a teenager. Middle of a cornfield in Nebraska. Flying the Nook, thank you. Maybe the power issues is the house's way of saying that it's a game. I read that already, sorry. Thank you again. If it's in Florida, you'll gladly volunteer a full week or two. I don't think I could live in Florida for a week or two. And Keck McKeckerson, thank you. You're doing manly things and definitely not being dumb and falling into a pothole. How do you fall into a pothole? How is it so deep you can fall into it while walking? That's horrendous. Kirsche ran this convention from a cave with a box of scraps. How is Off-Kai worse? Truly. There's a really cool tiny toy convention you went to in New Hampshire. The guy who does Toy Galaxy put it on. That's pretty fucking neat. That's pretty cool. That's why we don't walk while scrolling Twitter. Also true. Dara Jalen, the Fallout modder, thank you. Happy Taco Tuesday, Foxwoman. Happy Taco Tuesday! Oh, I had some fucking beautiful chicken tacos the other day. It was great. I might have some leftover chicken tacos today. That'd be great. Bro fell in the pot chasm. He's a frog. They are deep for frogs if poorly maintained. That's very fair. That's very fair. Master of Mundus, thank you. You have to get back to work, watch the VoD later. You want to say you're thankful for me for being a 400-pound fatigue American man with a voice changer because banshees are scary. Hey, you're welcome, brother. Cabruz, thank you for the 5 months watching from Colombia. Happy Taco Tuesday. Hello, Colombia, bro. Please don't fuck any donkeys today. I believe in you. The silence, thank you. There was never a time that Kirsche wanted to have the superpower of slapping people over the internet more than today. It's just, you know, sometimes things can be frustrating. And I'm a little less professional when I'm sweltering in 92-degree fucking heat that I can barely breathe in. Silence, thank you. There was never a time the Kirsche... I read that already. Fuck. There's gonna be a lot of rereadings because my brain is running on minimum capacity. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Kirsche sounded like a goat. Also glowing. Yes. Yes. Assume the country of Colombia and not the capital of your state. Yes, the country of Colombia has the coming of age ritual where men get to fuck donkeys until they get a wife, and then it's their wife's job to prevent them from fucking donkeys. There's a drink you think I'd like? It's called Bucked Up Big Game Energy, and it comes in a pineapple flavor. It does contain a ton of caffeine. I don't drink energy drinks aside from gamer sups. Use code Kirsche for 10% off. How do you know this? Because we watched the donkey fucking documentary on stream. Deep fryer, thank you. Kirsche's house is like the electrical grid, outdated in need of a massive overhaul, but screw it, let's build more data centers. I really hope that the electrician also doesn't cost, over 10,000. Like, I'm gonna lose my mind. Lloyd Brown Bear, thank you. Run, normal man. I'll hold her off. Hi, Kirsche. How are you doing? I'ma slap you, Mr. Bear. When I told Alana about that, it's probably your favorite internet clip of all time. You showed it to people that don't know what VTubers are. Man, that's fucking great. I don't think it's anyone's jobs, but at the same time, I think it's everyone's job to stop donkey smashing. But that's their culture! That's Colombian tradition! You're having a 20 amp breaker put in to run it, etc. minus drywall repair is surprisingly cheap. I don't know what that means. Is 20 amps a lot? I don't know what that means. Apparently there's such a thing as too much cocaine, is there? I mean, I guess there is if you're a hooker and you're sucking dick and then you get high off of cocaine from inside a guy's foreskin and then you overdose and die. I don't know how you lace your foreskin with enough cocaine to overdose a hooker, but you don't feel any effects of the cocaine? That seems highly improbable. But it's happened, so, you know? You know? Basically, what you're telling me is they're making the donkeys gay. Always have been. Asmin was right about inferior cultures and all. Most circuits are 15 amp. Most kitchens are 20 amp because they have a lot of appliances. That makes sense. That makes sense. Is my circuit breaker the old style? I don't know. Old breaker's a fire hazard? They have the flippy switches, so I'm assuming those are the newer ones. It's got the flippy switches. It's not knob and tube, if that's what you were asking about. But I also have, like, a million switches. Like if I go to my one breaker box, it's like... Oh god, there's gotta be like 40 fucking switches on it. I just look at it like it's a fucking alien artifact. I have no idea what the fuck anything is. And then I have another breaker box, and that one's smaller. That one's like half the size of the one that looks like an alien artifact. Sean Hiruki, thank you. Since I missed your super chat earlier, I'll say it here. The dancers were cosplaying Air Gear, which is an anime manga about rollerblading. Tuna-chan is cosplaying the main chick from the series. I figured it was something like that, especially because it had Air Gear in the title. I've never read Air Gear, but, yeah, you still usually wouldn't see people like that completely nude. Most cosplayers that, like, will cosplay someone in an anime or a manga that's not wearing a ton of clothes, they have, like, flesh-colored bodysuit that they wear, right? To make it look like they're nude, but they're still covered up. So, like, seeing someone like Tuna-chan with, like, literally her labia flapping in the wind was kind of crazy at the time. It's worth paying them for the labeling of the switches. Air Gear's pretty damn borderline. I'd have to believe you. Having breakers instead of fuses is good. That means it might have been redone in the past 70 years. Oh yeah, it definitely has been. It's never lupus. Thank you for the 36 months. Thank you. Feel like we're way past due to watch a documentary that shows us how terrible the world is, a la the Colombian donkey fucking or the bug guy. Apparently we only get dystopian documentaries nowadays about how much our tax dollars are funding the very rich and luxurious lifestyles of foreigners who come here to hate us and take advantage of us. You're about to nap and you heard nude. Should probably make a list with my dad of what each breaker is tied to? Probably. What the fuck is happening? Mr. Melon, thank you. I am not a cat being shanked. Thank you, thank you. Texas Tunic, thank you. As someone who missed the last 3 or 4 streams, you have no idea why the Foxwoman is yelling, but it's funny, you know? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Kirsche sounded like a goat. I read that one. Alright, okay, okay. Artemis Kane, thank you. Hey, Kiggle! Did you hear the Squimble Fugis Gob Normally Bob? Eekis, eekis, smoo, smoo, smoo. The bugs in your shin are giving you financial advice. Should you listen? Well, they're inside of you, so they probably know you better than you know yourself. Why not listen to them, right? Cladex, thank you. Foxy Loaded, why are bigger VTubers complaining? Oh, I already went over that. Well, actually, wait. What do you mean by bigger VTubers? I didn't say bigger VTubers. I just said, like, people who are defending the Fansly stuff. They have, like, really weird arguments about it. Thank you, Foxy, in chat for being a wonderful distraction from the Twitter schizos. They're out in force today. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. DSC, thank you. If you guys do get a convention going, please invest in security. You can only imagine a convention of Kirsche and Leaflet fans would be a target for a psychotic Nyara-type individual. Considering Anal Violence's articles already got one crazy fucking person to give a bomb threat to a GamerSupps booth, yeah. Yeah, I would want some crazy security. I wonder if I could tap the unsubscribe guys for that. Be like, hey, I'm running a convention. You guys should come and also bring security. How does it personally affect you? Let people have fun. Fansly child grooming booth. Again, like, my biggest umbrage with, like, the defense of they won't even be doing anything lewd is, like, that doesn't matter. They're still going to be funneling minors who are looking at the non-lewd meet and greets into a lewd platform. That should be what you're taking umbrage with. Again, it's the same as if, like, OnlyFans or Pornhub was sponsoring a family-friendly all-ages events and they were main stage. If you're going to have this 18+ stuff, put it in the after-hours area. I don't care if they make less money that way. This is the path that they have chosen. Hire Bagman for personal security. Have him cosplay the way Kyle drew him, man. The ATF greenhouse guys would probably do it for a couple cheeseburgers. If we do manage to set this up, we probably will have to tap, like, all of our communities and see who would want to do volunteer work, because volunteers are, like, the backbone of conventions. And if we want to keep this as, like, subversive free as possible, we're going to need the volunteers. Kaze Wolf, thank you for the 28 months. 2 more months, you get to be a jumbo chillette Kirsche. Greetings, your honorable brothers and sisters of chat. Blessings to you, Foxwoman. Hell yeah, man. That might also be something to consider for location security. Yep. Yeah, ain't gonna be in California, I tell you what. Do not forget to gatekeep. Always gatekeep. Dim the Lamps, thank you for the swastikas. If brain is melty, get the Kirsche model out, Foxy. I'll have to if I go to video games, most likely. Delta, thank you. Have I seen the donkey story from Unsubscribed Podcast? Hardest you've ever laughed. If possible, to see your reaction would be amazing. I see what you did there. I know what you're doing. Mr. Melon, thank you for the Canuck. Every time someone says cocaine, you think of Roxo the Clown from Death Clock? Understandable. Understandable. Kirsche question, did I make sure to answer my DMs to Craig about the convention? Craig and I have literally been talking about this back and forth for 2 years now. Like, literally, unironically, we have been answering each other and talking about what might be possible in the future. Lichkun, thank you. A-Train, thank you. Cutie Kirsche cucked a clique of quirky quangos. How many quangos did Cutie Kirsche cuck? What Kirsche knowledge will we imbibe today, besides skimpy rollerblading and pone conventions? Pone convention? I was actually a pretty fucking good PETA picked a pack of pickled peppers That's what it is, right? Something like that. You answer DMs? I do. I do to some people. Very quickly, because I know that they rely on me for things. Did I know Craig was talking about a con with you for years now? Oh, man. Battleizer, thank you. Almost just got struck by lightning. What the fuck? Let's fucking go. I love working outside in storms. Don't... Hey, maybe don't get hit by lightning. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Alliteration is the word I'm looking for. I mean, I guess, yeah. But, like, tongue twister fun. Tongue twister fun. Is it Peter packed or Peter picked a peck of pickled I can't remember what it is. That one word is fucking stuck in my brain. But you get cool scars? Man. Ride the lightning. Don't do that. A Girugamesh, thank you. Who remembers Mia Khalifa having safe for work content? All you remember was people asking, why? Yeah, kind of weird. Emperor Creatine, thank you. One moment, it's cloudy but calm. The next moment, the temperature drops 10 degrees and you get a flash flood warning, only in Texas. Oh, God. I remember when I was looking at, that one house in New Jersey. There were some other houses in the same town that were for sale. Not really my style, but there were some other houses there. And they all required flood insurance. And I was like, God damn, imagine having to buy flood insurance. That's got to be so fucking expensive. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Thank you. Thank you. That's what it is. It's similar. Peter's like Sally. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. Tongue twisters ain't got shit on me, buddy. Have you filed your taxes for 2025? Are you also set up as an S-Corp? All right, guys. All right. Flying the Nook, thank you. You mean that the Hub and OnlyFans shouldn't be sponsoring a Catholic convention? With the absolute state of things in current year, I would not be surprised if we saw some, like, weird fucking America Fest sponsored by the Catholic Church and OnlyFans at the same time. Even without tongue twisters, you can't say half the words right. What do you mean? Last night, a friend was laughing about, what is this imminent threat weather alert? 4 minutes later, a tree branch speared through his roof. What the fuck? I always ignore those imminent weather warnings because I look at it, I get it on my phone, and they're like, oh, imminent weather warning, it's about to get bad. And I look around, and it's like, it's sunny, there's no clouds, it's hot as fuck. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I clear the notification, and then nothing happens. Literally every time is what that, I look at it, I look at the sky, nothing's happening, I get rid of it, and then nothing happens. Hell. Sandy generationally wrecked New Jersey like Katrina did to New Orleans? That's unfortunate. Next month is Pride, sponsored by Grindr and the Catholic Church. And the GOP, apparently. Apparently, usage of Grindr upticks whenever there's some sort of, like, GOP convention. So what you're hearing is build a city around the Kirsche. We shall build Korshovo. Come home. Mount Washington calls to you. No. Watchman, thank you. You had to replace most of the breakers in your parents' house, including the main 100 amp breaker. You had to do it with the meter still in and no PPE. The power to the house is on at max power. You turn to ash if your hand slipped. Yeah, that seems pretty bad. One of the houses I looked at when I was in person, I believe. Yeah, I was in person to see that one when I came to visit. It still had knob and tube wiring, and that setup looks fucking crazy. I had only ever seen, like, the breaker boxes in my life, so, like, actually laying eyes on a knob and tube wiring system was just like, how the fuck did people not just electrocute themselves constantly? Mount Washington. I barely know Washington. Can we have coffee first? Delta, thank you. What did I think you were doing? You're confused. I see you, buddy. John in English, thank you. Yeah, pretty much everyone called off work today because of the humidity. Also, we have a tornado warning. Not worth it. I am thankful to have lived in places that never get tornadoes, except for that one time Georga got a tornado and sucked up a coworker's car. It's okay, though. She was at the McDonald's. I don't want to say she deserved it because she was a nice lady. I wanted to finish the joke, but I couldn't. Video gamer, thank you. Please stay cool, Kier. You're worried about me. If I can't plug the mini AC in the office, put it in a nearby room with a proper window venting. No, it's just venting into a trash can and another room at the moment because I have no way of using it otherwise. But Delta, just in case you're like actually confused and genuinely don't understand. Let me find the last thing. Have you seen the donkey story from Unsub Podcast? I assumed you were like making a joke about something I've already done or talked about and then saying it's from other people, but like maybe you weren't and I should have called you a retard. I don't know. I thought you were making a joke. Have thou ever heard of the absolutely terrific Worcester tornado? New England is not immune. I have not. I mean, when I was a kid, I remember getting a couple of tornado warnings, but like after the 5th or 6th one where literally nothing happened, I was like, oh, I guess I can just ignore tornado warnings now? Cause like there's not even any clouds. How do we have a tornado warning? I'm sorry for not calling you retarded. Oh my god. Star Phoenix, thank you. Husband, there is tree branch through our window. I hope that never happens. I hope that never happens. Unsub had one of their veteran buddies tell the donkey story. It's real, unfortunately. Oh. I guess I am sorry for not calling him a retard. Perfect product idea. Kirsche ice creams. Like those ones that look like SpongeBob, but a Kirsche instead. Huh. That would be really fucking cute. And it could taste like blue raspberry while being white still. Please do not ignore the tornado warnings. I've stayed alive. Please do not link the unsub donkey story. Are you actually brain damaged? For the autistic, the joke was that I crashed out because someone said that Leaflet and Craig are considering making a convention when Craig and I have been talking about making a convention for years now. And then I crashed out. And then we talked about the donkey fucking story, which I did years ago. And then this guy super chatted, have you heard about the donkey fucking story from the unsubscribed podcast? So it sounded like he was tongue-in-cheek making a joke because I just crashed out about something very similar. This is gonna be a day you can already... I have no patience when it's fucking hot chat. I just don't. Oh, or is this a crash out in progress? Yeah, they have stories of watching two Afghanis fuck a donkey through night vision while deployed. One holds the head while the other one fucks it. I can't even enjoy that it's slightly different from the Colombian donkey fucking story since you guys have ruined it for me now. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Fansly advertising safer work material is like Angela White making a guest appearance on Sesame Street. I don't know who that is! Is that a porn star, I guess? You had a small tornado in the city in Mass you live in a couple years back? Oh my god. How? How did that happen? How did that happen? That is a porn star? Man. The only porn star names I know are the ones that went on Kasim G for comedy shit. He's just really committed to the bit, Kirsche. By the way, you should just break up with him instead of going through his phone. I'm gonna shoot up a Walmart, buddy. You can recommend some convention locations? Nope, don't need it. Don't worry about it. Mr. Mellon, thank you. You think they used asbestos for wire insulation back in those days? I know I don't have asbestos wiring, so I'm at least good on that front. That's not true. You also know about Sasha Grey? That's because Sasha Grey was all over Twitch for a period of time, and I was like, wait a minute, ain't that the, like, anal lady? Hold on, wait a minute. Pre-ooit-bee, thank you. Enjoying the Foxy stream while the ramps of DFW Airport are playing red light, green light with a thunderstorm, and you're stuck, unable to work one flight. That's probably a little dangerous to take off in that, man. I brought up Tuna Chan and all the dishonorable chatters lost all the blood in their brains at the same time. Unlucky. Sudafed, thank you. You used to see some much donkey goat love via drone when you were deployed in Afghanistan. Got a hard time writing up those end of mission reports in a professional manner for your captain. That's when I would have just written to him and been like, Captain, how am I supposed to professionally write about donkey fucking? Didn't Sasha Grey get an STD from licking toilet seats? I know that there was like a weird trend of sick freaks licking toilet seats and posting pictures online for a while. But still, like, it's one of the most disgusting things I can fathom. Is like putting your mouth on a toilet. Like, I wouldn't even put my mouth on like my home toilet seat after I deep cleaned it. Like that's just like a level of disgusting cattle I cannot even begin to wrap my mind around. Oh my god, just let people enjoy things. No, enjoyment stops now. A peanut, thank you. Thinking of buying a new gun. A gun tuba channel you follow showed a 1911 that's right in your price range. Just have to make sure your Kirsche plushie doesn't get its paws on it. True. True. You have to supervise them when they have weapons. Marmalin, thank you. It's a real story on unsub. That's alright. John in English, thank you. Oh fuck, I'm dying. Shit, that's a great idea. Kirsche popsicle with the fucked up eyes like the SpongeBob or Sonic the Hedgehog ones. That would be a great idea. I would have no idea how to fucking do that. Succulent juice, thank you. You weren't here for the donkey story. Let's go. It's pretty fucking wild. A little jesty one, thank you. You're finally supporting the Foxy. You're building your list on who to vote for, but with this being California, you can only hope we can be saved. Anywho, you missed the Kirsche plush, so you bought a Kirsche. However, instructions are unclear. Do you do the Kirsche? That is a great question. That is a great question. You know what's a great answer? No, don't fuck an animal, brother. Why is the YouTube stream still waiting? It's not, to my knowledge. I've been thanking people in YouTube. Master Prick, thank you. You wish upon me cold daily breeze and freezing nights. It's pretty fucking bad in here right now. It's pretty bad. And like, I'm pretty sure I wasted $200 on this floor unit that I bought secondhand because like, it doesn't even feel like it's doing anything. I was like, I'm not gonna buy a new one for like 600, so let's just buy this used one. And it's not really doing anything. So I feel like it was a waste of money to begin with, and that also makes me angry. Am I venting the floor unit inside the house? I have to. I have no other choice. Because it won't work if you're venting it inside. I quite literally have no other option. It cannot go to a window. California is below the sea level. Time to bore a tunnel through those mountains, you know? She's melting and not in the good way. It is not in a good way. Delta, thank you. You've been watching since September 2025. You don't know all the lore. Sorry. Don't be angry. I have too many angry women. No, I thought you were making a joke in line with, like, the other people because of my crash outs. I was like, hold on, wait a minute. What does he mean he's not joking? I'm so confused. But that's okay. You're alright, dude. Don't worry about it. I'm just annoyed because of the heat. Be jamming, thank you. Be careful. Getting on Sasha Gray's bad side. You've seen her take 3 guys at once. How horrifying. Steam-powered geekery, thank you. Reform California has a voting guide for California. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh my god. Hypebeast boost eating. Hypebeast boost. Pineapple Pine Sol, thank you. The air conditioner exhaust heat may be going back into the hot room. Hope the AC situation is fixed. I hope it'll get fixed soon as well, because I am like, this is actual fucking suffering. Actual suffering. Imagine being worried when Kirsche calls you a retard, as though that weren't a badge of honor. Chat does reflect the streamer sometimes, you know? Could always make the poor man's AC unit, styrofoam cooler, ice, copper tube coil. I don't have a styrofoam cooler, or a copper tube coil, or a desk fan. But, yeah, hold on. Uncle Hall, thank you. Late, but did you see one of the San Diego suspects was huge into Coffin of Andy and Lele? We're talking so heavy, he listed Ashley above Brenton Tarrant, the guy he modeled his acceleration after. Actually, I know quite literally nothing about what happened in San Diego. I've heard that it was a mosque shooting, and everyone was like, oh, my white supremacy, but it turned out to be like a Mexican and a transgender. So I actually don't have any tab on that. Magnet Man, thank you. Have I watched a Fleekazoid video? Very funny base shitpost guy who posts vids about games and such? I don't think so. Hold on. That name is familiar, and usually when a name that I don't know is familiar, it's for a bad reason. But I'm not able to search through my archives of stuff at the moment, so... You thought they were both are they both trans? A lot of Mexican white supremacists out there. Pretty sure we've seen one video of his on stream. I could be getting him confused with somebody else. He's a big YouTuber that does silly reviews. Probably not him then. Probably not him. I was confusing him with someone else. He's real. I've most likely enjoyed his films. What? Mexican and a transgender walk into a mosque. Who kills who first? Oh god, I'm the one that got you into VTubing, got you to buy a fluffy woodland critter. Thanks, I hope you enjoy having fun with VTubing. I hope you enjoy that, my guy. Trans was shot by a gay black dude recently, and the usual suspects are calling it the fault of white supremacy. That doesn't make sense. Freakazoid was a superhero that resulted from mild-mannered Dexter Douglas getting sucked into the internet tubes. I remember Freakazoid, the Cape Shit cartoon, as a kid. I do not know Fleekazoid. Somebody in chat said that we might have watched one of his videos on stream. Maybe we did. I don't remember. I don't remember. Might just be cheaper to get a styrofoam cooler with dry ice and a desk fan to keep you cooler until you get the HVACs fixed. It's gonna be a long fucking week, man. It's gonna be a long week. And Fleek pretty much shits on modern games. Interesting. He was a Steven Spielberg cartoon. Please keep all Fleekazoid comments to the content creator and not the Cape Shit cartoon. Please and thank you. Pro tip, Smuggalana is not Kirsche. But does he run around in underwear? I don't get it. Dry ice? Are we wanting to kill the Foxu? I got to play with dry ice in science class. Oh god. I went to read comments and it was all just about the Cape Shit. I don't care if it's a Cape Shit or a satire of Cape Shit. You all knew what I was talking about. Stop mentioning the show. Trigger Point, thank you for the 45 months. Thank you. Praying for the dozens of towels left in your wake until the AC is fit. It's pretty fucking rough, man. It's pretty fucking rough. Oh my god. You blew up your chemistry class at school and you just didn't mix? How did you manage that? How did you manage that? Turtwigger, thank you for the 2 months of pruned. Thank you. I like that Pokemon. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Wait, the trans part was confirmed? That's just what I saw on Twitter. I don't know anything about the mosque shooting. Let me see. San Diego mosque shooting. What do we know? What we know about the San Diego shooting victims, suspects, possible motive, and more. Police chief described the shooting in which 3 people were killed as every community's worst nightmare. 2 teenage gunmen are believed to have killed 3 people at a San Diego mosque Monday, authorities said. Investigators are working to determine the motivation of the attackers, who are believed to have later died of self-inflicted gunshot wounds. But San Diego's police chief said the violence was being investigated as a possible hate crime. Police Chief Scott Wall said the event was every community's worst nightmare, not first nightmare. Here's what we know about the shootings. Authorities responded to a report of an active shooter at the Islamic Center of San Diego. Why does that exist? Described on its website as the largest mosque in San Diego County at 11:43 a.m. The mosque is in San Diego's Claremont neighborhood, roughly 8 miles north of downtown. Officers arrived 4 minutes later and found 3 men dead in front of the mosque. One of the men was a security guard who Wall said was pivotal in preventing more bloodshed. At this point, I think it's fair to say his actions were heroic. Undoubtedly, he saved lives today. It's near the border of Mexico. The victims were not identified Monday. An imam from the Islamic Center said all teachers, students, and other school staff members who were at the mosque were safe. As the officers deployed what Wall described as an active shooter response at the mosque and an adjacent school, more gunfire was reported blocks away. A landscaper who was working in the area was shot at but not struck. He had the environment buff. Less than a quarter mile from the landscaper, police found a vehicle in the middle of the street with the 2 teenagers believed to be the shooters inside. Both are believed to have died by self-inflicted gunshot wounds, he said. You know what's crazy? It's a good thing that these 2 retards killed themselves, because had they been arrested, there's a very good chance they wouldn't face all that much repercussion. All things considered. They're in California. One of them was a minor. One of them was Mexican. The other one was transgender. So, they probably would not have had too much of a repercussion here. Hey. The imam of the mosque is connected to 9/11? There's no fucking way. Will they mention that in this article? Spartanbot, thank you. Freeze large bottles of water, take them out of the freezer, and wrap them in toilet paper. Place between the fan and you. Evaporative AC for cheap. I had a cup of ice in front of my fan last time. I didn't do that this time because I thought that maybe this floor unit that I bought would be helpful. It has not been, and I am now regretting the purchase, unfortunately. And Kirsche needs one of those Japanese jackets with fans, the personal AC jackets. I need that. I need that. Kill Jin, thank you. You always ask, why didn't they start with themselves if they were just gonna off themselves? Well, it's like, considering our anti-legal system doesn't actually punish criminals anymore, I've gotten to the point where I start hoping that criminals just kill themselves after they commit crime. Because, like, since our justice system won't do it, at least they're doing the one good thing in their lives by taking the trash out, right? You know? Please zoom in on the gas can in the photo article. It's very important. There's no photo on screen right now, actually. Going down, taking you down with me mentality? I don't even know if it would be that in this case. The floor unit is not venting outside, then there's not going to be a change in temperature. I literally cannot have it vent outside, which is why when people told me to get a temporary AC unit, I told them that's not possible. And lo and behold, I bought one, and I was right. It was not possible. Crazy how that works, ain't? Nish, thank you. Nux did a deep dive, and he posted today on the links between the mosque and 9/11. Is it on his Twitter? Because you said he posted. So is it on his Twitter? This is a dumb question with you cleaning the filter from the floor unit to see if it was pre-owned. I did not think to check the filter, so I hope the filter is fine. Jen Jacko, thank you. Your new AC arrives tomorrow, and no more man soup at your place. I'm jealous of you. Kilo, thank you. Foxu, if you can't vent the AC, please turn it off. Unvented AC will literally make the room hotter. I don't remember how many times I've said this already. I have the AC in my room, and it is venting into a different room. It is not venting back into the same room that I have the AC unit in. I beg. Please. Please, my patience is so fucking short today. You're fighting the slurs bubbling. I could not play Tarkov today. Tarkov would be an olive game today.
Honorable chatters and Foxu, I have my first interview in a long time tomorrow. I have been out of work for 7 months. 2 p.m. begins the Inquisition.
Oh, fuck, brother. Congratulations. I hope the interview goes real fucking well for you. Thank you, Carrot, for the buttered doggo. Please, fingers crossed, have good interview. I hope you get the jorb, my guy. I hope you get it. Also, I don't know where it is, so you're safe for now, but someone was like, this is why I like living in the northern states. Guess where I fucking live, you whore! Chat, please stop rage baiting the streamer. Oh my god, the brain cells are not here with many of us today. Hey, we're all turning into soup, brother. We are all becoming the soupa. Jabronius Cranston, thank you for the 17 months of venting. Sounds kind of sus. Kier might be an imposter. True. True and actually. Ace of Spades, thank you. Wish I could take the snow that you just got yesterday. It snowed and you don't want it. I want your snow. I want to craft a portal where when it snows at your house, it just gets dumped into my yard. AC unit venting into another room is only going to make things worse because it will eventually leak back into your current room, and the act of running the AC produces even more heat. I mean, maybe, sure, but my whole point was when everybody told me to get a temporary AC unit, I told them for OPSEC reasons, I can't explain why, but I cannot have one of those, it will not work. But then I got so hot and bothered, I was like, fuck it, maybe chat's right, maybe I can make it work. And so I redneck rigged this. We're looping on the beginning of stream. I redneck rigged this in a way that it is attempting to cool one room while venting into another room. I saw it, take the L, chat. You lost. You were wrong. Get fucked. No more AC advice, you idiots. Heavy artillery, thank you. Have I tried not being so hot? I would love to. I would love to. My cup of ice has already melted. It's been melted for a while now. Phoenix DS, thank you. Next week we'll hear Foxy streaming from the basement where it may be cooler while the Kirsches will be put in cages. True. True. Hiroka Avalon, thank you. Foxy, as someone who lives on the island state living in a hot area, should keep the electrolytes up. You've learned to drink coconut water. It's too bad coconuts don't taste very good. You know, it's the like little trigger switch that makes it so I don't commit cannibalism. Acor, thank you. Happy Taco Tuesday! Sorry having the problem. Hoping to get AC fixed ASAP. Thank you. Thank you. If not, move to Alaska! It's in the 50s and there's still ice on the lakes and snow on the mountains, as well as leaves have barely sprouted on the trees. I've heard Alaska's crazy fucking expensive. They had like a really, really weird house that I looked at buying in Alaska at some point. It looked like a shipping container, but like 5 stories tall. But the inside looked like something Donald Trump would live in. Like, just everything was incredibly ornate and gilded. It was crazy looking. Have I tried shedding my winter coat? I need to shed faster, man. Holy shit. The mosquitoes would make off with her during the summer months. That's true. That's true. Have I tried running cold water over the insides of my wrists? I don't have a sink at my PC. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You're genuinely confused when the usual suspects were going hate crime, but no photos were being shown. Their identities suddenly explain a lot. You know? As far as you know, portable AC units are supposed to be inside, completely closed rooms to work, but maybe you're misunderstanding what I bought? I think you're misunderstanding the entire situation, and that's okay. Don't worry about it, kitten. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Kirsche, just don't be hot, bro. Fuck! Why didn't I think of that? God hates taxes, thank you. Don't die from meltage, Kirsche. Dying is bad. God bless you, Foxy, thank you. It's going to be a rough one. Prothia, thank you. Hearing the Foxy, you're glad it's 60 degrees in the cornfields, but the sky tried to kill you the past 3 nights. I would trade the heat for the sky trying to kill me, unironically. Glenn, thank you. Remember, Fox Lady, add the lime to the coconut and shake it all up. I love lime. Don't love coconut. Jaeger Cogheart, thank you for the sex. Attach a hose to the exhaust of the PC. Send the hot air from the PC out of your room. It works for some people. I also don't think I can do that because my radiator in my PC is so big that the radiator is at the top of the PC, exhausting the stuff out of the top of the PC, and I don't think I could get a rectangular hose that would, one, fit tightly around the PC, and two, exist in the first place. I don't think they make hoses that big. Or DevOps, thank you. Despite all you're going through, you still look beautiful today. Thank you. Thank you, you're so sweet. Getting a short stream today. Please shut up about the AC. I want to play video game. I want to care about the articles I'm reading. Oh, God. I just, like, can't function, man. I bet she smells amazing. I probably smell like aloe and body odor right now. Because, like, I've been slathering... I did get aloe. I've been slathering aloe all over my sunburn. And then, I've just been sweating since I woke up. I was in a puddle of sweat in my bed, and now I'm in a puddle of sweat at my chair. When I walked into my office, I got the, like, I hit that wall of fucking pudding air, and I was like, I don't know if it's gonna work, but I need to at least try this fucking AC unit, because I literally, like, you would not have gotten a stream at all today. Because I could not breathe. I don't have an inhaler, and so if there had been an asthmatic incident from trying to breathe the pudding, I would have just been gone. And dying is against TOS. You know, I might be dead, but I still don't want to lose my channel. Just make sure to stay super hydrated. You just picked up your phone case that you epoxied together, and you thought you used the flat black epoxy. You used the glossy clear stuff instead. Your phone case looks like it took the Bukake Express. Why did you epoxy your phone case? Did it break? You got sunburn too? You getting Sylvain Dene prescribed? I don't know what that word is. And Kirsche's bath towel found dead on the scene. True. As a last fuck you, Twitch banned Kirsche after she died. True. Jaeger Cogheart, thank you for the sex. You get a small grow tent around the PC. Attach the hose to that. Might need extra fans to the grow tent. Aren't grow tents supposed to, like, keep humidity inside? So by putting a grow tent over it, even if I'm venting out of the grow tent, wouldn't it be more humid than just letting the PC be as it is? Ulgrim the Crusader, thank you. Hope the AC situation improves and you drink enough water. Get a soda hat filled with water and a spinny hat for whimsy. I love spinny hat. They're so cute. Even Hawkenfrares, thank you. Be grateful. You need a window open and AC running 24/7 when it's minus 40 outside. Brother, minus 40, your skin would be freezing off. What do you mean? Because of the heating system in your building? Wait, no, he is talking about cold. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? You need a window open and AC running when it's cold enough to be minus 40 because of the heating system in your building? I genuinely don't understand anything going on in that super chat. Patchouli, thank you. One thing you miss about living in Florida was that HVAC company that had billboards that read, "Your wife's hot. You should also get your AC fixed." Smooth. That's true. And if you have a woman and it gets too hot, you're about to have an angry werewolf. If it's that hot, you would die when it's not minus 40?
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
What? And Namikaze, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Chatter has incorrect understanding of thermodynamics. I don't know. He lives inside an oven in the Arctic Circle. The heating system in his building is too good and doesn't shut off. It's like 80 degrees inside. Oh. Why doesn't it shut off? What the fuck? Yeti, thank you. Poor Kirsche. She needs some ice cream. A cool Foxu is a happy Foxu. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna fucking suck the rest of my coffee before it gets hot. And now, I get to suck the coffee out of the straw. And reuse my coffee straw in my Gamer Supps cup that now is iceless because it's too hot for ice to live. Too much sucking. Even Hawkin first, thank you. Your building uses a boiler to heat water through the building. The boiler is under your unit. At -40 with your thermostat off, it averages about 30 to 35 C. I don't know what temperature that is in real human measurements, I apologize. That does sound like it sucks to live right above a boiler, though, because then you're basically also being boiled. Infernal Saxon, thank you. Old buildings, one central heat system to all rooms. Jesus, I would not enjoy that. The Bungler, thank you, Mr. Bungleman. Have I tried soaking a t-shirt in water, wearing it in front of a fan to let it evaporate? Fantastic in the heat. This is where my autism kind of prevents me from doing something that might be helpful. I don't like wet things touching my skin. It like grosses me out. So if something wet that's not supposed to be wet touches my skin, I kind of like freeze and start making autism noises, and I won't be able to unfreeze until I identify what wetness is touching me and how to get rid of it extremely quickly. I just don't like anything wet getting on my skin. Like eating sloppy barbecue is a fucking nightmare for me. Wet t-shirt shows for your himbo or write out? Absolutely would not do that, correct. Someone that works in a warehouse that doesn't really work anyway? What? Doesn't like wet things touching her, has a 2-person shower for a future himbo? Do I have a 2-person shower? I don't remember ever talking about that. I don't remember having a 2-person shower. I remember talking about how it would be neat to have a fancy shower. Record the autism noises? That sounds hilarious! Oh my god. Blar, thank you. You empathize in the regards to the heat, peak hours, upcharges, plus busted main 8C means you have fans and windows and it's only 84. I would literally die in your house, unironically. Zano, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. I guess I'll finish this article. I don't even remember where I was. I guess here. 2 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the investigation, and a federal law enforcement official identified the suspects as Kane Clark, 17, and Caleb Vasquez, 18. Clark attended high school virtually and was set to graduate later this month, according to a school district official. Can we ask why? Can we ask why, right? Like, I can't imagine that there are too many high schools that are still COVID conscious and demanding people take classrooms from home. If I'm sending my child to a school, like, they're gonna go to that school. Like, what are we doing here? That doesn't make sense to me. He also participated in the school's wrestling team while studying virtually, as Madison would be his high school if he decided to attend, the official said. Oh, so he wasn't even going to a real high school? There's like purely online high schools now? And then he was just going to the local high school's wrestling team? That seems even weirder. That seems even weird. I would not trust a purely online high school. The virtual school makes you feel like it was modified in-school suspension alternative school? No, because it says at Madison would be his high school if he decided to attend. So it doesn't sound like a punishment thing, it just sounds like he's just in a virtual high school. Online charter schools have been a thing for over a decade. Maybe I'm the weird one, but I would look at someone with like a virtual high school degree with more disdain than like somebody who went to like one of those TV commercial colleges, right? Like, at least somebody who got their GED was like, I wanna go to high school and finish what I should have done. Someone with a GED is like far more respectable than someone who went to pure online high school. What are we doing? Today you learned that online high schools are a thing. Yeah, that's weird. You did alternative school. Funny enough, you learned algebra before you made it to high school and skated through. How do they stop cheating? Oh wait, they don't. I'm not even thinking of cheating. It's just like, damn, that is a great way to fucking push more messaging than they already do in normal high school scenarios. So you're against homeschooling? Ah, I see. I'm sorry to hear that you're lower IQ than someone who goes to online high school. Fun fact, GEDs are actually harder to get nowadays than an actual diploma. That's kind of weird. Virtual schools were a thing during COVID. I remember them being a thing during COVID, and it's like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense as a temporary thing if we're not allowed to leave our fucking homes. And she hates waffles. I fucking love waffles, man. Usually you need to record your screen for testing. That makes sense. Speaking of school, you hate how they don't teach practical skills. You can't succeed in higher education if you don't understand how to carry yourself. True and fucking real. Riz, thank you. These schools are far more reasonable than your average government schools with awful Karens and trans shit. With online schooling, you as a parent have far more transparency. I would believe that if you have like an online curriculum for homeschooling, right? But if you're just sticking your kid in an online class full of other kids in the same online class, absolutely not. I would not believe that. I would not believe that in any way, shape, or form. It would be so much easier than having to like do it in a in-person classroom. Why are all of the retards in chat today? Because it's very hot, and I guess hotness turns all of us into retards. Online high school is a great insult. Your friend has a son who's highly autistic. In-person was tried for years, but never worked. Been homeschooling the past few years, but you don't envy her at all? Well, yeah, I'm not talking about homeschooling. They're not talking about homeschooling. Homeschooling isn't a part of this conversation, dear retards in the chat. Take the homeschool, throw it out the fucking window. That's not what's happening here. Joseph, thank you for the 30 months. Pro bum tip to surviving the heat. Get a mini fridge and a fan that can fit in it. Set it as cold as possible and then put the fan in it to blow cold air. Climate IQ change! That's a good one. Even Hockenfreres, thank you. Minus 40 is the same on both C and Fahrenheit. 35C is 95 Fahrenheit. So wait, if negative 40 is the same, then it is super freezing. Then I'm back to being confused. Chad has not eaten breakfast today. I have not eaten breakfast today, therefore I am hungry. Master Prick, thank you. So is online school just regular school, but on Zoom? That sounds super shitty. Yes. Yes, that is exactly what that is. It is just regular school, but you don't have to go in person. And so it's not homeschooling, which is why I told people to throw that out the window. Rocco the Hellhound, thank you. Girlfriend is real. She just goes to a different virtual high school. Oh, I can't. You don't have to get fucking debated about taking your out-of-town girlfriend to prom if the prom is online. Do you think they have, like, Gaia avatars to dance with? 95 degrees inside his house because he lives over a boiler. That's pretty fucking ridiculous, man. But that doesn't make sense. I don't remember the rest of the super chat, but I'm confused again. Oh, fuck it. I turned my sensitivity down, up somehow. How did I do this? Lainey, thank you. It's not just today. We've been passing around the brain cell and someone dropped it a few streams ago. You know. Prathia, thank you. In Cali, you did online school for 2 years in 2010. Just played WoW all day and went to your martial arts class in the evening. Tests were easy to cheat. Yeah, I can only imagine. I think this is bad. You've heard of people unironically hosting weddings over VR chat. You're not joking. I could understand, right? Like having a real wedding that people show up to in person, but maybe you have a ton of online friends. And so like you have a second virtual wedding, like where all of your online friends can attend, right? I could understand something like that. That would make sense. But if you only had the VR chat wedding, I don't know, that would be kind of weird. That'd be kind of strange. Instructions unclear. You threw the homeschool kid renting your upstairs room out the window? Hold on, wait a minute. David, thank you. Heat. How can Foxu be hot in the north? Your AC has been out here in Dallas for 10 days looking at HVAC bids right now. Why does Foxu have 3 heads like a Hydra? Please don't get heat stroke. Please don't get heat stroke. That's kind of crazy. Imagine being the best man in a furry VR chat wedding. I was invited to some Final Fantasy XIV weddings before. One of them was even a gay wedding. Can't even get married to your fellow 400-pound Discord moderator on VR chat without getting mocked by Kirsche. There was a WoW funeral for a guildmate that died IRL. It was raided into due to it being a PvP server. Jesus Christ. I remember that there was a funeral for, I think it was an assassin. Oh, I can't even remember his name anymore. I'm pretty sure he was an assassin in Ion, and he was in the guild Benny Lava. And I remember them doing like an in-game funeral for that guy too. I was like, fuck, man. All Final Fantasy XIV weddings are gay weddings. So it's two dudes who played as cat girls. This guy knows. Actually, I think one of them was a cat boy, but you know, whatever. A wedding via carrier pigeon is the new trend. You remember the funeral thing? People were pissed. Yeah, you know, time and a place, right? The mother of one of the suspects called police Monday morning and said her son, her firearms, and her car were missing. She described the teen as suicidal and said he was most likely with a friend. Yes, hello, police. My son is missing. He's also suicidal, probably with a friend. Like, what a weird way to say something. Both were dressed in camo, he recalled her saying. Officers were talking with the woman and trying to piece together where her son might be when they learned what was happening at the Islamic Center. Initially, police followed leads to a nearby mall and then connected one of the suspects to Madison High School. San Diego officials then alerted school police before receiving the call about the mosque. We noted that there were hits with the vehicle down in Fashion Valley. We dispatched officers into the area of the mall as a possible location that was a threat. We also gathered information that one of the individuals was associated in some form or fashion help with Madison High School. They then immediately dispatched themselves to the mosque. The mother told police that her son left a note. He declined to provide additional details. Interesting. Wall said hate rhetoric was involved in the shooting, which he said is being investigated as a hate crime. Investigators are examining possible anti-Islamic writings found in the teen's car. Two senior law enforcement officials said. An imam with the mosque, Taha Hassaneh, said the center had never before experienced a tragedy like Monday's shooting, and he said it is outrageous that someone would target a place of worship. Yeah, it is outrageous. I wonder who would target a place of worship. People come to the Islamic Center to pray, to celebrate, to learn, he told reporters. Monday was the first day of Adul Hijjah, the last month of the Islamic calendar and one of its most sacred periods. I feel like every time I learn about anything happening, regardless of whether it's like Muslims being the perpetrators or Muslims being the victims, they always mention about how it's during a holiday. It's like, how many fucking holidays do you have? This is crazy. In a news release, the mosque said it will remain closed until further notice. The Monday shooting has rattled the Muslim community both in Southern California and across the U.S., prompting some officials to call for an end to what they call a campaign of hate from mainstream politicians. What? San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria called the shooting a violent act of hate and called on the city to unite against Islamophobia. Well, that's not a real word, so... New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani said he was horrified by an apparent act of anti-Muslim violence. California chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations, a civil rights and advocacy group, said in a statement that the shooting was directly linked to comments made by lawmakers with national standing. We are deeply disturbed, but not at all surprised, to learn that those who attacked the Islamic Center of San Diego were reportedly motivated by anti-Muslim hate, said Hussam Ayloush, the CEO of CARE's California chapter. Didn't we learn something about CARE recently? I can't exactly remember. Of course, CARE wants to silence its opposition. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we learned something about, like, CARE being very nefarious recently, but I can't remember what it was that we read. Isn't CARE a terrorist group? Maybe it was that. Aren't they linked to the Muslim Brotherhood? I can't remember. I just know we read an article on them recently, and it was not good for them. Sick works, thank you. Here's 5 for the AC, Fox. You also love your vids. Thank you. Thank you. Mildly OCD, thank you. Can't tell if it's the virtual Parkinson's or if you're doing the autism rock, but watching your model wiggle is hypnotizing. I'm not listening! Well, at least I know if you say something, I don't call you a retard. It's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I'm stimming. CARE has always been nefarious. They are supporting and funding terrorism. That checks out. That makes sense. Where was I? Numerous politicians have spent the past year claiming that all mainstream Muslims should be destroyed. That's crazy! Which politicians have said that? That American mosques and elementary schools should be shut down and that American Muslims should be expelled from our nation. If you've come here illegally or if you plan to terrorize our nation. Yes. Hateful and terrorist-supporting rhetoric will get you visa revoked. So I'm not sure what this guy's talking about. Imam Taha Hassaneh, the mosque's director, said that the shooting was unprecedented, but placed it within a recognizable pattern of intolerance. This is something that we have never expected to take place, but at the same time, the religious intolerance and the hate, unfortunately, that exists in our nation is unprecedented. All of us, we are responsible for spreading the culture of tolerance, the culture of love. I hate these kind of shooters more than, like, others. Right, because they're either going to, like, they're always going to end up killing innocent people. So they're like shitbags in the first place. But it's like, they're going to shoot up a school, which, like, why are you going to kill kids? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're not accomplishing anything. You're not doing anything. You just look like a fucking retard who's taking innocent lives who had nothing to do with anything. And then if you go and shoot up some sort of, like, religious institution, you're just going to get people being like, oh, yes, we now can claim to be the religion of peace. And no one can say anything otherwise because you've now literally made us into even more victims. I'm sick of fucking mass shooters, man. I hate these people. Wasn't one of the shooters trans and the other's Hispanic? That is what I saw on Twitter. I'm not sure if that's, like, confirmed anywhere because they didn't mention the identities. Caleb Vasquez, obviously this one is Hispanic. Obviously. Which leaves Kane Clark to be the possible transgender, which... Their name is Kane. If I had never even seen anyone claiming that one of them was transgender, I'd be like, yeah, that one's probably trans. It's like, Kane is such a common choice of name. It's like the female to male version of, like, Lilith, pretty much. And they've both been arrested as non-Hispanic white males, which is a violation of Cali law for the trans kid. If they're trans. I've seen people on Twitter saying that. This article didn't verify it. Not that I expect an article would verify it at this point, but, like, you know, just in case, we don't know. Why do they name themselves after biblical people? Narcissism, probably. Like the double-pronged hatred for Christians coupled with narcissism. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You just want to glow, yeah? Yeah, it's fucking glowing time, brother. Vladimir Crystal, thank you again. Jen Jacko, thank you. It's unexpected, but we expected it, you know? You know? The gas can has been called out as a possible glowy psyop. Oh yeah, someone told me to zoom in on a gas can, but they don't even... Oh. Oh. I was gonna say, I didn't even see a picture of the gas can. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. What kind of a fucking retard would put that on a gas can? This is unironically more pixels larger than the swastika on the book that someone put next to the plushies. And I still didn't see this bitch in the article. The gas can perfectly positioned so that any passerby could see it. Yeah, perfectly positioned. I was like, what? They were like, oh, it's a red gas can. We need to put the spooky red symbol on it. Oh, come on, dude. Can for ants. They were also wearing black suns. Can you call that cultural appropriation? I feel like you can, but you probably shouldn't. A vindication. It could be a reference to the New Zealand shooting. Oh, what the fuck, man? We deserve better psyops, honestly. Unironically, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. It is outrageous that someone would target a place of worship. Catholics, yes, you're not special in that regard. Also, care is to Muslims what the ADL is to Jews, not to be trusted. You know? Okay. To be fair, Mexicans love that shit. It's just like, oh, Aryan warrior, you are browner than I first expected. tinfoil hat is actually tripping the Geiger counter down the street. Crazy how bad the psyops are these days. Actually fucking ridiculous. I genuinely hate these kinds of mass shooter people. They're all just so fucking retarded and make everything worse for everyone. I'm looking for... Here we go. Fuck, I was just on it. Was it this? Yeah. No. This? No. This? Yes. She's typing. 8 days ago, a white father named Trey Isles, I think I'm pronouncing that right, was ambushed in Newport, Kentucky gas station parking lot where a black criminal named Tiance Combs emptied 15 rounds into Isles, standing over him and mag dumping into his body while his girlfriend was inside buying snacks. Incredibly, Trey Isles survived. Newport, Kentucky is 84% white and 6% black. All 3 suspects are black. This reminds me of that, like, Maine article I read on that one guy who was, like, running for a political seat in Maine. And he was a black guy who was convicted of a crime, like, decades ago. It was, like, some murder or something. I can't remember exactly. And I looked at, like, the race statistics at the time that that murder was committed. And he was, like, basically one of 5 black people in the entire fucking state. And I was like, that's crazy that you can just, like, be black, murder someone, and then run for a government position later on. What are the odds? What are the odds of that happening in a state like Maine that was like 99.9% white? That's crazy. Like, I was laughing my ass off. Yeah, high elo, high stakes, man. Tiance Combs is wanted for attempted murder, Terry Moses is wanted for complicity to attempted murder, and Courtney Alford is wanted for facilitation of attempted murder. There are 0 national news reports about this horrific attempt on Trey Isles' life. On the whole of the internet, there are just 2 local news reports and one from the Hindustan Times posted just hours ago. There have been multiple times where the only source I'm able to find is like Twitter and Hindustan Times. So whoever's doing editorializing at Hindustan, keep it up, because somehow you're doing way better than a lot of places. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. What about the psyops we don't perceive since they're so good? What's that one trying to cover for? They typically go for 3, you know? That's a good question. Probably because they source Twitter? I mean, maybe. It goes without saying that if 3 white people were responsible for ambushing a young black father and putting 15 rounds into him in a gas station parking lot, everyone on Earth with access to electricity would know about it right now. Every day in America, multiple white people are murdered by black people, and every day the media and the political class stupidiously ignore it, complicit in their silence. It's a miracle that Trey Isles isn't another notch in the anti-white murder count, despite absorbing 15 rounds at point-blank range. He was built for this. He was built for surviving bullets. It's an outrage that that infinity such stories are strategically ignored so as to keep white people asleep. And I did ask my mods to find an article on this because this was posted May 18th. So that was yesterday. This was yesterday. And there is national news. We have a New York Post article now. 2 men and a woman wanted over Kentucky shooting where father was shot 15 times at point-blank range and lived. This was published today, so at the time of writing this post, this guy was probably correct about there being 0 national news reports, because this was yesterday, and this New York Post article is today. Ghost Reaper, thank you for the 6 months. Can we hit the reset button on the server, you know? 2 men and a woman are wanted over a Kentucky shooting where a dad was shot 15 times at point-blank range. A manhunt is underway for Courtney Alford, 30, Terry Moses, 26, and Tiance Combs, 30, over the May 9th shooting that unfolded outside a Newport Circle K gas station. 2 men and a woman, and yet the names Courtney and Tiance both sound like woman names. And Courtney is spelled Kortney. Like, I know Courtney with a C could have been a male British name back in the day, but like, what? Combs is wanted on attempted murder charges, while Moses faces a complicity to attempted murder charge, and Alford is wanted for facilitating attempted murder. The victim, Trey Isles, was shot at around 2:30 a.m. after his girlfriend had gone into the Circle K shop to buy snacks after a night out. He was called over to a car and he offered a flower to a woman for Mother's Day, sparking an argument. I've got some questions. If somebody at a gas station calls you over to their car, don't fucking go over there, first of all. Second of all, why would he walk over there and then offer a flower to one of the women? Like, this dude was just trying to be nice, but he entered a dangerous situation. I don't care who or what they are, unless they literally look like they're dying and they're screaming for help, you don't go over to a car at a gas station that calls you to it. That's just like self-preservation 101. Trey then walked away to a bar before two people inside the car pulled up outside and opened fire. So they called him to their car. He offered one of the women a flower, or I guess the one woman, because it's supposed to be two men. He offered the woman a flower for Mother's Day. Somehow him being nice sparked an argument, and then he left. And then two of them pulled up to the bar that he walked to and shot him. Bro. Trey was shot 15 times in a senseless act of violence. His dad, Terry, sent a GoFundMe created to help with hospital costs. When was this started? This has like such little. I feel like it should have way more. What the heck? And this says, we're asking for prayers and support for our beloved son who was tragically shot 15 times while shopping at Circle K with his girlfriend. In a moment that changed so many lives forever, Trey became the victim of a senseless act of violence that no family has ever prepared for. By God's grace, Trey survived. His girlfriend stayed by his side during the terrifying aftermath and helped save his life. We're incredibly thankful for her. Without her, he might not have survived. As well as the medical team fighting for him and everyone who has shown love and support during this devastating time. Trey now faces a long journey of healing physically, mentally, and emotionally. Between surgeries, intensive medical care, rehabilitation, and time away from work, the financial burden has become overwhelming for our family. We're raising money to help with medical bills and treatments, hospital and rehabilitation expenses, transportation and daily living costs, time away from work to help care for him, and any future support he may need during recovery. Trey is a son, father, a loved one, and someone who did not deserve this. We're praying every day for his strength, healing, and justice. No amount is too small, and every share, prayer, and donation means more than words can explain. Thank you for standing with our son and our family during the hardest time of our lives. Man, if the races were flipped, he would have had 450k by now. Yeah, I had like a PTSD flashback of the Carmelo Anthony GoFundMe and how quickly that got up into the hundreds of thousands. Stop the ride, I want to get off. Yeah, I am kind of very surprised, honestly. Hey, they have more pictures here. They have more pictures. They just look like a fucking normal ass couple too. Like, what the actual fuck? Look at him, little geeky helmet. Look at him. That's so fucking sad, dude. Tornado sirens are going off and you're in your car, so that's fun. I hope you can get somewhere safe. Please, please, please do not type in chat until you are safe from tornado, and then let us know you are safe from tornado. Please focus on staying alive, brother. We no longer live in a high-trust society. It's all so tiresome, bro. Well, like was said, very little news, so it isn't widely known yet. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Trey was left with 5 gunshot wounds in one ankle, 2 or 3 in the other, and was shot in the arm and near the throat, according to his aunt, Heidi. An arrest warrant is out for Courtney Alford. Okay, so that's the woman that he offered a flower to. I thought, oh my god, my baby nephew is not gonna make it, she said after hearing the number of times he had been shot. Terry said Trey's girlfriend helped save his life as she stayed by his side. 50 Cent could do the funniest fucking thing right now and send this guy a signed copy of Bulletproof, the video game. God, I reference 50 Cent so fucking often these days. Collab with 50 Cent when... You're starting to think your mom wasn't unreasonable for how paranoid she was, you know? Man, oh, look at this guy being nice, giving flowers. Let's roll up on him. How dare he? He's probably shoved a thumb in the wound near the throat. What? New 50 Cent DLC player dropped. We're incredibly thankful for her. Without her, he might not have survived, as well as the medical team fighting for him, and everyone who has shown love and support during this devastating time. The motive behind the shooting remains unknown, but the victim's uncle, Harley, told Fox 19 the shooter's intentions were to kill him. I don't think anybody knows why. What I do know is that he was shot 15 times at point-blank range. The guy stood over top of him and shot him. Harley said it was a miracle Trey is alive, and also paid tribute to the young dad's girlfriend, describing her as a hero. This is what I've been told by my brother, Trey's dad, and he said with his own words that if Trey's girlfriend wasn't there, Trey would have died. He would have bled out right there on the floor. I very much think that this needs more coverage. Because, like, it is... I agree, nothing short of miraculous that this guy survived 15 shots point blank when they were trying to kill him. I want to know about the fucking argument over him trying to give them a flower. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I've had a number of people come up to me in different scenarios and offer me, like, a small gift, right? Like, I think I mentioned when I was at a Ren fair, was it last year? I think it was last year in, like, the spring. I think it was before I went to Bunkerland. But I went to, like, a Ren fair, and, like, some fairy, like, high out of her mind gave me, like, romance fairy rocks. I still have them! You never throw away a fairy's gift. I've gotten, like, pipe cleaner flowers and stuff. Like, people will just be like, oh, would you like a nice small thing? And it's like, oh, sure, thank you. You're so sweet. Like, what possible argument could arise from that? They're easily offended. I don't get it. Patchouli, thank you. 50 Cent said, I got hit 9 times, and this guy said, hold my flower! Fucking true and real. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. Kirsche is sponsored by 50 Cent. I don't know if you should say that. Ghost Reaper, thank you for the 6-month member. Can we hit the reset button? I read that already. Thank you again. Thank you again. A woman get giving stuff. Sometimes you just get like a pipe cleaner flower for no reason, you know? Misinterpreted as him hitting on the girl. The article said it was for Mother's Day. No idea if they knew that. Doesn't give an excuse either way. I mean, even if they thought, like, he was hitting on her, he could have just been like, no, bro, like, it's close to Mother's Day, and I wanted to give her a flower. I'm just like, what? Your kindness is violence. Guarantee you it was a don't you disrespect me in front of my girl type situation. That'd be kind of crazy. You enjoy the corsets and the giant toiki legs. When I am no longer having to spend money on repair after repair, I would like to get a custom corset. I think that would be really fucking fun. People like that don't think, they just do, you know? Let's see here. Where does it say? Da 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 da. Alright, so probably that. Probably that. Yeah, Mother's Day, man? That was like... What day is it today? Wasn't that on the 10th? Wasn't that like over a week ago? Yeah, that is a very much like lack of coverage here. Holy Jabus. Like a week ago? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Fucking let me find, where is the GoFundMe here too? It's okay you didn't notice either. 2 Sundays ago, dude was trying to buy drugs. Yeah, Yeah, no, I don't think the dude was trying to buy drugs. No, like, if you wanted to try and accuse him of something nefarious, like, at least use the right terminology. Like, you give flowers to prostitutes, so cops don't think you're gonna give them money because you can't buy sex. Why would the dealer shoot his customers? Oh my god. Charge him for being too damn smooth. You think the black guy was trying to buy drugs? I mean, I don't think this guy looks like a dealer. If you said what you thought right about now, Kirsche would have to ban you, no. A gone fishing today, thank you. For context, Newport, Kentucky is right out of Cincinnati. Ohio. Man. Flowers made of Benjamins. Make it believable. You'd have to be the worst dealer ever to shoot your own customers. Zetsume Maru, thank you. Damsel in the dress makes custom corsets. I have not heard of them. I will have to look up that company, thank you. Jen Jacko, thank you. A pineapple corset? You have lovely pineapples, madame. I want one of those, like, old-style corsets that I see often at Ren fairs, where it, like, pushes your tits up so much that when you walk, your tits just look like water. It reminds me of the old-school water beds because of the way that they're fucking jiggle-wiggling all up in there. I always thought those were cool as fuck. Worst you could have said about this guy was that he was very likely drunk, but this is just based off of weird actions in the area where it happened. I don't think there was anything like that. Again, like, it just says that he was called over to the car and he offered a flower to a woman for Mother's Day, and then he got fucking shot. Used to tip your bartenders with origami throwing stars made out of 5s, 10s, and 20s. That's cool as fuck. That is actually cool as fuck. I hope some of them kept them in, like, the folded form. Frosty Chaos, thank you. Huh, these ain't fucking dahlias. Unloads Vector! Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. The guy deserves a better-looking girlfriend? Well, that's kind of fucked up of you. She quite literally helped to save his life. Whereas if she was a better-looking girlfriend, maybe he'd have ended up dead like that guy who was dating that cute-looking leftist over in New York, who defended her from a rogue stabber. And then she said, you know what? That's great that you died. Time to make money off your death. She's a good woman. She is a good woman. And remember the eternal advice. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Blow that chatter up. Yeah, that's insanely fucked up to say. The black pilling NYC story? Yep. Pneumonia. She's a ride or die woman. She's absolutely a ride or die woman. Pneumonia. Better off dead than having an ugly girlfriend. How did Groypers get here? Unironically, how did Groypers get here? But, I'll link his GoFundMe, because that's crazy. And maybe, holy shit, what the fuck? Why is this link so long? What attribution ID? Okay, hopefully getting rid of all of that. Hopefully that link works. Hopefully that link works, because I had like a fucking huge-ass extra tracking link on the end of it. Learn to grill and cook for your woman. Happy fat wife equals happy fat life. Don't be fat. Well, your name's Ultra Fatty, so I guess that's part of your K-fob, eh? Groypers don't have girlfriends. They have catboy boyfriends. True. Too awesome for you, thank you. Uncle Ruckus, slowly becoming right every day. I miss the Boondocks, man. That was a great fucking show. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Congratulations, Kirsche. Your bald, shiny head and the working in the ghetto with me on blast on the work truck. They think you're a supremacist now. What the? How would they think that? That doesn't make sense. What? We're talking about a guy that got moderated. What the fuck? May the chatters forever get lemon juice in their eyes at the most inconvenient of times. True. True and real. Zetsume Maru, thank you. The company makes the corsets that I want. I'll have to look into them, thank you. Thank you for telling me about the company. Even Hawkenfrares, thank you. Life is truly stranger than fiction. In fiction, things have to at least make some sense. In life, we get this. Yeah, it's pretty fucking unfortunate, man. If you feed her barbecue and ribs, if it goes to the non-boobula areas, feed her chimkin and rice. I love chimkin and rice. It's better than bananas and rice. Can paper bag an ugly girlfriend, but a pretty girlfriend is rarely loyal. I don't know about rarely, but, you know, we like making jokes here. It do be like that, Miss Verstal. That chatter's just like you. You listen to the starter stream with your windows down and the ah wah 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 at max volume and bass. Oh, God. You blame illiterates teaching ignorance. Unfortunate. Dude is deserving of your monthly $20 extra, to be honest. Yeah, like, I would want to fucking actually dono something. I just don't know how to do this with protecting my informations, because I've never donoed to a GoFundMe, but I feel like this is another way that I can, like, be the change that I want to see. Instead of just complaining that, hey, certain people tend to really support the criminals and murderers who set up GoFundMes. Maybe I should throw some shit at the people who should never have been victims in the first place. But morning, I also have to keep in mind I have to spend a ton on repairs. Make a model of your racy floor unit when you have the time, if you would please. No problem, Leo, my mans. I will. Oh my god. What the fuck? We got schizophrenic weather happening? What the fuck? Thank you, Leo the Unwell. I will make an attempt. It was a very, like, spur of the moment. Oh, let's just grab this. Kirsche passing out from an over-tightened corset stream when? It's gotta be tight as fuck, boy. What would Himmel the hero do? Needs some help to not get taken advantage of, truly. Let me see here. I also have... I have a tweet, and then I have a translated article, so the article is going to be a little janky. But there's this guy who said, "What is happening in German schools? Muslim students forbid classmates to eat salami sandwiches during recess. They force classmates to fast during Ramadan. They boycott music class, calling it haram. They ignore female teachers. They dictate to 5th grade girls how they should dress. They object to Christmas decorations. High schools are considering holding the prom separately by gender. It is mostly covered up because open criticism would, quote-unquote, fuel prejudice and could be, quote-unquote, exploited by neo-Nazis. Der Spiegel cites the following possible solutions to religious conflicts as examples. Don't be mistaken, this was no deliberate choice, this was forced upon the Germans against massive resistance. Thousands of house raids, censored channels, and newspapers, and people thrown in prison were necessary to suppress patriotic resistance and an open debate." And every time we make gains, I always try to remember, because, like, so many people getting us to any point of even small victories, so many people have been sacrificed, so many people lost their jobs, so many people lost their channels, lost their ability to, like, have a voice in the public square. So many people have just been sacrificed on this path of trying to speak out before it was okay to do so. And then we have the article here. Prayers, commandments, peer pressure when religion dominates everyday school life. And again, this is, like, auto-translated by my browser, so some of the English might be a bit janky. A small group, a lot of pressure when religion dominates everyday school life. The headmistress sounds stunned when you ask her about the mood at her school. Some Muslim students rate with great vehemence what is good and what is bad, what is halal and what is haram. Halal denotes everything that is permitted under Islamic law, and haram is everything that is forbidden. Until a few years ago, an open climate prevailed at her comprehensive school in a city in northern Germany. But that's over. The headmistress tells of enormities that are commonplace with her. Girls are already put under pressure in 5th grade on how to get dressed. When a teacher wants to decorate the classroom during the Christmas period, 2 Muslim students stand up and say, "We don't want to do that." No one opposes it. In principle, no one can unpack a salami bread without it becoming a topic. The climate is harder to bear. Occasionally, students have already changed school. The headmistress says a small group of students have gained incredible power over a large group. The woman wants to remain anonymous. Obviously, she would lose her fucking job otherwise. Her school must not be named, and this is already a symptom of the problem. And this is partially why when someone in the US either gets dropped by a sponsor or their company fires them and they refuse to name the sponsor or the company, I look at them like, you live in basically the only country in the fucking world where you can call out your company or your sponsor for kowtowing to disastrous mob culture. And you should absolutely do that. And so when somebody wants to make a big deal about, like, I'm being canceled, I've been fired, but then they don't want to name the company, there's always a part in my head where it's like, this could be made up. If you're not willing to name the company that fired you erroneously, and you haven't said that you're not saying anything due to looking into your legal options, I'm going to wonder if that really happened or if you just wanted some kind of a story for yourself. If they say, like, I can't speak about much right now, I'm looking into my options, I'd be like, all right, this guy's looking into seeing if he can sue. He can't say anything. That makes it sound more reasonable. You always side-eye those people? Yeah. Yeah, and I incredibly credit Asmon for this as well, because I even had that worry when Crime Boss dropped me. It was just like, do I say something? Because anytime you speak out in, like, the VTuber sphere, anytime you've been dealt something unfairly, if you bring it up, if you talk about it, you're the one starting drama. You're the problem. And, I mean, obviously there were a handful of people that ran around saying that thing. I mean, even years after the fact, there are people who are retarded who say stupid things like, Kirsche's like, fucking shouldn't have said anything about Okage. She should have kept her mouth shut. She drags, like, FaZe into her drama. And it's like, I'm not dragging anyone fucking anywhere, bro. If something bad happens, if someone is treated unfairly, I am going to call that out. And I always say, like, don't bother other people because they don't deal with this kind of stuff. Don't go to them and bring up these topics. Mazo Trinka, thank you for the 14 months, my guy. Thank you. Fuck Crime Boss? Yeah. If it weren't for Asmon, like, coming out and being like, you need to name these companies. If you don't, they will keep getting away with it. And he made a lot of sense. He's completely fucking right. If you don't call it out, if you just slink away and allow them to treat you that way, they will continue to treat other people that way in the future. And more people will not even know that there were other bodies before them. Someone stabs you in the back, do maximum damage to make the next one think twice. 100%. Always aspire to be petty in those cases. Because most of the time, it's not petty. People will just call it that to get you to shut up. Storm Pass, turns out it was another nothing burger. What'd you miss? Nothing much. We're just fucking jamming here. Phoenix DS, thank you. You'll eat your ham sandwich wherever the fuck you want. True. Nord, thank you for the Knox. The things the left says never happens. Happened time and time again. Oh god, I hope I have that video in a tab somewhere. There was, like, some band playing somewhere and the drummer had, like, a bacon draped over his shoulders and people were like, oh, how Islamophobic. Slightly buff weeboo, thank you for the 34 months. After almost 4K in car repairs and deciding you're just going to eat ramen for a couple of months, you got the Kirsche to hug as your tummy grumbles. I hope you can afford more than just ramen. Please don't spend money on me. If you need to spend money on you, I will feel bad. And Taco Link, thank you for the gift member, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Shut up and be a victim. Nah, no thanks. Yeah, it's wild. It is wild how pervasive the shut up and be a victim mentality is in VTubing. I had a boss that refused to pay your overtime until you got the Federal Department of Labor involved. More people need to stand up for their rights. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Don't just sit there and take it. If somebody is treating you unfairly, speak out about it and do something about it. Food will be there tomorrow when the Kirsche is limited time. Oh no. She says the issue is too delicate and the reputation of the school is in danger. Prejudice would be fueled. If this woman can only acknowledge the problem anonymously, and even while trying to acknowledge the problem, she's still worried about prejudice being fueled, she doesn't really understand the problem. It is a great balancing act for your own understanding of tolerance for them. Maybe some things shouldn't be tolerated, dear headmistress. Maybe some things are people trying to exert power and control over you and therefore should be pushed back against instead of tolerated. Those who try to confront dominant young people who propagated supposedly Muslim-correct lifestyles are quickly insulted by them as racists or Nazis. Those who publicly address grievances run the risk that neo-Nazis and right-wing populists to instrumentalize them. That is an insane takeaway. These people are calling you a Nazi to make you an acceptable target to berate and possibly also commit violence towards. But that's not the problem. The problem is that somewhere an actual neo-Nazi might exist and see these other people being called Nazis and then use them to further their neo-Nazi agenda. That is a crazy thing to be worried about in this current situation. Oh, like, holy shit. Someone somewhere might be a real racist, and that would cause problems. They're so brainwashed. Like, it's mind-boggling to fucking read, dude. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. They need an emotional support, Kirsche. It's okay. We all need an emotional support, Kirsche, man. This is how you get a self-fulfilling prophecy, by the way. Yes. Right? The girls are in danger, by the way. Oh, yeah. Several schools in the country have recently hit headlines as a result of similar incidents. At one, Essener Gymnasium had considered some high school graduates to celebrate the prom out of consideration for strictly Muslim students separated by gender. Dude, Google Translate botched that sentence so hard. I still understood it, but it was written in a weird way. That shouldn't happen. I don't care how many Muslim students you have at your school. We should be celebrating prom the way that we have always celebrated prom. For decades, that was like a huge thing in like all of our films and TV shows. That'd be like telling Japan they're no longer able to make anime about living in high school times. Like, what are we doing here? To the chickens, thank you. Dang economy got you on Amazon appetite suppressors. Oh no! Even Hagenfrères, thank you. She's the problem. Headmistress is their word for principal. She's supposed to be in charge and is allowing students to run the school. Yeah, like, at first I was like, well, it makes sense she wants to be anonymous because she could lose her job and get arrested for, you know, wrongthink here by even acknowledging that there is a problem. But then, like, even anonymously, she walks it back and she's like, oh, well, the problem isn't them exerting control over us. The problem is that a racist somewhere might use this as, like, more pushing their racist attitude. And it's just like, it's not racist to want to continue to do things the way that you always have. It's not racist to want a normal prom. It's not racist to say, I'm gonna eat my fucking salami sandwich. If you don't want to eat it, that's fine. I'm not forcing you, but this is mine, and I'm gonna eat it. That's not racist. That's just fucking normal. In schools with a 90% migrant population, mostly Muslim, you simply can't hold a prom anymore like you used to? Doesn't surprise me. In the United States, Lewiston, Maine, with a large population of Somalis, has its high school graduation separated by gender. That shouldn't happen. That's absurd. Like, these are the same people who will look at, like right-wing nationalists of, like American nationalism or whatever, and they'll be like, you are the problem. You're destroying things. You're gonna set things back to, like, the 1950s. Meanwhile, they're the same people that advocate for racially segregated spaces and apparently also normal mixed sex things like a graduation or a prom, also saying, well, we have to separate them now. Like, why? Why do we have to? Why do we have to dampen our culture and get rid of our culture to appease people coming here who don't even like us? Like, I don't understand. At least you got the Schadenfreude of the Irish deportation flights service pork sausage to passengers. I saw that article. I don't think I brought it up, though. How is anyone okay with Somali colonies? Doesn't make any fucking sense. If she is the top of the school, she can get away with anything. The principal of your middle school got away with locking a student inside the safe for the entire school day. See, that's what, like, a superintendent is supposed to be for? I don't know if Germany has those, though. That's fucking wild that the principal did that, though. What the fuck? How did they not get in trouble? Oh god, my eye. Several schools in Hamburg reported last year that Muslim students had been forced to fast or religious students were said to have boycotted music lessons. The AfD took up conflicts in each case to an alleged alienation and Islamization of Germany to warn. So this was also worded weird. So several schools in Hamburg reported last year that Muslim students were the ones who were fasting because it's for Ramadan. They were forcing this fasting on other students, and religious students, the Muslim students, were also boycotting music lessons. Little janky Google Translate. A quarter of the population in Germany has a history of immigration. Under young people are even higher. Or under young people? I guess young people are even higher. That is also wild. If a quarter of your country's population is due to immigration, you're probably not going to have a cohesive country too much longer. This is also reflected in the religious diversity in the classrooms. Do strictly Muslim young people with reactionary values threaten the school peace in Germany? 2. The survey of the problem, no representative figures and real worries. Media coverage is very strong and also effectively charged, said Margaret Stein. The research shows that schools see a lot of conflict in connection with Muslim pupils. The teachers' complaint about religious conflicts has increased. You know what again is crazy, and I'm thinking of this? When I was in school, there were people who would have, like, Christian families, and they would have religious objections to some of the things that would be taught. There were some kids who got, like, when we would be sent home with, like, our sex education, like, parent slip thingies that they had to sign, some kids would come back in with their parents being like, I don't want my kid to attend this sex education thing. Instead of trying to force everyone else into their belief system, they just wanted to remove their child from what they believed was too soon to teach them. You can disagree with that, right? You can say that that's too strict, that's not something that should happen, kids need to learn this. You could be right, you could be wrong, that's not what I'm discussing here. I'm just trying to point out, when Christians typically disagreed with something, at least when I was in school, they would remove themselves or their child instead of forcing everyone else to participate in their ideal. Whereas here, instead of Muslims saying, I disagree with this, my child will not be attending music class, my child will not be attending Christmas presentations, they try to force everyone else into their belief system instead. Islam is a supremacy religion? Yes, 100%. And that's how this sort of thing should be handled? You separate the few objectors from the majority that are okay with something? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We used to have good things, truly. That's how things used to be 20 years ago, and then mass retardation set in. The teacher's complaint about religious conflicts has increased, said the professor of pedagogy at the University of Vecta. I don't know what a professor of pedagogy is. She's been researching the topic for years, and together with researchers from the International University of Applied Sciences, IU, headquartered in Erfurt, has tried to measure the problem nationwide. Oh, she's just a teacher? A teacher? A teacher of teaching? Vladimir, thank you. You're not okay with it? Working in major cities here in your home country, you hear every language but English. This means massive deportations are needed. Tell you if you're wrong. You're not wrong. Mass deportations are fucking needed. And pedagogy, the science of teaching. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Because you see, the Christians aren't at war, but the Muslims are. There are so many people who have not realized that we are in a war for a long time. And there are even more people that wish to keep you complacent and not understanding that we are in a war. Whenever someone starts complaining about how, oh, this specific person is bringing the culture war, no. The culture war's always been here. You're just now being forced to acknowledge it, and you're a crybaby, so you need someone to lash out at. Furious Dan, thank you. 5% of Canada's population are newcomers on disability. I don't even understand how this is a hot take, but if you are an immigrant, I'm not even talking about illegal immigrants, if you are a legal immigrant, if you've gone through the process of coming to this country and you're here legally, you should not be allowed any of our welfare services. No food stamps, no Section 8, no housing vouchers, no disability, no fucking nothing. When I go to any other country, I have to prove, if I'm going to stay there for any period of time, much less live there, that I can support myself, that I will not be a drain on their country's resources. It is wild that somehow in our countries over in the West, we've been taught that, oh, that's actually racist if you want people to take care of themselves. That's actually really bigoted, and you're basically Hitler that you want people to be able to support themselves instead of just leech off of your money. They hate themselves for being white, so they have to destroy you for the new neighbors. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. Your 2025 published survey of almost 700 school social workers and teachers, all forms of schooling in the whole of Germany are not representative, but show that many schools deal with such challenges. A third of the participants report religiously motivated conflicts. Often, it is about tensions between more strongly and less practicing Muslim students. To peer pressure during fasting, during Ramadan, to comply with food regulations or prayer times. Muslims, so sometimes are perpetrators but also victims. Intolerance of other religions is a problem in general. I like how, so nobody could call this article racist, they had to be like, well, sometimes other Muslims are the target of bullying because they aren't actually strict enough adhering to their religious tenets. When my wife moved to the UK from one of the EU countries, she was dismayed that she instantly qualified for unemployment benefit, and that was when we were still in the EU. Theoretically, that would be paid from her home country. That is fucking wild. Did they have Shiites and the other ones in the same schools? That's not going to end well. You know? And what do Muslims think of the kuffar? That's a great question. Also seen that happen, hardcore religious beat up the traitor ones, for example, the ones who don't fast. Yeah, I'm sure that happens, right? That's a religion that has honor killings, after all. A Shia versus Sunni mentioned, let's go! Phoenix DS, thank you. Fourth time you got a tornado warning, you know, it's not gonna be a tornado, just gonna get a little windy, no funnel clouds. Damn boy, it windy out here. Furious Dan, thank you. You ate lunch with an Indian friend yesterday. The staff was all Indian, and he said hi to another Indian friend, and it was an Italian restaurant. Canada! I'm used to Italian restaurants being run by, like, super old Italian immigrants or Greeks. There's a lot of Greeks that own Italian restaurants. And if you recall correctly, that's something all Islamic sects agree on. The punishment for apostasy is death. How many Nashvilles have you just arrived? What? So many Greek pizza places. I fucking love me some Greek pizza, dude. Every good Chinese restaurant by you is ran by Mexicans. All of the good, like, Asian food restaurants in general in Georgia were run by Koreans or Thai? Yeah, the Thai people. I was like, hold on, my brain. Yeah, they were all run by either Thai or Koreans. So it was like Koreans owned the Japanese restaurant, Koreans owned the Chinese restaurant, the Thai owned the Korean restaurant. I gotta say, you know, it's just very funny. I used to get this thing where Polish families would claim unemployment benefits in the UK and then go straight to the airport and return to Poland until the next payday. What the fuck? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. There are enough able-bodied leeches we are already paying for. You don't want to add more to this BS tax soup? Taxes are theft anyways? Yes. Yes. Oh my god. A Korean guy making teriyaki at the Chinese food place. You love to see it. The educators also deal with how to deal with requests for prayer rooms or Muslim holidays. A quarter of the respondents also reported Islamist tendencies such as misogyny and queer hostility, anti-Semitism, and the rejection of democracy and human rights, which are justified by Islam. How is anyone fucking shocked? Like, when I read stuff like this, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, because it's like, people said this shit decades ago, and then got resoundingly removed and unpersoned. And now it's being written as like it's some sort of fucking crazy awakening, like, oh no, how could this have happened? The people are retarded. Alexa, play Crazy Train. Who would have thought, you know? You know? As for the figures, Stein emphasizes, it is a question of whether and which conflicts teachers perceive, not how many pupils are involved in conflicts. Most Muslim students are not affected. It is a small group that, with its behavior, damages the reputation of many Muslim youth. how have these people learned absolutely nothing? I do not... I am just... My gas just flabbered. Like, what do I even say to this? What do I even say to this, man? Human what? That does not compute. Oh, God. Downplay the problem? Yeah, absolutely. You gotta downplay the problem, lest some neo-Nazi somewhere get angry about it, I guess. The moderates do nothing to police the bad behavior, therefore they either approve or don't care, which makes them complicit. Yes. Yes, because they're just like, oh, I know what's gonna happen when we hit that fucking population percentage. It's gonna be great. We love Sharia law. Well, gas my flabber. What the fuck even is any of this? Yep. Most Muslims aren't affected by radical Islam. Yeah, I would like to show you figure A. The entire sandbox. Then just punish the small group. But that's racist! Well, you don't know, man, even at only 30% being bad, that's a shit ton of combatants to deal with, you know? As for the figures, Stein emphasizes, it is a question... Oh, wait, I already read that part. Amen and Alumadullah. A Hamburg high school tries it with a common prayer room. When I hear common prayer room, I hear they made a room to expect, like, multiple different religions to be able to pray together in that room. I feel like it's only a matter of time until an honor killing is perpetrated in that room. The multifunctional room on the Friedrich Ebert Gymnasium in Hamburg-Harburg is on the first floor. At noon, it becomes the Room of Silence. The students from 9th grade onward can relax, pray, or meditate here during lunch breaks. Next to the door hangs DIN A4 sheet with rules. All students are allowed to use the space at the same time, regardless of gender, culture, religion, or type of use. Anyone who visits must sign up to a list. There are also such rooms in other federal states. In North Rhine-Westphalia has about every 30? I don't know what that means. Thanks, Google Translate. School 1. In Berlin, again, sues the Society for Freedom Rights, especially against the school regulations of a high school because it prohibits the students the visible prayer. Hold on a second. What the fuck does this say in German? Show original. What the fuck was that sentence? Nope. Alright, I guess that was... What? Yeah, school 1. That was just a little short sentence. I cannot parse the rest of this sentence, though. 1 in 30 schools? Ah. I didn't even see I didn't even see like an ein here, so I guess that's where I'm confused. What the fuck? Oh, do they put like a period after their fucking numbers? That might have been what caught me up. At 1 in 30. Why always Germany sounds angry and moody? You can read German? I used to be able to read it a lot better. I used to speak it pretty fucking all right. So I can kind of understand a little bit now, but it has been a very long time. So, like, this next sentence that confused me, I literally cannot read this. I literally cannot read this sentence. What is it with the Dutch and Polish looking like someone just started slamming their heads on a keyboard? Well, both of their languages have Germanic roots, and German kind of looks like you slammed your head on a keyboard, so. They do use period instead of a comma quite a lot of the time. Yeah, I forgorbed. All you know is that Kirsche means cherry. I love that fucking retards tried saying that my name is Church and not Cherry. And that was part of like a Nazi slogan, so I was dog whistling from the beginning. It's like, who's dog whistling now? I didn't even know that was a slogan, brother. I should see Welsh then. Fuck you, Polish has no German. Does it not? I always thought it did. What are the Polish roots? I know Dutch is a Germanic root. Austrians are the mountain Germans. Polish is Slavic? Well, alright. Polish is not Germanic, it's a Slavic language. I was wrong. Thank you, chat. Thank you for the correction, chat. There's part for Lazy Susans that your dad used to tell called a Did große Winkelspanner? No joke. I don't know what that means. It's like the big. I don't know what a Winkelspanner is. Can't spell slave without Slav. Oh no. Oh no. Found the Poles in chat. We have a lot of Polish in the chat, actually. Plinkington, thank you for the sex. You're not allowed public religious displays. Well, apparently you are now, if you're certain religions. The Flammenwerfer. It's crazy how the only ones who ever see supposed dog whistles, you know, who hears dog whistles? Dogs, you know? In shithole city Berlin, someone sued because kids weren't allowed to openly pray. Man. Alright, let's go back to the translation. Because it said, in Berlin, again, sues the Society for Freedom Rights, especially. And I was like, what the fuck is this talking about? I think Kirsche close to the Swedish word for church, Kirche, but still not quite right. Yeah, that's the German word for church, too. It's, Kirche is church, and Kirsche is cherry. So they're close. It's kind of like, oh god, the words for, like, penis, pregnant, and gay are all very similar. There's Schwanz for penis, Schwanger, I think, was pregnant, and I can't remember what gay was. The cherry church. You want Kirsche whistle, but dog whistles give you headaches. It's cheesesteak, but in an entire language, man. A Schwol is gay, thank you. Thank you, yeah. Schwanger, pregnant. Schwanz, penis. Schwol, gay. And Polish has some German words, but is Slavic in root. So it's kind of like English. We just kind of nom-nom-nommed on some other people's words and took them. Schwanz, cock, schwanger, pregger, schwol, gay. Yeah, the triple S, buddy. Love that chat has combined the maturity of a middle school health class. Steck it auf! I will never forget that in my high school health class, we had a really, really fat male kid. And so when we started talking about breast cancer, a lot of people made fun of him, and I was like, oh, that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Phoenix DS, thank you. You're Croatian, also part of the Slavic community. I would love to visit Croatia. There was like some weird leftist website that was like, where should you go if you need to leave the US, and it gave you like the top 3 examples. And I can't remember if it gave me Estonia or Croatia. But, like, both of those were, like, an option. And I was like, huh. Schranz is fast techno with overly compressed kick drums. Croatia does have cheaper vacation plans. I wonder how expensive it would be to get a flight to Croatia. Hold on, let's see. Damn, it's like over $1,000 to go to Croatia. Damn, it's only like a fucking 12-hour flight. That's nuts. You want to go to Transylvania during their celebration of their hero? Croatia itself is a cheap country to stay in. Croatia is cheap once inside. It's just getting there that's the problem. Ooh, apparently, like, the major airport people go to is called Dubrovnik. Man, I don't think I'd be able to go to Croatia and not just make fucking Tarkov references the whole time. It's a beautiful fucking country, though. I absolutely love the architecture in Croatia. They have beautiful traditional dresses. Same with Estonia. Estonian dress is fucking gorgeous. I know there's someone, I'm sorry, Croatia and Estonia are gonna have the same problem in my brain that Peru and Chile do. Where, like, I remember both of them, but I get them confused constantly because I talked about them around the same time, and now my brain is unable to differentiate between them. I apologize. Croatia's Southern Slavic, Estonia's Northern Slavic. Ah. But it's like, there was someone in chat before, and I still don't have a P.O. box, but there was someone in chat who, like, offered to make one of the traditional dresses for me, because they were seamstress, and I was like, oh, that would be so fun. But I need P.O. box before I can do any of that fun shit. Estonians swear they're balts. Phoenix DS, thank you. In Croatia, they have a nice beach called Split. You've been there yourself. Yeah, I would love to go. I would love to go. That'd be so much fun. Estonia has a replacement problem with the Russian population. White Rabbit, thank you. The Berlin Wall fell in '89. Now they're allowing this, you know? And lots of pretty people. Yes, that's also true. Estonia is not Slavic, Lamau. It is Fenugric. I don't even know what a Fenugric is. I'm so sorry. Your last name is a town in Croatia? That's pretty fucking cool. Is Russia Special Slavic? Special Ed. Rude! Reminder, use Adidas clothes to blend in. True. I'll need to buy a tracksuit if I go. What the hell did that chatter just call me? I don't know. What is a Fenugric? I don't know what that is. Fenugric. Google comes up with fenugreek, which is an aromatic herb in the pea family. So even Google does not know what a fenugreek is. Wait, no, hold on. I made a spelling error. Hold on. F-E-N-N-N-O-U Greek. Fenugreek. Nope, it still populates fenugreek. It still populates fenugreek, the pea. You're a pea! Estonia is a country of peas, question mark? I don't know, man. Or Estonia, rather. Fuck, I'm never gonna fucking be able to do it. Fenugreek is Finnish, and Ugric, Hungarians, Korals, and Koryaks. Fun fact for Estonia, Finland and Hungary are the only European countries that share an ancient isolated language group. That is a fucking fun fact. Axel Jack, thank you. Finland is also Northern Slavic. Also interesting. Thanks, penis country. Estonia is in the Baltic and close to Finland. Croatia is in the Balkans and close to Serbia. The Estonian penis. Oh my god. Finno-Ugric is a language and an ethnic group. Very interesting. Clearly I need to play more ethno-guesser. Finland is really funny for how autistic their people are. You know? Bros at it again. There are no Northern Slavs. I don't know, man. I'm just reading chats. And Search Assist Estonia is not Slavic. It is a primary Finnish. Wait, what do you mean Search Assist Estonia? Hold on, this guy posting AI. Here's a fun fact. You made out with your sister. What? I don't have a sister. Are you lost? Might be a nice place to find a himbo. Could you imagine if I found like an Estonian or a Croatian himbo? What would he even look like? I know all Estonian women are beautiful. I don't think I've seen an Estonian man before. Or a Croatian man. I get that reference. Let's see. Where was I in this article? The space of silence is not the only expression of religious diversity at the school in Hamburg. In the entrance of the school, garlands with the inscription Eid Mubarak and Ramadan Mubarak hang under the ceiling in March. Muslims wish for a blessed Lent. Until a few weeks ago, Christmas decorations still hung here, says religious expert Marcel Mertens. In the staircase, a colorful picture is reminiscent of Holi, the spring festival that Hindus usually celebrate in early March. So, through the Google Translate, you're telling me it's okay to have stuff for Ramadan hanging in the school. It's okay to have Hindu holiday stuff hanging in the school. But because a couple of people can say, I'm offended by Christmas decorations, you're not allowed to have them? Interesting. You looked up Estonian man and the first image you saw unironically reminded you of Heavy from TF2! That's funny. Apparently it's been confirmed that the mosque shooters were trans and they live streamed it. Ooh, could we get a link for the confirmation? Because I didn't have that in the article I read. Mekia, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. Mr. Cranky, man. They're not bad. You're half Croatian. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. I'm offended you have decorations and I don't for Ramadan. Finnish men are all drunk rally drivers that are simultaneously way too happy and grumpy. Oh, yeah, I love racists. You thought I'd ask for the VoD. I don't think I can play the VoD. In the staircase, I read that, at the high school, there are students of almost all world religions. Religion play a major role for many children and adolescents. I'm sorry, this is Google Translate once again. It is good and important that you can feel accepted by jewelry like this? I'm assuming she means it's good and important you can feel accepted by wearing jewelry like this. The garlands, maybe? I don't know. The school takes into account various religious festivals in its annual planning. For example, it does not allow any exams to be written during the Sugar Festival, which ends Lent. Mertens believes that the school has found a way to appreciate all religions and minimize conflicts. Google, Which religion has the Sugar Festival? Because I've never heard of that. The Sugar Festival, often known as Sekur Beyrami in Turkey or Zuckerfest in German, is celebrated by Muslims. Sugarfest sounds like it would be the name of a Libertarian Party gathering. The Room of Silence was set up a few years ago because Muslim youth would have prayed in a shabby basement room during lunch break. We found this very unworthy, says Headmaster Christoph Poselt. Interesting. Interesting. I would like to know if these schools allowed prayer in them prior to having Muslim students. Like, just any kind of prayer from any other religion. Because that's typically not allowed in American schools, right? Like, if you're going to pray, like, you can just go off and do it somewhere yourself, I suppose. But I never saw anyone doing that in school. Your god has minimum prayer room standards. The prayer room was made because of the Muslims, yep. Gary Thomas, thank you. Look up Stana Kotic to see what Croatian women look like. She's Canadian by nationality. Oh no, I know Croatian women are very pretty. I know they are pretty. We've watched a handful of things from Croatia. I wonder if they work on like the Slavic and Hispanic principle, where like they have drop-dead gorgeous model women until they hit babushka age, and then they turn into like, you know, the little tiny old lady, like, curled over with a cane, and she just has impeccable decorating services. You know? Sugarfest actually sounds like a drag queen festival. Oh, no. A Kermit Cujo, thank you. Trans shooter versus Muslim victims. Who do you think the left will side with on this? You're taking bets now. Well... Hold on. I need the link. I need the link for the confirmation before I can decide where on the oppression pyramid all of these individuals lay. Have to remember that one of the 9/11 guys had a prayer room in the university he learned at. Ooh, that reminded me. Somebody also said to pull up Nux made post about how the imam at that mosque that had the shooting has ties to 9/11. Again, I don't know if that's true. Somebody said that Nux posted about it. Croatia operates on the Czech and the Slovenian principle. The women are smoking hot, and the men are plumbers! Hey, plumbers is hard work, bro. The left will blame Trump somehow, you know? Gary Thomas, thank you. Oh, I already read that. Thank you again. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. Sorry, did we talk about the manifesto that... I didn't even know they dropped a manifesto. I didn't even know they dropped a manifesto. I know. The basic law guarantees free practice of religion. The room is there for everyone, but is mainly used by some Muslim youths for the midday prayer. Karol Yosef finds this logical. He's 18 and attends the 12th grade at the high school. He's a Catholic and a practicing Christian. He says that he simply does not need such a space. He can pray everywhere and cross himself. For Muslims who bring their forehead, nose, hands, knees, and toes to the ground during prayer, head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees, and toes. This is different. I will genuinely not understand someone who is a Catholic or a Christian and knows that they get killed pretty much everywhere the Muslim population gets too large, and then this guy is defending this whole thing. I don't know. It just seems illogical. That's the shoot. No, we're not talking about the shooter. This is a German article. This is a German I know it's confusing because there's so much Muslim stuff going on. Badlizer, thank you. As a plumber, you resemble that remark. You're bad. No problem. I had a super chat about the shooting, so it makes sense. A little confusing. Of course, such a prayer room does not cause all problems to disappear, as a conversation with two students shows. Amalia is a Russian Orthodox Christian and Zilan Muslim, both of whom act as dispute mediators at the school. They are 17, best friends. The different faith is no problem for them, but both know what it means to be marginalized or pressured because of the faith. If I speak Amalia was in the minority as a Christian in her class. She says that she used to be defamed by a girl of Muslim faith as an infidel. She also had to listen to a saying about her cross, which she wears on a chain around her neck. She said it's only individuals who behave like this, and you never know how serious they are. I genuinely cannot fathom being this naive. Like, how do you get here? Like, even with all-encompassing propaganda, how do you get like this? How do you just lack any kind of self-preservation or critical thinking skills? I do not understand. I do not fucking get it. Zilan has experienced during Ramadan how one of her younger sisters was pressured by fellow Muslim students because she was not fasting. They make comments like that, telling her you have to fast, she says. They would also call Islam the most important religion. That's not okay, says Zilan. However, both dispute mediators do not see a fundamental problem with religious conflicts at the school. Catholics have, throughout history, failed to follow their religion beyond what their local pastor tells them, and they're usually clinging onto one or two vaguely nice tenets like love and solidarity. The Templars must rise again. Counseling instead of alarmism when religious conflicts are rashly considered extremism. As easily as at the school of Amelia and Zilan, a prayer room cannot be set up everywhere. Conflicts around prayer rooms are a classic in counseling, says Ulf Brennecke. He manages the Legato contact point in Hamburg, which Islamists help with the exit and advice on religiously based conflicts. It is often the first point of contact for teachers who suspect that a student has become radicalized, or when religion is used as a means of pressure in the schoolyard. I feel like that's a little weird, right? Where you have an organization that Islamists help with when you point, like, if you have an Islamist organization and you point to a Muslim and you say, I think this one's being radicalized, what do you think is gonna happen when you give that one you think is being radicalized to the Islamist organization? Why are Germans taken seriously anymore? This is an entire country of women and just should be ignored on the global stage at this point. This country is female. They get training, obviously. Oh my god. Translation is screwy. Yeah, the translation is a little screwy, so I had to like read through it a little bit. But it's like, man, Germany's pretty bunk broken. We're not all like that. Look, how many times do I say the UK isn't real, it can't hurt you? I'm allowed to insult Germany a little bit. The Brits have to deal with my lashes the most, man. Jen Jacko, thank you. Besh, don't start singing and make me dance while I'm 35 feet in the air. That's the perfect time to have an air party. Yeah, take that, redcoats. We can call ourselves the Knights of the Old Republic. Christian Bohm, head of the Counseling Center for Violence Prevention in the Hamburg School Authority. Can you imagine needing a counseling center for violence protection in a school district? Like, I don't even think we have those in the US. That's insane. We're definitely in a worse state than the UK. Won't deny that. I'm so sorry, brother. I have a dream that one day Europeans can have Christmas markets without concrete barricades to prevent trucks of peace from running into them. I just said today to a coworker, at least we're not at the point where the UK is here in Germany, you know? Mekia, thank you for the 20 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Big, huge 20 gifters. Thank you, thank you. Is Germany a word and not an actual place? Oh my god. The UK at least woke up and started fighting back. I feel like Germany is in a unfortunate position where, like, the UK has started fighting back and they have a fucking based lad doing the Restore Britain party. But if Germany started fighting back, I feel like it would get worse for them, considering everyone demonizes Germany because of the Nazi era. Like, I used to love the joke that Germany starts every single world war. But it's like, man, I kind of feel bad. They've, like, become the de facto whipping country. Bush Wookie, thank you for the Poke dollars. It seems like Japanese shrines are burning down and the JP people are suspecting the peaceful religion. Ken Kenobi has a vid on YouTube. Ooh, I would like Ken Kenobi's video. If it's not too long, that would be an interesting watch. When it comes to Germany, they'll wake up, but they gotta fight nearly 60 years of programming. I guess I'll just reread that sentence because I don't think I could start again and it makes sense. Christian Baum, head of the Counseling Center for Violence Prevention in the Hamburg School Authority, which cooperates closely with Legato, warns against a short circuit. A religious conflict does not equal extremism. Nevertheless, both are thrown into a pot astonishingly frequently, also by educators. I feel like I always make the joke that I have the survival instincts of a plant, but I feel like everyone in this article has even worse survival instincts than that. And I feel like if people have worse survival instincts than I do, much like when I'm the smartest person in the room, we have hit critical error. We have hit there's a fucking problem. Trapped like carrots. Oh, what the hell? From individual cases, the impression of a nationwide threat quickly arises, but there are many conflicts in schools and attention is shifting. In the last school year, there were more requests for advice for the first time right-wing extremism as to Islamism. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Mr. Bohm, that people were reporting people for right-wing extremism, considering in Germany, right-wing extremism is, hey, maybe we shouldn't let unvetted male migrants of fighting age into our country en masse. Like, that's considered extremism. Survival instincts is a plant, and theirs is a fucking cucumber, but cucumbers still scare cats. Klaus Kother is a class teacher at a focal point school in Bonn and active in the education union VBE. He learns of problems in whole North Rhine-Westphalia. For him, religious conflicts are often part of the identity formation of young people. To deal with this is our everyday business. The problem will be if there is no time in school operations to react to conflicts. See, if these were sane people, I'd be like, this makes sense as a way to de-radicalize Islam in general, right? Usher in an enlightenment period that both Christianity and Judaism went through where they stopped mass killing people. Not that I think that would really work en masse, but if that's what it was doing, I'd be like, that at least makes sense. But it seems that that is not what it is doing. Crossbone times 1, thank you for the 40 fucking months, man. Thank you. Yeah, that won't work for reasons. Yeah, I know. Mr. King, thank you. Can we stop treating Islam doesn't want to destroy the West, but you guess these people are aligned in that goal? They're aligned in that goal, but like we've read where there were cities that had LGBT people on their city council, and then once Muslims got in, they were like, all right, no more pride, no more gay shit, get that shit out of here. And they were like, how could you do this? We fed you, we clothed you, we found you cheap housing, how could you backstab us? And they're like, yeah, we didn't really get rid of the gay shit, get him out. It's like, how did you not see this coming? Like, what are we doing? Islam had an enlightenment and it led to ISIS. That's enlightenment in the wrong direction, man. Easy to blame both world wars on the Germans because they were an enormous powerhouse both times. It took fracturing the country and 60 years of browbeating to get them to the point of pacifism now. Well, yeah, that's why I said it was a joke that was funny. They don't want to destroy the West. They want Islam to become the West. Yeah, it's a conquering religion. Leftists are more brain damaged than a Kirsche. It's, you know... A Grit Klinkhammer. What a fun last name. Professor of Empirical Religious Research at the University Bremen has tips of the federal states evaluated, which should help teachers to settle such conflicts. However, the main focus in such handouts is on keeping individual requirements small. Even the demand for a prayer room or the wearing of a headscarf appear to the authorities as a potential problem, says Klinkhammer. According to these brochures, it concludes the role of the school is less to shape diversity than to limit it. I'm assuming this has also been somewhat butchered by the machine translation, but... bro, what? Bro, what? There should not be any sort of role of the school in diversity. The role of the school is to teach children to be ready for the outside world, which, I believe none of our schools actually do anymore. Losty Love, thank you for the 7 months of Prune, my guy, thank you. From their point of view, it was better for federal states that recommend pragmatic compromises. You can allow the burkini in swimming lessons, write classwork in Ramadan in the morning. When fasting, students are not so hungry. Pork does not have to disappear from the canteen, but those who do not want to eat it should be able to recognize this by the counter. Yeah? Yeah, like, that would make sense, but when you allow the, like, coexistence, eventually it's going to be, well, you can't do the things that you wanted to do anymore. Burkini? I don't know why it's called a burkini, because that evokes imagery of, like, a bikini, when it's, not a bikini. It is, let me see, burkini. It's like a full body swimsuit. A full body swimsuit. And they come in like different colors. Yeah, here, let me bring this up. Open image in new tab to show like multiple. Why are they using a white woman as the model? What the hell? 3 pieces, woman, Muslim, modest swimwear. Oh, it's a Chinese company, that's why. Yeah, these are like what burkinis look like. They're like full body to kind of keep you covered up. The burqa bikini. Yeah, but it's not a bikini. Burkini is just halal swimwear. The term was coined to make it less obviously oppressive to normal people. I don't like burkini because it's nothing like a bikini. A very hydrodynamic for competitive swimming. They're showing their hair, by the way. It's okay. They're white women. They can do that. An actual Muslim woman would probably have her hair up inside the hair cap. Like this woman. Like this woman does. Open image in new tab. Open. Jesus Christ, this is a $115 burkini! Not this one. The next one. So this one, she has her hair fully covered. She has her body fully covered. This one, also completely fully covered. Her hair tucked into the hydro cap. This is the one that was $115. I don't know why. That's crazy. I see ankles stone her. Is it a 2-piece? It's a 3-piece. Supposedly these are 3 pieces. I'm like, why even go swimming if you have to wear that? I don't know. I guess it still cools you down. This shit looks like an instant drowning device. Well, probably not. Like, they make swim dresses. They're just, you know, they usually still show your ass. Nice to show off Victorian female swimsuits. True and real. Where are we here? Where the fuck are we here? I was reading an article. Here we go. Islam fluencer and crossfolder, religion as a coolness factor and youth culture. What? On a Friday morning, it is at the community school on the Rutli campus in Berlin-Neukölln, so quiet that every step of teacher Mehmet Khan echoes through the empty hallways. The approximately 1,000 students of the school have holidays, and Khan has been teaching ethics, history, and politics for several years. Interesting. I hope that's a college. Khan, child Turkish guest worker, has made an observation that has amazed him. Religion, he said, has become more important again for the identity of students. Question. Hello, yes, this is me raising my hand. Why is Germany importing guest workers as teachers from other countries? Why, that's a question I have. His own socialization was actually much more influenced by religion than that of most of his students, and yet religion has never had much relevance to me on questions of how I judge things politically. For me, this collective Muslim identity as a unifying element did not exist. It's different today. For me, for example, the Middle East conflict did not play a role in the past. Today, it even has a meaning for Turkish youth, because it is read as a conflict with Jews. Violence among Muslims in other contexts, on the other hand, receives much less attention. I have a question. How are you from Turkey, where the Muslims took Constantinople and made it into Istanbul, and you say the collective Muslim identity is a unifying element that did not exist? What in the... What? Like, I would maybe believe this if they were from, like, a non-Islamic country, like America. I would have said the UK, but that's an Islamic country at this point, let's be real. Like, I would have maybe believed that if he was from America, but he's from fucking Turkey. What is he talking about? His parents have been guest workers after World War II. They helped rebuild Germany and were allowed to stay. Those Turks are usually pretty chill and not radicals. It didn't say his parents were a guest worker. It said child Turkish guest worker, which means him, I suppose. Maybe it's like janky translation and they meant to say he was the child of guest workers, and you might be right in that case. Turkey became very secular decades ago. Very secular. Erdogan didn't ruin the country when he left. Child of Turkish guest worker, janky translate. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably right. The children yearn for the reconstruction projects. Most Turkish are not even religious. They are as close to secular as Muslims can get. I think the only Turkish person I have been friends with, like actually legitimately from Turkey, he also had the name Erdogan, ironically, and he lived in the UK, and he was also the one that needed the emergency circumcision because he tore his frenulum during sex with his girlfriend. Turkey becoming an arch-Islamist nation has been entirely under the watermelon seller Erdogan. Interesting. Battleizer, thank you. He is from Turkey, Kirsche. One word, Takia. I knew what you meant. Big ouchie. Be jammin', thank you. Small point of order. The Ottomans called Constantinople Konstantai, and it was only called Istanbul, Turkish for the city, after the Great War. Also interesting. It's funny that they say when Erdogan's voter base is hyper-conservative and pro-Islamic, and they turned the Hagia Sophia back into a mosque instead of it being a museum like it was under Ataturk. Okay, I was like, but that bolsters your point. I just read it wrong. Yeah, that is weird if people are gonna call him secular, but then he turned a museum for the Hagia Sophia back into a mosque. That is kind of weird. You hate the meme that the Germans were just sitting around in the ruined cities until the Turks arrived to rebuild in the 60s? Is that a meme? Ataturk was a beast, but he knew he had to rule over Islam with an iron fist, lest his country be devoured by it. Ataturk was the secular guy? I do not know much about Turkey's history in regards to its leaders. So even the Turks called Constantinople Constantinople until Ataturk took over? I think that was not correct. It was... Fuck. It was that other guy. Tell that to Greece, as they're being secular given Cyprus and continuing threat to Greece's existence. They're now seeking to redraw the maps in regards to the islands. What is going on Cyprus? I don't know anything going on over there. Ataturk learned from and protected the mass murderers who perpetrated the Greek, Armenian, Syrian, and Kurdish genocides. Why would he do that? Hagia Sophia was the largest cathedral in the world until the Muslims took it. Yep, and now, wow, others are burning down. That's crazy. Ataturk made Turkey incredibly secular when he formed modern Turkey. He was incredibly wary of Islamic terrorism. See, I'm getting two different stories here. There's some people in chat saying Ataturk made Turkey secular and he was wary of Islamic terrorism, and other people saying that he was protecting mass murderers who perpetrated genocides, which, like, I guess you could technically do both at the same time. but it feels like I'm getting 180-degree different stories about this guy. So I'm gonna now stop reading anything to do with him because I feel like I'm not getting good information to understand what's happening. Phoenix DS, thank you. Frog in the slowly raising boiling pot comes to mind. True and real. Joining later today than usual. What are we looking at, lads? Oh god, this article about Germany and their people being fucking crazy. And this article is long as fuck, boy. God damn. Where were we? Khan said he's watching how Islamist influencers on social media would gain more influence over young people. Oh, we're all watching memory TV. I love those memes. They speak the language of young people, which is a fundamental difference to the traditional old-fashioned mosque communities. Khan sees this with great concern because those contents promoted devaluation tendencies over other religions or ways of life. Focal Point school teacher Klaus Konther from Bonn also finds the importance of religion among young people has generally grown, even among non-migrant students. There were more young people who had a cross who identified themselves as Christians. Classical youth cultures, which are defined by music such as hip-hop or punk, he experiences less and less. That's kind of weird. Delimitation and belonging are again more closely negotiated about religion today. The students of the Friedrich Ebert Gymnasium in Hamburg can also attest to this. Religion is no longer kept private, but it is often posted about it, says Zilan, the 11th grader. On the one hand, she sees enlightening videos, but also many things that fuel division and conflict, especially from Muslim influencers who strictly push for compliance with supposed religious rules. For example, it is discussed whether one should brush one's teeth during fasting, or whether this would no longer count as fasting. So, when I was younger, I was never, like, forced to do fasting like my grandparents did. But, like, sometimes they would give up certain foods for, like, Lent, and obviously I wouldn't be able to eat those because, like, I'm a kid, right? They're the ones cooking for me. So, like, if they gave up, like, chicken or beef for Lent, they would eat a lot of fish, and so I would have to eat a lot of fish. Never in that time was I ever told, like, if I wanted to join, I wouldn't be able to brush my teeth when they were fasting. Never did I see them not brush their teeth if they were full fasting either. So I don't really understand, like, why anyone would think brushing your teeth would break fasting rules. I know Jews have fasting religious holidays too. Is this something that's been discussed during those too, or is this like a weird unique thing? Does swallowing your own fucking saliva count as breaking fast? I don't know, man. Catholic fasting during Lent, it was the only thing keeping Long John Silver's in business and the fish fillet on the McDonald's menu. That is a fun fact. You 100% brush your teeth when fasting as a Catholic? Yeah, I was gonna say, I've never seen my grandparents, like, not do that. You don't eat your toothpaste. Oh my god, unless that 190s G.I. Joe toothpaste, which tasted really good. Islam fasting includes water? Then once again, by that logic, wouldn't swallowing their own spit break the fast? Because, like, your spit is mostly water. Does it count as breaking your fast if someone force feeds you hamburgers until you're no longer retarded? I think that would be something you get arrested for in the UK as a hate crime. Honestly, how do they live? Very carefully, I guess. I don't know. Carl Joseph, the Catholic 12th grader, says that he now sees many young people in the church.
Never forget that they consider getting your period a violation of fasting as well.
What?
Their views on fasting are about as ass backwards as a screen door on a submarine.
How does that make sense? And what happens if you get your period during fasting? Like, what? There's no way. That doesn't make any... You can't control that. You don't tell anyone. What? That's the fun part. It doesn't. What? They circumcise you again. Hold on. Is getting your period... Oh, fuck. How do I word this? During Ramadan fast bad. Oh. Yeah. No, getting your period during Ramadan fast is not bad. In fact, in Islam, it is considered a mercy from Allah. Women are legally exempt and forbidden from fasting during their menstrual cycle to prevent undue physical hardship and to support their health. Alright, so it was the exact opposite of what that chatter said. It was the exact opposite. You know what I would be doing, right? I'd be like, husband, your religious instrument is so large. Please induce my period early. Oh god, fucking clown. Women get an AoE buff? I guess so. I fucking guess so, man. Emperor Creatine, thank you. A small white pill for everyone this week as The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is getting cancelled this week. Oh, fuck yeah, buddy! You love to see it. Probably extremists that don't believe that. Apparently, like, that's just what it says. Everything says women and girls are exempt from fasting. And also exempt from praying while they're menstruating. That's pretty neat. Gnome John, thank you. Muslims actually end up gaining weight during Ramadan because their fasting is only when the sun is up. That's true. They have 2 massive meals, one in the morning and one at night. It's not what we think of as fasting. That is also true. It's not like an elongated fast. It's just not eating during the day. Exempt or forbidden? I feel like those are interchangeable words in this case. Women are considered unclean when menstruating, hence exclusion from prayer? Yes. Master Prick, thank you. Fun fact, you can eat a capybara during Lent. It falls under fish due to the priest sending a vague description of what it was to the Vatican. Where the fuck am I gonna get capybara meat, though, bro? Specifically, it invalidates the fast if the period occurs during the fast. So yes, but technically no. Their fasting is invalidated when their period happens. Is it like how women are exempt from the Indian poop festival? Even Allah doesn't want to deal with a woman on her period. Oh my god. Sudafed, thank you. Remember seeing devout Muslims use loopholes to do haram things like drinking alcohol? You saw Saudi Arabian intel dude getting plastered in the US because Allah can only see in Saudi Arabia. It was wild to see in person. I'm just not gonna follow religious rules, so that's why I just don't. I just don't. That's crazy. Thank you, Sudafed. There's a site that sells processed meat from zoo animals that died. You saw zebra burgers on their page? Yeah, but do you want to eat the meat of an animal that died from old age? Like, I mean, I guess you can get the experience of eating something exotic, but like, I'm gonna pass on that. Patrick Elsie, thank you. The Sand People religion is full of problems. It is dependent on deception and violence in order to spread. Apparently, we are very weak to deception. This is the same religion that believes that semen comes from the backbone and that Satan farts in your ear. What the fuck are you talking about, buddy? Nice! Might be alright if you cook it thoroughly. I mean, maybe. Old Testament says don't eat animals that died of themselves. You still think that's good advice? Yeah, I feel like it's probably not gonna be good meat. Axel Jack, thank you. Muslims believe Allah cannot see anything that happens on the water. So they get freaky on boats, and Dubai is building man-made islands. It's just like the Jewish string in New York. God doesn't know you're outside the house because the string is an extension of your house. I really don't understand these, like, loophole things, right? Because, like, if God is all-powerful, and if he is a god, then he should not be able to be tricked by a human. A human, like, just would not be able to trick a god. It would, like, be nigh impossible. Especially if you believe that your god is the one true omnipotent god, right? In, like, Greek mythology, it made sense that humans could potentially trick a god because they were not all omnipotent, all-knowing, and all-powerful. They were, like, niche gods with, like, niche areas that they tended to. The loopholes are bullshit, yes. Just beat a chicken to death and he forgives you, though. Jesus Christ. Massive Doge, thank you. What's with the loopholes in Middle East religions? Either you're devout or you're not. Aren't they all Middle East religions, though, technically? Glenn, thank you. Let's not forget that Muslims like to remove a girl's magic bean from their love box. Yeah, the rates of female genital mutilation in Somalia are crazy fucking high, too. And, like, I've read some articles on stream where it talks about how that's done in the US in these ethnic enclaves. If we're operating on technically I'm not sinning, then God's gonna respond by technically not smiting you. You and your bros saw a place in Chile that was selling camel burgers. Didn't go for it, though. Heard it was awful from a buddy who toured it in the sandbox. Yeah, camel doesn't seem like it would taste very good. You know? Female genital mutilation can be clit, lips, or the whole thing. You've heard some horrific stories of them being sewn up. Yeah. Yeah, you know, when a quirky VTuber sews up her own vagina, it's horrific and kind of weird, but when it happens en masse, especially to, like, young girls, is like, that's a fucking problem, bro. Like, why? Why? You saw a YouTube short about how the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in the Christian Bible describe Greek gods. Interesting. Interesting. You picked a great time to eat, always is. Holy shit, what? Well, she stapled her vagina. She didn't sew it shut, but, like, potato. I would not think that removing staples from your vagina is, a fun exercise. Why? Well, she posted pictures of it. I don't know if she had a video, but I know she posted pictures. It wasn't that horrifying. It was pretty horrifying. There wasn't any blood, but I'm sure when she went to take them out, there was a lot. There's a moment in the Bible where somebody wrestled with God all night for a blessing, and God ended the fight by poking him in the hip, rendering him unable to walk properly for the rest of his life because he got bored of fighting. Still gave the guy his blessing, though. It only cost him his legs. That sounds more like a deal with the devil than with God, if you're honest, right? Like, you got your blessing, but now you can't walk anymore. Women on Queen Snake are wild. They would the Minotaur. Amelia, the Russian Orthodox Christian from the 11th grade, believes that the presence of Muslim influencers also leads to more young people recognizably professing Christianity. It used to be normal to be Christian in Germany. You didn't have to show it that way, she says. But now there's an increased urge to participate in the discussion and to really represent his religion. You want to show that you belong. Gee, I wonder why, with the rise of Islam, that there are more young people recognizably professing to Christianity. I can't figure out any kind of connection that might make people want to do that. Battleizer, thank you. We doing the Stapler Chan loop again? That one's always a fun loop, to be fair. We made it through the article, holy shit. That was like the longest article in the world, god damn. God damn. Also known as Survivor Perish. True. Let me see here. Where? Oh, okay. Not super long. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Alright. We got a Ken Kenobi video here. Let's see him talking about the shrine fires.
Hello, it's Ken Kenobi, and emergency news. Japanese shrines and temples and historical places are burning down right now. A lot of people expect that this is done by certain immigrants. Let me have a look. This is 500...
Chad, I know what you're gonna say, but like, he kinda cute.
73 years old. Daihoji Temple in Japan. National treasure with priceless artwork got completely destroyed in massive fire. Centuries of culture vanishing overnight. Wow.
I feel like it would be a wild coincidence if it just so happened the first year Japan took in like record number of random migrants and then their priceless shrines start burning down.
I knew this is gonna happen. I've been worrying this since last year because I've seen so many churches burning down in Europe, and I knew it's gonna happen. I knew it's gonna happen. Like, this is not the first one, by the way. Many a pork farm and chicken farm has been burned down, and also
Japan denies Muslims the ability to bury their dead in Japanese soil, and now shrines are being destroyed. What an odd coincidence. Really gets you noggin jogging, don't it?
temples and also Shinto shrines. Look at this.
これはまずいでしょう。いやー、こんな燃え方しないですよ。火を放たなければ。
Right, like a little like the places that got burned
now,
down.
The guy in Japanese, he was saying that it doesn't burn like that if you don't light it on fire, and he's saying it's not a natural fire. He's basically saying this was arson at this temple. VR Maid, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you.
Sometimes there's no electricity. There is no electricity. Nobody's using fire. There's no cause of fire, and then get burned down.
自然火災じゃないですよ、これは。見てくださいよ、これ。とんでもない。
Shit, like this is our holy place, you know. Maybe you think that, oh, this is like a fake god. We're gonna burn in hell. Maybe you think that. Is it so funny to burn our shrines? Or is it because Japan is becoming more conservative and being strict about immigrants coming in? For that revenge, you guys are setting fire.
どんな神社でもね、一緒なんですよ。靖国だろうが、伊勢神宮だろうが。神社が燃やされるっていうことの意味をね、私たちは。
Are they playing the hymn of the faith in the background? Is this Final Fantasy X cloister music? I feel every time I hear like the refrain part of it, I'm just like, I feel like I'm about to do a puzzle with my Titus. I can't tell. 88 Mike, thank you for the 23 months. Good morning, Foxy in chat. Thanks to 3 weeks of propaganda on side scrollers, you've downloaded Xenosaga, and we'll be looking at it this weekend. Fuck yeah, buddy. I hope you love it, dude.
すいません、言葉が出てこないですけど。
No word for this.
Praise be to Yevon. I swear this is fucking Final Fantasy X music, dude.
Protecting our country and praying in this place for a few hundreds of years.
この意味をね。
I'm pretty sure they're doing this because we are conservative, because we are getting more strict about like the foreigners.
I would actually say it's not even to do with any like being more conservative, right? Japan is probably like the most conservative nation that I can think of that exists that doesn't just execute people for doing progressive things, right? Like, I don't think I could think of another more conservative nation that is not just a de facto dictatorship, right? Which then goes out of the realm of normal conservatism and goes into authoritarianism. But I digress. It's just like, I don't think that has anything to do with it. It's just a way to antagonize and humiliate. A sort of, we are here and we can burn down the things that you care about because they are not only meaningless to us, they are an affront to us. And you must adapt to us in your country. Your country will become ours, is basically what this is all about. Japan still has hanging, they just don't use it often. I actually think that their way of doing capital punishment is pretty interesting. When they give like the death penalty, they have a bunch of men, I can't remember if it's like 4 or 5, but they have a bunch of men in front of switches and like all of them flip the switch at the same time so that nobody knows which one of them is the one who actually pulled the real switch that administered the electricity to the death row patient. I was like, that's pretty interesting. So it like doesn't destroy someone's psyche. Give us what we demand or we'll destroy you. Sure doesn't sound like the religion of peace. Ah, but they'll destroy you peacefully through the legal system with which you can do nothing about it.
And specific religion, and they're doing this as a revenge. But like, one thing I want to say is like, it's not gonna help. We're not gonna stop. You do this and it makes us stronger and more conservative. These kind of things gives us more confidence in our decision that we have to get your ass out of our country.
Good, and I hope the majority of the Japanese people have that same mentality. I hope that is the case, because I would not want to see Japan fall to the same issues that have happened in our countries in the West. And it's like, we already have, like, filthy fucking Westerners trying to fuck with Japanese media and sanitizing it and making it into, like, millennial slop writing. And there's other retarded Westerners that defend that because they just don't give a shit about anything from Japan. They don't give a shit about any of the cultural relevance in anything they're consuming. They just want it made for them. I want Japanese cultural things to stay Japanese. I consume them because I like the cultural affect of the Japanese. If they were more Western, I would have less interest. That's not what I'm engaging with it for. Don't UK my Japan. I just was like, I wish they could bring back like translator notes and shit too, because it's like, I liked learning about that stuff. You don't have to replace a mention of a Japanese politician with an American one. I'll be like, who the fuck is that? And I'll look it up. Well, that's like, it's not that difficult. You're playing Forza Horizon 6 set in Japan as you watch this? Based. Be jammin', thank you. In Japan, once all your appeals are exhausted, the day of execution can happen at any time. The Aum Shinryukyu guy had 20 years from guilty to necking. That's a long time. Like, not in comparison to our system, that's pretty quick, but that's still a long time. Translator notes were always fun. I remember watching the original Full Metal Alchemist, and there was one episode with a translator note. So like, you had the subtitles on the bottom of the screen and the translator note at the top, and the translator note was like a fucking paragraph. Like, I had to pause in order to read that bitch. I was like, what the fuck? Kyoto Animation dude got like 5 years or so before he got fucked over. What? You miss good translator notes? I miss good translators. Fuck localizers, bro. Massive Doge, thank you. Kirsche, please. Their birth rate is low enough. That reminds me when I first started playing Tarkov on stream again. I can't remember the name of that fucking building on the new map. And I kept calling the exfil fucking Nakadashi stairs. And everyone in chat was freaking out. And like, after stream, I was like, I don't even remember what that word means. I just remember that word. I was calling them the cream pie stairs, apparently. There's a fucking N building in the Tarkov map that you're like locked into as a hello first time. And I couldn't remember the name of the N building, and I still can't. But it sounded close to Nakadashi, so that's what I just kept calling it. This is a very culturally deep cut to make for what amounts to a dick joke. Truly, Japan is unmatched. Oh, God. Is it Nakatomi? Yeah, the Nakatomi building. Nakatomi, Nakadashi. You know, it's basically the same word. Jen Jacko, thank you. Ex-girlfriend took the Xenoblade and the dogs in the split. You bet all 5 switches are hooked to power in case anyone gets nervous and doesn't flip the switch. I'm sorry that your Xenoblade got taken from you. Nakadashi could still happen on those. That's true. There aren't any female PMCs in Tarkov. It's all jerk-off circles all the way down, bro.
You know, it's okay. Enjoy the little time. A lot of conservative people like text me, talk to me. Oh my God, the shrine got burned and this, that. Bro, I'm not scared. Don't worry. Like, a lot of like people in the United States, Europe. Like, I thank you so much for worrying about our country. But I'm gonna tell you that it's okay. It's like,
it better be.
Listen, throughout the history, you know, shrines sometimes get burned down by the war, you know, these things. It happens. And, you know,
it happens when everyone understands they're in a war, but do enough people in Japan understand that yet?
sadly, you know, stupid liberals, you know, bringing in some immigrants from random country, random third world country, and they're setting some fire to our shrines. Yeah, it is a battle. But it's like, to me, right, existence of temple and shrines are very important. At the same time, I'm calm. I know more shrines going to get burned down, and there's nothing we can do about it for now. But what I can do
That's really
is step
sad.
by step. My country going to be conservative and kick them out of the country, and we're gonna rebuild the shrines. We're gonna have to, at the end of the day, you know, rebuild. We have to rebuild. That's the most important thing. And also, I'll tell you, like, at the end of the day, the most important shrines not there, it's here. You know, in your heart. Shrines in your heart. You cannot.
For the religious aspect, yes, I agree. But losing historical artifacts that have been built by who knows how many hundreds or thousands of years ago ancestors that you have, losing that shit should, like, just absolutely burn a fire in your people, right? Like, again, I'm no longer, like, super religious, right? Like, I don't practice Catholicism. I consider myself agnostic. I get incredibly upset when I see gorgeous historical churches burning down. Or even not gorgeous ones. In the case of, like, some German towns, when they were making room for more migrants, they were tearing down churches that were, like, 800, 900 years old. That's not crazy old for Germany, but that's still almost 1,000 years, man. Like, that, like, think about that. Think about the history in that church, the people who built it, the people who formed the town around it. Like, you're still losing something, and for what? Was I ever super religious? I don't know if I would say I was ever super religious, but I mean, I did go to church. I think probably being forced to go to church is what made me be less religious, because it just seemed like I'm compelled to do this, and the more I learn about it, the more questions I have, and the more questions I ask, the more I'm told to pray and not get any actual answers to the questions, which makes it seem like there are things that they either don't know or are not telling me, in which case I don't want to believe anything they say. Japan has a very different view on these things. They build shrines bit by bit as things fall apart, and to them, it's the same shrine. Burned down and put back, same shrine. I mean, maybe, but I would still feel pretty bad losing something historical like that, right? Like, again, it has the extra factor of being a religious spot, right, for people who practice Shinto and whatnot. But even if you aren't a practicer, you still recognize that it's a historical place to be at. Kira wasn't super religious, but she did slap a gay kid. True, I could have been a priest. They should have just said, "Don't worry about it, quit kitten, not questions."
Don't let that burn down. I'm not saying you can burn the actual shrine, but as long as shrines and holy remains in your heart, then we can rebuild the shrines again and make my country strong again.
Yes!
Right?
That's what I
Never
like to
gonna
hear.
lose. I didn't.
That's the difference. To you, it's lost. To them, it simply needs to be rebuilt. No. Like, yeah, you can rebuild it, and you can make it as, like, beautiful as it once was, but it was still somebody who purposefully burnt down not only a religious site for people in your country, but a incredibly old historical site for your country. It is still lost. Rebuilding it will not bring back what, like, malicious people burned down. It will be a different structure. You can do it, and I agree, you should do it. I'm not advocating to not rebuild. You should rebuild. But you should also have that fire in you and that ire in you towards people who would maliciously burn down not just a religious site, but a historical one. Right? It's like the people in our country who were taking down statues of, like, Confederate soldiers and stuff. You can acknowledge that the Confederacy lost and that they might not have had some great ideas. But you can also acknowledge this was part of our history and these shouldn't be destroyed. These shouldn't be melted down. What the fuck is wrong with you for doing that? shouldn't need to be rebuilt, deal with the problem, or it will continue to be a problem? Yes, exactly. Exactly. To the Japanese, the shrine is the shrine. The wood and stone are just things. We can think differently, but this is the Japanese mindset. They will kick them out and rebuild the shrine, and to them, it's the same shrine. I feel like if you have quite literally no ties to any historical sites and you're completely fine with them being burned down because that's okay, we can just rebuild it, then you are doomed from the get-go. And that does not sound like it would be an accurate representation of the Japanese mindset, who are so very, like, culturally connected to things from their past. I'm sorry, I would have to hear that from a, like, literal Japanese person to believe it, because it just does not compute with how their society is culturally. At the very least, it belongs in a museum, right? Japanese spiritually accepts that things are imperfect and temporary, outrage about arson aside. Yeah, you know, like, again, I can agree with the fact that it burned down, we will rebuild it. Again, that is, I have agreed with that. You should do that. If it burns down, you should rebuild it. But it should make you angry that someone maliciously did that to your historic site and to your religious site. And so people like fucking Pippa's retarded meat beater here are trying to argue that they don't care about it. If you're not trying to argue that they don't care about it, then I don't know what you're arguing, because we're agreeing in that aspect. If they're willing to do that, they will do worse. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not true. He's just misconstruing things because the shrines are named after their location. What? Makes your blood boil. Ancestors worked for decades on end, sometimes centuries, to build some of these cathedrals. Exactly. It should make you angry. They care and are furious. Japanese are very polite, even when they are furious. Yes, absolutely. Their politeness overrides any sort of, like, public display of such. But it's like, that's what I was arguing against. Like, yeah, these people are probably very fucking mad that this is happening. It's like how the church is congregation, not the building, but you want whoever burnt Notre Dame drawn and quartered. Stop trying to explain Shinto religion to Kirsche. She's not getting it. If the Shinto religion denotes that you be okay with your historical sites being burned down, then it's a worthless religion. What are we talking about? What are you guys even fucking arguing?
No, I have planned to create this video because, you know, this is such a negative news, and I don't really want to, you know, touch this issue. I don't really want to associate with this issue, but I feel like I had to make this video for the community because a lot of you wanted to know, like, my opinion about this. I'm nothing negative about this issue. I take this as a positive things. You know, setting fire on shrines is actually setting fire on Japanese people's heart to fight hard.
I'm glad that he said that after I just had to reprimand chatters for being fucking retarded and saying the opposite of that. So maybe you guys who are trying to quote-unquote teach me about Shinto need to shut the fuck up.
Against these barbarians. So I know who did it. Let me have a look. Like, who these days, they're putting fire on pork farm. Why do you need to come to a non-Islamic country and then start setting a pork farm on fire?
Yes.
I've never heard of this kind of stuff, like a bunch of pork farm getting fire at the same time. Suddenly, pork farm. Let me have a look at this guy.
Burn down maliciously is different from burning on accident. That's what I've been saying the whole time. What are we doing? Has the heat fried your fucking brains too? What the hell, dude? Abra fucking cadabra, thank you. It's not that it burned down, it's that someone intentionally did it. That's what I've been saying! That's what I've been saying this whole time! What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? They just want to take over. Oh my goodness. Paradoxical madness, thank you. Chat loses once again. It's so shocking. It's been happening so fucking much recently. I am very concerned. I am very concerned. I'm gonna have an aneurysm if I keep reading chat, truly.
This is Malay guy. I'm in a translate, okay? Like, he's saying, like, shrines and temples is where the Satan stays to confuse people? Really? Look at that. You see the shrines and everything? Shaitan. They were trying to make shrines and a temple is the evil place. Bro, when my ancestor built shrine, we did not even know a word Satan. Like Japan was like completely isolated
Yes.
from, Abrahamic religion. We don't know that word. How the heck our ancestor knew somehow this Satan and we worship in the shrine? We don't even know that. What?
That's crazy that someone would even attempt to say that they're worshiping Satan in their shrines. What the fuck? Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Shrines burn when they're set on fire, Kirsche. It do be like that, Mr. John Wolfman. Battleizer, thank you. Who lost the brain cell? We cannot afford to lose the one we share. It's so rough out there, bro. The heat, it's killing us. Patrick Elsie, thank you. You follow several Japanese accounts which have expressed a lot of outrage about these people, their actions, and the destruction that follow them everywhere. That's the only thing I've seen as well. So it's like, it's literally fucking insane to me that people in my chat are like, Kirsche, you just don't understand Shinto. It doesn't matter that it burned down. They think they'll just rebuild it and it's the same shrine. It's fine. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my god. Axel Jack, thank you. You don't understand. It's not that it was on fire. It's that it was arson. I'm going to arson my body. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Honorable chatters, which ones of you are sun drunk? You know, too much sun can do that to you. Drink some water. Drink some water. Stay hydrated, buddy. The heat is burning the brain cells, honestly. Honestly.
Shintoism is not even a religion. God damn. 3rd of January,
I guess, yeah, that's also fair. It's more like a cultural aspected thing more so than a religion, but they do have, like, gods in it, so it's just simpler to say religion for the most of us.
Pork farm in Hokkaido was set on fire, was burned, and 20th of February got, the
Wait a
pork
minute.
farm in Aichi got burned down, another pork farm in April again. These are all the things that got burned down this year. One thing that I want to
That's
tell you
kind of
everybody is
crazy.
that
What the
I
fuck?
don't want you to feel negative.
Hold on.
Burned down, another pork farm in April again. These are all the things.
So, I mean, obviously I can't read this, and you didn't go through the entire list, but, like, I'm assuming with the emojis, like, this is a pork farm, January, February. In April, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 farms, 2 pork, 1 chicken, 2 cow. And then, I guess this one is separate from the farm, so these must be historical site fires, and 2 of them have the Shinto gate, so those must be the shrines that burned down, and the other ones are just regular historical sites. That's kind of crazy. January, February, March, not March, April, and then May. We're only 5 months in, and they've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 farms, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like, shrines and other historical stuff burned down. Shrines and temples. That's insane. That is insane. Burning churches, shrines, and statues as part of their religion and culture. Yep. I remember when I was younger watching, like, some giant Buddhist statues get torn down by ISIS and being like, why would anyone allow this? Like, why would anyone look at this and think that, like, oh, this is a religion of peace? Like, not only are they destroying artifacts, they're trying to destroy the history so people in the future will not even know anything about, like, where they lived or grew up or came from. The ones without the torii gates are just normal Shinto shrines. Thank you, the torii gates. I call them Shinto gates, my bad. Because the people pushing this are either incredibly naive or incredibly malicious. It's all so sad. It was the Taliban who destroyed the biggest Buddhas all the way back in the 80s, and the world still hasn't learned. I don't remember the ones in the 80s. I do remember watching a video, and I don't remember if it was in the 2000s or the 2010s, but there was a video of, and I'm pretty sure it was ISIS, who were tearing down these large, they looked like terracotta color, but I don't know what they were made out of. They were like 2 large Buddhist statues. I don't think they were of the Buddha, but they were Buddhism statues that were like set into a cliffside. Why can't they just ban a religion and specific people? I don't know. That's a great question. 2010s, the statues in Egypt. I don't remember where they were. I just know that it was ISIS who was destroying them. ISIS tore down a lot of Christian stuff in Mosul, Iraq, too. Just remembering when Notre Dame burned down while Obama and other rich bastards were floating down the river at just the right time to have front row seats. Yeah, that was also very weird.
Things that got burned down this year. One thing that I want to tell you, everybody, is that I don't want you to feel negative. Negativity is not bring any good fortune for our life. We have to stay positive. That's why when I do YouTube channel, I'll try to be funnier than being sad or angry, you know. So I hope you have a...
I try the same thing. Often people be like, Kirsche, you read so much depressing stuff. How do you stay chipper? And it's like, well, you just fucking gotta, man. Like if you give in to the black pill, that's when you start giving up, and you're like, oh, it doesn't matter. None of this matters, man. And it does. And like if I start being more like depressing instead of encouraging people to get involved and do more, then more people will also get depressed. Like I want to be a force for good, a force for people to like understand, yeah, things might be bad, but it's getting better, and I can even do things myself to help improve it. Emotions are contagious, good and bad. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Respect for this guy.
Great day. May force be with you. Kenobi. Bye.
What?
No.
This video is called Predator Caught Hiding in a 14-year-old's Closet for a Week? How the fuck do you hide in someone's closet for a week? And nobody notices you? How does that even happen? 20-minute ass video. What the fuck? Let me link Ken's video here.
Hello, it's Ken Kenobi and emergency news.
Let me link his video, because that was a good video. That was a good video. Respect for Mr. Ken Kenobi, dude. Watchmen, thank you. Japan literally has animism, the belief that an old and well enough taken care of object develops a soul. There's references to this in Berserk, Pokemon, and even JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Jesus fucking Christ. Ooh, there was some video we watched on stream as well about this like specific shrine location where like I don't know exactly what causes it, but there's some like phenomenon there that makes it sound like the rocks are, I don't want to say wailing because that has like a negative connotation, but it sounds like the rocks are making a noise, and so that's considered like a bit more of a special shrine area than some others because of that like weird phenomenon that's making that noise. And I was like, damn, that's fucking cool. That's cool, man. John Travolta hid in the closet for decades and nobody noticed him. Yeah, that's Shintoism, you retards. The objects take on an identity. Of course, burning down the shrine would kill the spirit. That's also a fairly good point. I completely neglected to remember that part. A Japanese national hero, Detective Columbo, is on the case. We need to bring back the man in judgment. Where's Yagami, dude? You must get yourself to Japan before all the lovely shrines get burned down. Yep. Even Hawkenfrares, thank you. Don't feel negative, feel positively furious. True and real. Ryfile, thank you. You'd like to blame Obama for the invaders? Probably blame him for expediting shit, but it was definitely happening before him, too. Kirsche's white pilling is what got you off your ass a while back. Hell, the reason you went for a shift change instead of just giving up and sticking with the status quo is because of the Foxu. More white pills! I want you guys to make it, bro. I want you guys to make it. Wagyu! Law and Order Special Shinto Unit. Wonder how much it's gonna cost to replace the shrines? I'm not sure. I have no idea how much it would cost to do anything like that. Abra fucking cadabra, thank you. It's not that the doggo was buttered, it's that they used margarine to do it. Do not margarine the dog. The Fox of Hope hath spoken. Kazewolf, thank you. I won't let you say the full thing, but you for vengeance from Kagetsuchi for those who burned the shrines. At what time do we openly admit that complaining will do nothing and it's time we become openly hostile? I feel like that time was over a decade ago, but the next best time is now. They burned down the Wagyu barns! It's time. Sonic Extreme, thank you. You think it's time to start realizing racism has become a more effective and destructive weapon than the atomic bomb? More like calling someone a racist, but yeah. Sonic Extreme, thank you again. Dreadhe, thank you. YouTube didn't like you calling them, pagans. Weird. So you'll just say it's par for the course, of Islamism. I don't think I would call them pagans either, because that's like a different religion, right? Jen Jacko, thank you. Islam is a religion at peace with itself, not a religion at peace with others. Any action in its name is okay. Massive Doge, thank you. Your parents are asking you to get a few things from outside. They wanted a banana and rice, unironically. I hope you broke out into the jingle. Finally, the Shinto shrines can be replaced by a millennial gray home. Another apartment complex for migrants? You would call them pagans, but that's a long historical and theological discussion. Probably would be. And it's like, I could understand it in that context, potentially. But yeah, it would be a long convo. Finally. Who do people think Vlad was impaling? Shh. And, I had a tweet here. A little twoodle here. That I thought was an interesting insight into some things. This lady said, I am so happy to see that one of the most important takes I've been pushing for like 3 years at least, that liberal pseudo-empathy is just vainglorious moral preening derived of narcissistic grandiosity and superiority, and has nothing to do with caring or taking the perspective of some downtrodden, benighted other. Finally seems to be catching on among right-wing voices. That asinine suicidal empathy term is so sticky, but is entirely incorrect about the psychological machinations at play. And I agree with this entirely. And I've still used the term suicidal empathy because when I say it, people understand what I mean. But I definitely, and I've had some chatters say a better way to phrase it, and I can't remember what it is right now. But it's gonna take a while to rewrite those neural pathways to stop using the suicidal empathy terminology. Because she's completely right. And we've had this discussion before. It's not empathy. They don't know what empathy is. Wastelander, thank you. Legit question, Kirsche, from the waifu. If we get you 1 million subs by Christmas, can you give us all an Azure Lane skydiving thank you? Well, I'd certainly be able to afford the animation, but... I don't think I could get to 1 million. What am I at right now? Like 123,000 or 124,000? There's no way I would hit 1 million. I'm very close to 100,000 on Twitter, though. Islam is not at peace with itself. Have you seen the fucking sandbox? Also a good point. I should have pushed back on that, but my brain is soupy. I apologize. Yeah, they're also killing each other in the sandbox. I see the damn aeronautical titties everywhere. There was an artist who made a GIF of her, like, airborne flapjack titties flopping around like crazy, with Ski-Con below her with his dick out. And I wanted to repost it so bad, but I try to keep, like, actual nudity off of my timeline for the sake of cleanliness. Would I ever skydive for real? Absolutely fucking not. No. The leftist pro-migration is based on a kind of human supremacy where they think they are actually some kind of evil super race that they must stop by bringing in immigrants and lifting them up. What the fuck? That's crazy. Holy shit, it escalated. Post it somewhere. If you look at my replies to my tweet where I posted the flapjack skydiving titties, I'm pretty sure multiple people posted it in the replies, so... Personally, you'd call it a psychotic empathy. You say that, but anyone would jump out of a plane if the right song... I would jump out of a plane if it could potentially save my life and the plane was, like, crashing. Like, maybe then, because, like, there's no other option, right? Ryfile, thank you. You like the term narcissistic activism. That's also pretty good. Phoenix DS, thank you. Wonder what would happen if Islam began digging into the fairy mounds of Ireland. I don't know if we could handle fae people running around right now, man. There's so much else going on, dude. There's so much else. As long as you have a really big hoodie, you would jump. I just want to stop using the suicidal empathy term because it's like they are devoid of empathy. They do not have empathy, especially because they are the people who protect criminals and do not give a single shit about actual victims. So it's like, I don't... Like, any terminology that just gets rid of the word empathy because I do not want to operate under their subversive language any longer. These are not people with empathy or sympathy. They are narcissistic activists who believe that they are fighting in some kind of revolution. They're murder drones. Homicidal apathy. Would you jump out of a plane if I found out the pilot was an Is That Farmer? No, but I would probably come back to the faith at that point. I'd need to pray to someone, right? It's feigned naivety done with malicious intent. That Millennial Woes quote about how conversations with leftists are impossible because they purposefully misunderstand things is just on point, like literally every time. Liam Sexton, thank you. Where's the heat y'all are talking about? It's supposed to be below 50 degrees tomorrow where you are? What the fuck? I want to trade. Rye File, thank you. I read that already. Suicidal narcissism. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Libs are the most pragmatic, transactional, unsentimental people alive. They use downtrodden groups to attack their enemies, break things, riot, subvert order, and just generally do their bidding. Because having a coterie of needy misfits who depend on shitlibs for their political existence means they have a never-ending supply of marginalized groups that they can deploy to assist them to obtain more power. And this was never more obvious than it was during Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter did nothing to actually get anywhere with Black Lives Matter, right? Like, the entire point of their sentence, it just, like, they did nothing towards it. They bought themselves mansions, they bought themselves, like, nice lifestyles and vehicles. The people who set up the foundation were avowed Marxist. One of the women working as, like, a treasurer that helped with financials, she was a communist terrorist who was pardoned by Bill Clinton back in the 90s. So it's just like, if you didn't realize what was going on when Black Lives Matter was happening, it might be impossible to reach you. Communists coined the term lumpenproll 100 years ago, and it's still relevant, true, and fucking real. Sure they did. They're black. It helped their lives. Yeah, no. Fuck all the other ones where they destroyed the businesses of them, you know? Phoenix DS, thank you. Don't jump from a perfectly good plane. Don't be a lawn dart. I mean airborne. Be a greasy leg. Is this a military joke? I don't get it. They enriched themselves while the ignorant masses kept the gravy train going. Yep. Yep. And anyone that tried to point out how it was a scam got either, you're a racist, or, well, I don't support the organization, but I support the messaging behind it. And it's like, that's exactly how they get you, man! The messaging behind it shouldn't be a specific focus on Black lives. That's what All Lives Matter was for. That includes Black lives. That's for everybody. But that was deemed racist because they wouldn't be able to keep the gravy train growing for their own Marxist initiatives. Crunchyroll's profits dropped by 63% in 2025. Good, I hope Crunchyroll dies. That's why you stopped playing and supporting Bungie. Fox Wives Matter! Alien Zombie, thank you. We will ultimately win in the end is the mentality we must have and act upon, whether it's in 5 years or 50 years. Do not the black pill. I say you definitely need to have that we will ultimately win in the end mentality, but some people will have that, well, we'll ultimately win, so I don't need to do anything. And it's like, that is the danger. Because if everybody adopts the we will ultimately win, so it's okay if I'm complacent, means we will never get there. So, and I'm not saying you're saying that, obviously. I'm just saying some people are like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll eventually win. Communism never actually prevails, so I could just not worry about it. Eternal vigilance is needed. It really is. It really is, unfortunately. Phoenix DS, thank you. I read that. Battleizer, thank you. They unironically did the 1984 thing of we are more equal than others. They did. Unironically. That's a lot of the policies that we've been living under that have been, I would say, unconstitutional since they were set up. It doesn't matter that we had affirmative action for so long. That is, we are more equal than others. Massey is getting graped in a KT, fingers crossed. I have no idea what's going on in that primary. Even Hawkenfrares, thank you. Neurotic narcissism, nihilism. Gotta get that alliteration in. True. True, the triple N. Wasn't that Animal Farm? I think they both had the, like, some are more equal than others. But yeah, in Animal Farm they had the, I think it was some animals are more equal than others. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. It is. It is. Rye File, thank you. You're pushing the envelope. You're doing Sky Scrabble. Don't do that. Massey's trailing by quite a bit in the Kentucky primary, but only 7% of votes are in right now. I've seen some people saying that Massey is still a better pick to win than whoever's running against him because the person running against him has, like, the giant wallet of the GOP trying to get Massey out, and if the GOP is trying to get Massey out, whoever they're funding to replace him is probably going to be worse. I don't know enough about the situation to say which one would be worse. May IPAC fail in Kentucky? You want to see them scream after spending $35 million to get rid of Massey? Fuck IPAC, you know? No one even knows who's running against Massey. That's how I have no idea who's running against him either. And they each have their own problems, which is kind of unfortunate now. That's a lot of clams. When you vote less than 20% of the time with the party, well, the party wants you out. Well, it depends on what he's not voting for, right? Because, you know, the GOP still hasn't managed to pass the SAVE Act, and that's not Massey's fault. Miriam Adelson cannot make up her mind if Ed Galrain is a Navy SEAL or an Army Ranger. You'd think with 20 million investment, you could figure it the fuck out. Help. He's not voting for our immigration bills. I have no idea what Massey's voting record is. I would have to unironically look into him to see what my opinion would be. Massey votes against every major Republican bill. He even tried to stop them repealing Obamacare. Why? For what fucking purpose? Massey is a literal Ron Paul shit libertarian. I always get Ron Paul and Rand Paul confused. One of them made sense and the other one was kind of a cuck. Massey has been right about everything you've bothered to look into. He's not voting on the bills because they're stuffed with other bullshit, which would be based, right? Like, I wouldn't want to vote on a bill if it had bullshit stuffed into it. Ron is the dad. Ron is the older one. Ron Paul's the based one. I always get them confused, sorry. Ron was great. His son Rand is the cuck. Duly noted. Massey would vote straight Republican if the bills were single topic. I feel like they should be. Kind of sake of, like, random stuff being stuffed into bills, to be fair. Massey, to your knowledge, is just the for sure nothing will happen candidate. As long as he's in, nothing gets passed one way or the other, because he votes no on literally anything and everything that isn't 100% just a clean repeal, which is nothing, I would imagine. Massey doesn't vote on bills that say reduce Obamacare, but actually increase it instead and also fund $100 trillion to other countries. Yeah, I would vote no on that, if true. Rand is the odd libertarian that is more big business than small business. Weird. Weird. People with small memories. It's me! Forget that Massey was one of Trump's biggest defenders after 2020. It's not his fault Trump and the GOP are doing their best to fumble everything, and the whole Epstein didn't do nothing thing didn't help. Also true. A Blue Mew, thank you. The $300 buried pipe solution to your heat would use 0 electricity. I don't know what that means. Phoenix DS, thank you. Sorry, Foxu. Greasy leg is an army term that describes everyone else that is not airborne. Why are your legs greasy if you're in the air? Ryfile, thank you. Massey is for open borders. That seems very weird. That seems weird. Massey has even voted down single-topic one-page bills. He's the most liberal Republican in Congress. He out-liberals Fitzpatrick and Bacon. Is this another case of a libertarian pretending to be in the center, but then never, ever, 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 ever doing anything that would go against leftist policy? Strong tonk. Thank you for the proom, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's exactly what Massey is. I see quite a few people agreeing with that. Goddamn. That's kind of fucking insane. Fucking Rhino? Good lord. Good lord. That's kind of unlucky. I don't like seeing another state be in that horrid position that Ohio was in, where it's like you got two fucking shitty candidates, man. Massey's for open borders? What the fuck? Do we have actual Hasbara here? What is a Hasbara? Like Hasbro? Ow. We're going to continue losing forever if our people get tricked by IPAC slop claims so easily. Again, I have no knowledge on what Massey does and does not vote for, so I'm reading chats. Massey dug in and went against the deep state and pushed for the Epstein files to be uncovered. That and going against Trump are why the money folk are gunning for him. Who? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Screw Massey, a libertarian bastard voted against funding ICE. A man is libertarian personified. He's right about almost nothing. Single issue bills do not happen, unfortunately. Oh god, I remember discussing the ICE funding, but I can't remember anything about it. Massey's the one that called the Trump administration the Epstein administration and just dropped an ad where he was glazing the fuck out of Trump. What? What? Zuli, thank you. Just like to point out that Democrats are pushing for Massey to stay in Congress. Rokana, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, do you need to continue? Yeah, that's not a good look if those people are supporting him. He's trying to play both sides of the right. That's kind of shit. That's kind of shitty. Really tired of settling for the least worst option just to stop the country from sliding into destruction. That's why we need more people to get involved. More people that, like, actually want to fix things instead of just becoming another cog in the system. This woman finishes off by saying, empathy plays no part in any of it, other than as the ruse by which they delude themselves into believing they are the most benevolent, beneficent, and wise people to have ever lived, and to pretend that their self-serving, self-interested political machinations are actually selfless and sacrificial in the service of the underprivileged other. It's called being a decent person, okay? They just like to be able to browbeat people who don't believe the same things as them. And, everyone's favorite libertarian, Jeremy Kaufman, responded to this and said, had an interesting conversation this weekend with an older relative whose politics are just be a good person. She's relatively wealthy and gives to the type of causes you would expect this type of person to give. She gives her time, too. She is actually a good person. I asked her if she was ever concerned that the causes she gave to would reduce the proportion of people like her in the world. She said that she thought the opposite, that she was inspired by the generosity and kindness of others, and that by giving she would increase the proportion of people like her. I said I believed she inspires her peers, but her peers aren't the people she's giving money to. Do they become productive and generous people like her? Or is she just increasing the proportion of people who are takers and don't give anything back? Despite decades of generosity, this was clearly a question she had never thought about. The implications made her uncomfortable, and the conversation basically ended after that. I have no idea what video he posted here.
The match is near perfect. The cuckoo's is the one at the front.
Oh, it's the cuckoo bird!
Warblers don't notice the difference and continue incubation. The cuckoo has timed her action with care. She laid her egg immediately after the female reed warbler laid the last of hers, but it develops much faster and will hatch 3 or 4 days before the legitimate eggs do. The young cuckoo, blind and naked, now deals with the remaining warbler eggs.
I forgot that they kill the warblers. That's fucked up!
2 weeks later, the monstrous young cuckoo is so big that it can no longer fit inside the tiny...
A very illustrative video of the point Jeremy was making. I wonder how many people actually consider that. Because that seems very goofy that she's like, yes, if I'm continuously giving to other people, surely that will inspire them to be benevolent as well. But, like he said, is she just increasing the proportion of people who are takers and don't give anything back? A lot of people who want to be a good person, and who are generally good people, want to believe that they're doing something beneficial. They don't want to believe that there are people who would take advantage of them and lie to them in order to acquire more of their resources because they are naive and gullible and want to just be a good person. But what if they aren't? Is always what keeps a lot of these people in line, but it's like you can't always think about that, man. That's why people make judgments, as it were. People who are generous don't want to believe that they are enabling bad behavior by doing so. It's why, like, I don't really want to do anything with any kind of, like, larger charity at this point, because like most of it goes to administration shit anyways, right? Most of it's not going to get to its intended destination. If I'm going to do charity, I want to do it on something that will have an actual impact on like my life and the life of those who will live where I do after me, right? I want to like give to charities that are local to me, that are going to be concentrated in the local area, helping people locally who might be in need with something. Maybe it could be like helping with a pet shelter funds or something. I don't know. I'd have to look into it once I have an actual bit of time to not be spending money on repairs. A lot of this stems from people wanting to be moral but not wanting to be responsible. True. Give a homeless dude a hot sandwich, not cash. You don't know I'm Massey, but he doesn't feel right for this moment. Could just be you being retarded. I have no idea. I have no clue. Local charities are where it's at. Absolutely. Sometimes the most generous thing to do is cut off harmful people. Be generous to yourself. Yes, very much so. Will you donate to the Skewky Home for Abandoned Courses? We make sure they're properly fed and— No, do not fuck the courses! Terrifying analogy to the present and future. Christian ethics must take this into account. Help the poor, yet do not be robbed. Yes. It is a noble cause to want to help those who have fallen on unfortunate times, and I think a lot of people do so with good intention. But when you have good intention, you will encounter those who seek to exploit you because they know you have good intention, and they know that they can lie to you easier because of that. Very few charities have above an 80% rate on donations reaching the people they claim to help. That's why I would want to do something locally. I think that would actually help it. Ryfile, thank you. Sometimes to help others, you have to be the better enemy. That's also why it's like, when you have a friend, it's also your job as a friend to give them harsh truths. We aren't supposed to love the Kirsche, not love the Kirsche, you know? If it's within your community and society, when you start donating outside of those, it becomes easily corrupted. Yeah, I feel very similarly to that. Charity is an organization and concept. It's the reason the West is in this mess. I can agree with that. I feel like if I got to be a supreme dictator of a small island nation, I would very much want things to be funded by the generosity of the people in the village, right? Like, instead of demanding taxes to pay for things like police and fire and whatnot, I would just want people to want their society to stay nice. And I very much understand that in the history of ever, no one has just, and no one will start justing as we continue. So, you know, it'd be a very, very difficult thing to kind of figure out. But it's like, I think that would be a much better way to go about it. Demand taxes so the plebeians can pay for your gold throne. Korshovo's an island nation? You thought it was mountainous and landlocked. I don't know, I was just making up a hypothetical island. But it's just like, I think that would be a nice way to go, but you can't have that in a lot of places, because you need a very high trust society in order to count on people being willing to donate in order to keep like public functions running for a society like that. And as we've read before, it seems that the propensity of people in an area to donate and to give to charity drops off a fucking cliff the more diversity starts happening. VTuber and Capistan, let's go! Is there a digital ID on this island? If so, no way! It's not charity if you have to steal it from someone first. Yeah, they are very good at spending other people's money, that's for sure. Nick Shirley has shown everyone government sucks at determining who to give charity. Yes, absolutely. You think charity gets confused with generosity? To you, at least, charity is the thing from which all powerful impulses are derived. Our cells keep us alive for free if you eat and care for yourself. Charity, therefore, to you is about where strength, created for necessity and not from promise of other gains, is what it refers to. Charity is doing the right/best thing for no other reason than because we need it ourselves. Everything else is attracted by that. I'm gonna have to vehemently disagree with your redefining of the word charity. I have also never met anyone else with the same definition of charity, so yeah, that's That's kind. I mean, you do you, buddy, but like, no, thank you. Charity's the stripper at the local go-go bar. A video on X showed masked protesters in Yorkshire trying to burn down a church. Hey, yo, do we have that video? Mods, do we have video? No. Oh, well, I'm waiting to see if my mods can find that video. I thought this was pretty fucking funny. And I also agree. This is how Boston Mayor's woo should be treated everywhere she goes. Abso-fucking-lutely, buddy. I'm gonna preemptively turn up the volume and control.
Here in South Boston. So thank you so much for coming out. We're excited to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country.
Get her out of here! It's a baby wheel! Oh yeah, boo the woo, buddy. I don't know how anyone is still voting for this individual. Fucking get her out of here! Good fucking god. They don't come part of the world itself builds? What? He's clearly saying woo! He's a wobbler. Speaking of which, the Spencer Pratt guy was quote retweeting a fucking prostitute here named Marlo Stern. Deadline said Spencer Pratt plans to leave LA if he loses mayoral bid. Quoted, "I will be done." The prostitute Marlo Stern said he lives in Santa Barbara. And Spencer responded, "My house burned down. I lost everything. I can't rebuild. As a 42-year-old man with 2 kids, I've had to move into my parents' house, and I'm getting attacked for that. This is journalism. This is why no decent people ever get into politics. This is why you only have goblins running everything. God help you if you try to make things right for your community. If you lose your entire town, journalists will mock you for not making your kids sleep in the toxic dirt on your burned out lot. Who raised you, dude?" And he's got a massive fucking point. He has a massive fucking point here. Decent people not only don't get into politics typically, but if they do, they don't last because the attacks are absolutely fucking unrelenting. You have to deal with your political adversaries attacking you. You have to deal with people on your own political party attacking you. You have to deal with journalists lying about you day and fucking night. You have to deal with journalists magicking up some woman from 30 years ago to make false rape accusations against you at some college party you never even went to. Most people look at this and they're like, why the fuck would I do that? So you mostly get narcissistic, bullheaded retards who want nothing but money and power getting involved because they don't care how much they're lied about. It doesn't fucking matter to them because everything that they put forth publicly anyways is lies and manufactured regardless. This guy lost everything and it's still not enough for the far left? Yeah, he's not dead. If he was dead, they would still besmirch his name after death, but that's what they want. Massive Doge, thank you. Poltfan says to always bully the journos. And I found a pretty fucking apt quote here. John Swinton was the head editor of the New York Times at one point. He started his own newspaper at one point. He went a little fucking crazy. There was a split between socialists in America, and he was part of the party that split from the regular socialists. I think they were called, like, Gregorians or something like that. It was, like, Gregorian philosophy, but it was, like, it was socialism, but other socialism hasn't worked, and ours will work this time because we're kinder. The fact that he has a chance at winning the mayoral election in LA is insane. It really is. It really is. Star Phoenix, thank you. Boo the woo should totally be a political slogan. It absolutely should, but we would need somebody to actually go against woo and have a chance of winning. The church burning is fake news. It's an older incident from March. Info in DMs. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I hate when that happens. Do you see a church burning video? Trying to see if it's recent or old. It's been so hard So many people have been posting like old things on Twitter as if it's like a breaking new happening. And again, I think it's important to not forget about things that have happened previously. And as we've seen, like even some stuff that happened years ago, like we hadn't heard of before. It's important, right? But don't post like recent, like a breaking news thing when it's something from like previously, right? Like that's crazy. The video isn't from a Yorkshire church. It's from a March 8th, 2026, San Luis Potosi, Mexico. Radical feminist protesters targeted the historic Templo de la Compañía during International Women's Day actions. They used a flame device on the church doors. Well, hopefully the cartels get a hold of them. First time that sentence has been spoken. Communism 10th edition at this point, right? The women are burning churches now. Imagine. The church was right about women. But John Swinton, back to him, he had a very nice quote for this, and I won't read that one here, but I'll read the full quote that I posted in my replies. And I added a screenshot of the prostitute Marlo Stern continuing to double down. Someone responded to him and said, he's a lifelong Angelino whose house burned down. You're a New York City media hack doing propaganda for the incumbent politicians whose negligent, harmful policies caused the fire. Enough of your petty attacks in defense of an unacceptable status quo. And the prostitute responded, the truth and the ability to tell it still matters. I'm sorry you've lost sight of that. You know, the prostitute here, whose job it is to lie to everyone, talking about the truth, is real fucking funny. If you were telling the truth, you wouldn't simply say he doesn't live in Los Angeles. You would explain he's a lifelong Angelino forced to move out of the city because his house burned down. You disgusting twit. Actual prostitutes who sell themselves for a price of a cheeseburger have more respect than you do. Someone else said his house burned down, and the prostitute said, I'm aware, but he already left LA almost a year ago, so he can stop acting like he still lives there. It's bizarre. It's not bizarre to have a connection and say you still live in LA and want to run for mayor of LA over your burnt fucking property. That's not bizarre. That's normal. His entire life got uprooted. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Don't forget who burned his house down. True and real. And then the full quote from John Swinton about motherfucking journalists. There is no such thing at this stage of the world's history in America. And this was in 1880, by the way. He was giving this at a press dinner. So he was a former like lead editorial guy at the New York Times. He owned his own newspaper. And he was at a special dinner for journalists while he said this. There is no such thing at this stage of the world's history in America as an independent press. You know it, and I know it. There is not one of you who dare write your honest opinions, and if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. I am paid weekly for keeping my honest opinions out of the paper I'm connected with. Others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things. And any of you who would be foolish as to write honest opinions would be out on the streets looking for another job. If I allowed my honest opinions to appear in one issue of my papers, before 24 hours my occupation would be gone. The business of the journalist is to destroy the truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of maman, and to sell his country and his race for his daily bread. You know it, and I know it. And what folly is this toasting an independent press? We are the jumping jacks, they pull the strings, and we dance. Our talents, our possibilities, and our lives are all the property of other men. We are intellectual prostitutes. The old people got some wisdom. It's just like... It's always interesting when, like, they admit to doing bad things. Like, they don't stop it, obviously, but it's always interesting when they admit to it. And the full quote, 100% fucking bangs. And there was one fucking weirdo here, man. Oh, God, I don't know where the weirdo is. I don't know if I could find it in any sort of quickness. But I post a fucking quote from, like, 1880. Oh, here it is. This fucking filthy fucking quango Ministry of Love, imagine. And he said, imagine actually believing this, and I'm assuming he meant living your life, according to one of the stupidest attempts at making philosophical a race-based identity. Sad from Kirsche, as usual. I post a quote from a journalist denigrating his craft and other journalists, and this fucking freak of nature in the quote hones in on the word race in order to make something out of nothing. We're bullying journalists, brother! I don't give a shit if the journalist is white or black or Mexican or straight or transgender or some kind of amalgamation of like 7 different weird individualities. Bully the fucking journalist because they're a journalist. Their other identity factors do not fucking matter. That is indeed a Twitter schizo. Journalist has not been a real career path for generations. It's been propagandist from top to bottom for a very, very long time. It has. It has. Wow, talk about completely missing the point of the quote. I was just like, imagine living your life so fucking obsessed with race, you can't even come together and sing Kumbaya with the rest of us bullying journalists. Honestly, there needs to be some kind of journalist registry. The business of news is a serious job that needs consequences for poor work. Yeah, it's kind of fucking befuddling, as it were. Very fucking befuddling. Always bully journalists because they're not human, and that's a fact. I love giving props to the journalists that actually do good work and actually put their field in a respectable position, but they're so far and few between these days. Unfortunately, you said an activation phrase. Now none of the rest of your point matters to them. I hate activation phrases for the propagandized, man. I'm so sick of it. And then also on Spencer Pratt, he dropped probably the most fun political ad I've seen in a hot minute. LA mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt just dropped an absolute banger down from the theme of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. No wonder Karen Bass is terrified. He's surging. I don't know much about this guy, but anything's better than fucking Karen Bass, dude. Hopefully he doesn't get tangled with IPAC. I don't know, man. But this is probably the best response I've seen to like somebody being lied about. Like this is the gusto. When someone lies about you, turn it into money, turn it into votes, turn it into an advertisement for yourself.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I had to take a minute to run for mayor. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. In West Los Angeles, Palisades, my backyard is where I spent most of my days, feeding hummingbirds, relaxing all cool, avoiding all the bums outside of the school. When a couple politicians who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood, I got in one little fire. My mom got scared and said, "You're moving in with Harvey Levin in Bel Air." I pulled out from my lot about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the rubble, "Yo ho, smell you later." I moved to my kingdom, I was finally there to sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel Air.
Yeah, he kind of busted. I know next to nothing about this guy, but I fucking hope he wins. That's pretty fucking based. That is how you put these fucking prostitutes in their place. Get them out, dude. That's nuts. You live in PA, but he's got your vote. I mean, it's California. We could probably all vote, right? He either has a decent voice or a good crew in the studio. Probably a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Lambie Chop, thank you. This dude's a dork. God bless him. Hope he wins. I fucking love Dorking, man! Bring Dorking back, dude. And before Will Smith sues him for copyright. That would be really sad and hopefully doesn't happen. Hopefully doesn't happen. Oh, shit, man. Well, we'll see. We'll see if this is worse than Massey, I guess. I just got linked this. Thomas Massie has officially been defeated by the IPAC-funded candidate Ed Gallerine after tens of millions of dollars were poured into the race. President Trump said it was his personal mission to end Thomas Massie's career after Massie pushed for the release of the Epstein files. That's kind of a weird thing to say, Mr. Trump. Ed Gallerine refused to debate, made limited public appearance, and is expected to vote for anything Trump demands. I haven't even heard the name Ed Gallerine until one of you guys mentioned it earlier when we brought this up. Left has been doing everything in their power to stop any sort of voting integrity and security. As such, you legally cannot advise that anyone book a flight to LA to vote in their election. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. Tonight we dine on Kirsche soup. I would love some Kirsche. It's like borscht, but with Kirsche. Brown Bear, thank you. That was extremely cringy, but you think he knows that, so you're okay with it? That is beautiful. That is the kind of cringe that you absolutely should embrace, because not only is it fun cringy, it's gonna get people's attention, it's gonna become an earworm, and it's gonna get stuck with them, and it dunks on that duplicitous, disgusting individual claiming to be a journalist. Oh my god. Platinum Okami, thank you. Just quit your job, let's go! More money for hold on, how are you giving me more money if you just quit your job? I hope you have a better job lined up, my guy. I hope you got out of a shit job and you're getting into a better one. Big congrats, maybe? Massey's a mixed bag. The right people hate him, but the wrong people love and back him, you know? They call it Kirsche because they have roughly the same intelligence as a root vegetable. True! How do we go from the volume of that fucking commercial to whatever the hell this is? This is asinine, dude.
I hope you're gonna put him out of business tomorrow. I'm in the Oval Office and we're in a fight against the worst congressman in the history of our country. His name is Thomas Massie. He's from Kentucky. I hope you're gonna put him out of business tomorrow. He is so bad. Got an election coming up. He's running against a great guy, a great patriot. Ed Gallerine.
Well, considering he's funded by IPAC, he's a great patriot for which country?
He's fantastic. But forget that. Massey's the worst congressman in the history of our country, always voting against Republicans and good values. So get rid of Thomas Massey. I hope you're going to put him out of...
You know? Cypher, thank you. Broke, don't get involved because I just want to grill. Stoked, do get involved so I can just grill sooner. Exactly. Exactly. Once we win, we can go back to just fucking living and not having to worry as much. Still need to notice if they try to subversively crawl back in, but like, fuck commies, man. Fuck commies, man. Ryfile, thank you. Massey's a grandstanding asshole. Use the list for bullshit clout. Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene never gave a fuck about the list when Biden was in office. Marjorie Taylor Greene does strike me as a very genuine individual. Democracy was a fucking mistake. Massey's biggest donor is Zionist Jeff Yas. Jeff Yas, queen! Pro-mass immigration libertarian billionaire. IPAC tracker doesn't include him because Tess agrees with the leftists who run the website. What the fuck? What the fuck? Massey has largely been an obstacle, in your opinion? It just seems like another fucking situation where it's like both are bad. It's another Ohio. It's another fucking Ohio, buddy. Bitch retired the day her pension was locked in and moved to a mansion in Costa Rica. Sad. That is kind of depressing. A Brosef, thank you. Having a Kirsche in your eye helps the ADHD-stricken ass get through updating health insurance forms. Also, you didn't die getting deployed. Hell yeah! I also hate filling out forms. I have like a check I have to go cash and I just keep forgetting to do it because I'm so busy doing other things. You just want to grill, but you don't want to worry about whether or not the smoke will offend the trans non-binary next door that has a hate on for you because you're a white male. I'm sorry that you have to live in that kind of situation. Come home. Come to New Hampshire. I saw some people on my post. I think I responded to Keck because he was like, where should I move to? New Hampshire is very, very red at the, like, local level. It's just that tons of money get poured into, like, Democratic candidates at the national level. And so all of the, like, people sent to Congress tend to be Democratic. But with enough effort, that can change, considering it's red on the ground. And especially with the way the Libertarian Party is having a hissy fit over the way libertarians were like, wait a minute. Voting third party actually just lets Democrats win all the time. Why don't we just run libertarian candidates under Republican ticket? And then we can win. And then they started doing that. And then they started winning. And now the Libertarian Party is very upset that libertarians are winning somewhere in the country. Apparently the number one tenet of libertarianism is never fucking win. And so everyone else is angry. No way, whoa! I know. There's nothing libertarians hate more than winning. I've noticed that. I've noticed that. Too fucking true. K-Boy, thank you. Let you put it this way. His replacement won't vote to defund ICE. That sounds like a warning that he'll vote for something worse. Libertarians don't want to win, they want to complain. Yep. Yep. The New Hampshire GOP is a New Hampshire LP affiliate. Yes! Ah, that was such a funny tweet. Fuck the other libertarians. You're with the New Hampshire libertarians. Come home, American men. The mountains call to you. Fuck the other libertarians, dude. Goofies need to realize there's only left and right, which you have to run as Democrat or Republican. That's kind of how we are out here, unfortunately. LPNH is the odd one out because they actually give a shit. It's so funny watching them fight the other Libertarian Party accounts on Twitter. I was like, holy shit. No wonder everyone makes fun of libertarians. That's nuts. Mad Titan Terrace, thank you for the prune, my guy. Are you welcome in New Hampshire? As long as you ain't gonna vote for Democrats. Mecha Sloth, thank you. Libertarians are eternal losers. All they like doing is losing and virtue signaling. The principles are the reason for their loss. Sometimes you gotta realize if your principles are losing everything you care about, maybe it's time to alter your structure. Freeze your structure. Besides, taking over the Republican Party means we can purge the rhinos 1000%. Can you imagine? I have a dream that one day even Portsmouth is red again. Thank you, Foxu. Mecha Kitten. Oh, we got lots of mechas in the chat today. Mecha Kitten, thank you for the subby bubby on Kick, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You'd move to New Hampshire in a heartbeat if you could find work there. Sadly, you got a new job, so you wouldn't have to be self-employed anymore. Self-employment does kind of suck sometimes. The big benefit being that you can just kind of go wherever the fuck you want and actually still work. Cornyn is likely losing next in Texas, which is great. That is great. I know that name. Rulebook is useless when your opponent is burning it. True and fucking real, brother. Sometimes you get a compromise to gain, sometimes. That's what MAGA has been doing from the start, purging rhinos and the GOP and taking back a party for actual Americans. It's slow rolling because you have to fight not only your actual political enemies, but the subversives inside your own party. And it kind of sucks sometimes. You desire all of New England to turn red. If we were a real country, Massachusetts would be the deepest red state, even beating out Texas in the entire country. But unfortunately, we don't live in a real country. We live in Clown World. A peanut, thank you. Silly Fox Lady, you just found out that Mitch Bitch McConnell lost his GOP primary to someone else. Finally, we'll be free of that damn rhino. What? Hold on a second. Help. Oh! Oh, that's crazy! Yeah, Andy Barr wins Republican primary for McConnell's seat in Kentucky. Mr. Barr, who serves in the House, consolidated support among Republicans in part by securing the endorsement of President Trump. I don't know anything about Andy Barr, but anyone who replaces McConnell, it can't be worse than that, surely, right? Surely, right? He's brain dead at this point, so it's not like he was probably trying. I'm Mitch McConnell. Feed me poor people. No, that wasn't him, was it? Was it him? The fucking, like, crippled wheelchair old man who's like, please, oh god, please just bomb the Middle East one more time before I die. I just wanna see fire and burning human flesh one more time. Is that him? Is that him in the meme? No, that was McCain. Oh, okay. Yeah, Holden Bloodfeast. Thank you. I couldn't remember the meme name. Holden fucking Bloodfeast. Mitch isn't that lucid. Ronald Big Don, thank you. Don't you get it, Kirsche? If libertarians keep losing, they can keep being the underdog. Winning would be a sign of authoritarianism, obviously. It's also tiresome. You need to win, brother. Brown Bear, thank you. Now we just need to lose Lindsey Graham. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice replacing some of these people. Thank you, Peanut, for the breaking news. Hopefully Dan Crenshaw's next. Oh my god. Don't disrespect the turtles by calling Mitch a turtle man. Jeb! Jeb can still win! He's still in the race! For the most part, IPAC still has their claws deep into even MAGA. To be clear, not an anti-Semitism thing. You just don't like any split loyalty. I don't think it should be an anti-Semitism thing, right? I think it should be normal to be like, hey, as an American, my politicians should care about America more than any other country. There shouldn't be other countries who are being prioritized above us, you know? How does Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy feel about his family member losing? Oh god, don't connect those two. That's so mean to Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy. Here's how Bernie can still win this. You did your part removing Kevin McCarthy. Based? You quote that somewhat often in voice chat in losing a competitive match. The Holden Blood Feast quote. Bernie is still alive. He is. He is still alive and still a socialist. I still really wish they didn't fuck him out of the fucking win. I would have loved to see him and Trump on the debate stage instead of Trump and Hillary. That would have been so much more fun. Bernie's a lich, true. Ryfile, thank you. Fun note, Unitree is building mechs. Shitty Chinese mechs, granted. What is Unitree? I don't know if I would trust the Chinese mech. It might like kill you by injecting you with something at some point. I know you quote, here's how Bernie can still win this while losing. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Making it clear to the Twitch Jannies. True and fair. Brown Bear, thank you. If any more rhinos get the boot, Kirsche is gonna have to move this stream to Fansly. Oh god, it'll be so great. Spartan, thank you. They all suck and none of them represent Americans. Is a circus meant to make us think we have input? I can't glow, sir. I am not allowed to glow. I know. Oh, I think this was something interesting. I know Binary Mind just gave me the 8 o'clock warning, but I was late to stream, so I wanna at least get to the 5-hour mark. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Since I killed my electricity at the start of stream. Catatonics, thank you for the 12 months, the full fucking year, Buddy Mole. Thank you. He's old. He's fat. He's retarded. He's felted. He's primaried. Aw, this jar doesn't ding-a-ling as good as my other one. This one's too thick for the ding-a-lings. Sorry, chat. I tried. Can we have a televised debate for congressmen where they do presidential debate things of competing for who's more pro-Israel? That would actually be really funny if we had a prove how pro-Israel you are debate, and then we could just get rid of the one who wins, right? Triangle fund when? I'm sure I could get a triangle, a comically large triangle. Jen Jacko, thank you. Can't get rid of Lindsay. He's our only gay representative. Weak Jingles unsubscribed. Patchouli, thank you. Why get Chinese mech when Archax and Kuratas exist? Superior Nippon steel mecha straight out of a Shiro Masamune manga. I would absolutely buy a Japanese mecha if they were publicly accessible. Someone make this poor woman a triangle. So I saw this, and I think this would be kind of interesting for a discussion, right? Janine Pirro said, if your teen, parents, is a curfew violator, you are subject to a $500 fine each and every time. And if there are crimes under contributing to the delinquency of a minor, you face up to 6 months in prison. And I am not shy about looking for jail time. Now, I see this as like, okay, if we want like a quick fix to all of these teen takeovers that keep happening, This, I guess, could be like a really, really short interim fix to it. However, I don't like the idea of this because, as everyone knows, teenagers are assholes. Alright? And even I, when I was a teenager, when I would be subject to my meme doing certain things like, you're not allowed out in the backyard, or no, you can't go out with your friends, or no, even though you're older as a teenager, you still have a 9 p.m. bedtime. You know, things like this where it's like, I felt like I'm not being treated the way that I should be treated for my age. And even at that time, I understood that obviously my mother was way too lenient with me and I could do whatever the fuck I want. And that would never get replicated at my grandmother's house. But I felt like my grandmother was way too strict and did not treat me the way that I should be treated for my age and did not give me extra responsibilities as I grew older. She treated me essentially like a child. And so I would frequently threaten her with calling CPS. Obviously, I never did, but I would still make the threat. And so, if even I was making that kind of a threat towards a guardian that was not a bad guardian, how many children would look at their parents and be like, you're gonna do what I fucking say, or I'm gonna break curfew and you're gonna get thrown in fucking prison? Jesus Christ, Foxy, that escalated. Kids say stupid things all the time. It's part of being a kid. Yeah, but this makes me worried because I have a feeling that this is going to be used against quite a lot of these parents. You're fine with this in the moment in DC, in places like DC, with problems like DC has. You're generally not okay with this in places that are actually civilized. Yeah, that's exactly kind of where my opinion is. It's like things have gotten so bad, I can understand the need for this, and that it might be useful, but I'm hesitant, right? I'm hesitant because there is nothing more permanent than a temporary government solution. And so it makes me feel like this is eventually going to get out of hand and be used against parents who are actually good parents, either if their kid is threatening them or just in general, right? Like the kid is almost home and they're like, oh, you're 1 minute past curfew, mister. We're gonna go give you a fine. Temporary measures like fucking income tax. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it makes me very nervous, and I don't like it in principle. I understand why it's being trotted out, but I don't know if this is really the answer to fix these kinds of things. I'll let her give the full speech, because I only read the text. I haven't heard the full thing yet, so.
And on Friday, I made it clear that I was going against the parents who take and refuse to take responsibility to stop this kind of thing. I said they would face consequences, and I meant it. I talked about DC code, and I want to reiterate, it is 22-811 that I am going to use to prosecute you for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Parents, you are not a bystander in this crisis.
And it's like, I also frequently talk about how, like, yes, parents need to parent. Parents are responsible for parenting their children. You cannot offload your parenting responsibility to the police, to the school teachers constantly, to content creators, to content platforms. Like, you can't do that. You have to be a parent. But I take umbrage with the government getting involved and, like, forcing this kind of stuff on people. And it's like, I think it's very similar to something I brought up a few streams ago, where it's like cities end up having ordinances because you get that guy who lives there who has the deconstructed rusting car in his property. He's got the barrel full of fire. He's got like shingles falling off his roof. He's got busted windows. He's got crackheads there all the time. His lawn hasn't been mowed in like months, dude. It's like a jungle now. Right? Like, we were talking about that. Cities shouldn't have to make ordinances for that fucking guy, but sometimes they do, so that more of that fucking guy doesn't move in. And it's like, I don't like that they have to do that. I think we all should just be courteous of one another, much like I think all parents should just be able to parent. But once again, you run into the conundrum of no time in the history of ever has everyone just and you will never be able to do anything to make everyone just. And it's kind of like a rock and a hard place where it's like, I don't want this kind of intervention, but what the fuck else are you supposed to do at this point? Abaka ZCO, thank you for the 14 months of Prune. Thank you. If they start chopping hands for shit like theft, things will go back to normal pretty quick. I feel like we still have a couple more years before the Muslims start enacting cutting off hands for theft. Like, Hamtramck would probably be the first place that would happen in, maybe Dearborn. But we're still like a few years off from that, I feel like. They've only been doing the female genital mutilation in the US for the last couple of years. So it's gonna take a while before they can do, like, more public-facing punishments. Now, those are your lawn decorations. That rusted out a 78 Chevy will be worth a lot of money one day. Oh, man. Rifile, thank you. Burning barrels are comfy! Just get a fire pit! You can even make one yourself, and it won't look like a barrel. You miss when Hamtramck was Pole Town, you know? A Black Star Bear, thank you for the full year. You'd rather teens get cuffed and sent to jail based on circumstances, harsh you know, but trust you, it shows dumb kids' actions versus consequences. I also agree, right? Like, I think that there's a lot of people in the judicial system who let teens off simply because of their age, and that shouldn't be a thing. Right, they need to learn young that there will be consequences. Giving them leniency just makes them think they'll be untouchable even later on, and sometimes they're even right. Can still use a barrel, just surround it with bricks, make sure they're the kind of bricks that don't explode. Probalicious, thank you for the parents need to be held accountable, but teaching delinquent kids that someone else can be held responsible for their actions, like some sort of accountability tank, will never raise functional adults. Also very true. Like, I hope she says it in here, right? Because it's like, the parents shouldn't be the only one facing consequences. The juvenile should also face consequences, and they should be adult consequences, right? Like, if you're going so far as to say your parents will be held financially and put in prison liable for your actions, then we should take that same thing and say, well, the juvenile will also face an adult jail sentence for these actions, right? If you're already escalating to punishing the parents, just give the juveniles the adult sentence. Brown Bear, thank you for the member. Thank you. That's not a joke. Most masonry will explode from steam building up inside when in contact with fire. I did not know that.
The taxpayers who were footing the bill by extra policing, cleaning up damaged property, suffering the effects of these illegal gatherings, whether it be noise or fights or robberies or chaos, are done. Starting now, parents, you're paying the bills. And if you know where your teen is and what your teen is doing, and you allow them to continue their conduct and continue to allow them to flourish.
Oh man, this just had me have a flashback. There was a video that went super fucking viral. It was during the Black Lives Matter riots. There was like I don't know if he was like a teenager, if he was over 18, but there was like some black kid that went out to one of these riots, and his mom came in, and she just fucking grabbed his ear and started yelling at him, being like, you're not coming out here, you're not doing this shit, this isn't you, you're gonna get the fuck back in the house. Like, she just like manhandled her son and got him the fuck out. I was like, bless, based fucking mother. That is exactly what all of these people should have their parents doing. That shit was hilarious. Yeah, that was great. That was fucking great.
Then we're going to prosecute you. And you can't just say, well, I really didn't know, I'm not so sure. This is going to be a strict liability crime and a strict liability prosecution. Now, how am I going to do this? When teens are repeatedly violating the curfew, when they're repeatedly truant from school, when they possess alcohol or drugs, no matter how much, it doesn't mean that they have to be prosecuted.
Oh, my mom would have failed this one. She gave the neighborhood kids so much alcohol, dude. Oh my god. I don't know if she ever gave any of the kids drugs, because I didn't do drugs. I was not a druggie in high school. I waited until I was of adult age to do the marijuanas. Because it was kind of like, if I saw my mom do something, I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I was like, if my mom is doing it, it's probably bad, and I should stay away from it. The stories of your mom, that's kind of the point, you know? And Kurgan, thank you. It's 11 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Dude, I reference that all the fucking time.
When they are violating a court order, or when they're already a PINS, a person in need of supervision, or committing criminal offenses like we saw in Chipotle, we're coming for you and we're coming for your parents. If your teen parents is a curfew violator, you're subject to a $500 fine each and every time. And if there are crimes under contributing to the delinquency of a minor, you face up to 6 months in prison. And I am not shy about looking for jail time.
I believe her. I believe her when she says that. But again, I feel a little weird about giving fines and jail time to the parents. Because it's like, I would want to support this because it feels like we've hit a brick fucking wall in which parents are not parenting and teens are committing tons of fucking crimes and not getting any punishments for them. But the first part in fixing that is to actually arrest the teens, hold the teens, keep the teens in prison for whatever amount of time is necessary for the crime they committed. Stop giving them leniency because they are teens. Once we can do that, I don't think we would need to go after the parents. Because this is kind of like, yes, the parents should parent, but like, how much are the sins of the child also the sins of the father? Sometimes kids just end up lashing out at their parents, even if they had a good upbringing. Sometimes they just want to say fuck you to their parents. And again, if someone like myself, who I feel, even if I had like instances of not being like the best person ever when I was a kid, I still feel like I was fairly normal. If even I would make threats of like calling CPS to my grandmother, I never did it, but I can only imagine these teens who actually do commit crimes would have zero qualms with getting their father or their mother taken away because of their actions. I think that some of these people would just absolutely not fucking care. You're eternally fearful of having a child who, despite perfect parenting, is just a fucking asshole in personality. I am also terrified of that. But it's like, I hope that I can at least be decent enough that they turn out okay. Your cousin's son dropped his dad because he was told to stop playing video games. He's 10 years old. There's one specific case that I think of all the fucking time, and it was this little girl who lied about her father. I think she was like 13 or 14 at the time. She lied about her father having sexually assaulted her and got her father put away for like decades. And even after she recanted and told people that she lied after he had been in jail for like 10 plus years, they still wouldn't like let him free. And it was like the most wild fucking thing I had ever read. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it was horrific. I'm pretty sure I read a story last year where like the guy actually did get out, but I'll have to... Let's see if this comes up when I search for it, because it was ages ago. Is this the right one? This might be a different one, because this one said she's not the right age. Damn, how many times has this happened that it's that I have to check the articles for the correct names? What the hell? Oh, this was a more recent one. What the fuck? Okay, so I think this one was the one that I was thinking of. There's no pictures here, so that doesn't help, because I know the girl was black and the dad was black as well, and that's how I'm trying to find this story. Okay, surely on BET they have the correct article, right? Yeah, okay, here we go. I'll just do this like super quick. Daughter says she falsely accused her father of rape. Chania Kelly, who says she falsely accused her father of rape, said that her mother, Charade, had pressured her to make the claims. Bro, why would you ever get involved with a woman whose name is Charade? That is like the biggest red flag I could think of. Like that, the only thing redder of a flag than being named Charade is being named I will literally fuck up your life, no seriously, and my last name is Smith. Like, what are we doing? Chania Kelly's testimony in 1997 put her father Daryl in prison for rape, but now at age 24, Chania said that her claims were false. And this article was in 2013. Chania was 9 years old when she said that her mother, Charade Kelly, at the time addicted to drugs and alcohol, had pressured her to make the claim. Chania allegedly lied to avoid being beaten by Charade. I'm 24 years old and I made this mistake when I was 9, Chania told NBC News. It's never too late to try and right your wrong. Shania's mother has said she is now drug-free and confirms her daughter's story. While living with her parents in Newburgh, New York, Charade allegedly always asked Chania if her father was touching her. When Chania would answer no, Charade would then threaten to beat her until Chania falsely answered yes. Charade then called the police and had Chania repeat the lie. Although there was no physical proof the girl had been raped, NBC reported that the similarities between the mother's story and Shania's was enough to convict Daryl. After refusing a plea deal, Daryl Kelly was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. 6 months after the conviction, Chania admitted to her grandmother that her father's conviction was based on a lie. Her mother also signed an affidavit stating that she had threatened to beat Chania unless she told the cops her father raped her. However, the judge believed the statements to be coerced and Daryl's conviction was not overturned. Over the past 16 years, Daryl has studied law while in prison and filed several appeals, but they have all been denied. And he finally, I'm pretty sure he finally did get out after this. Ooh. Where is it? Daryl Kelly released 2017 is this article? But it doesn't say that he was released. I could have sworn we read something where he did finally get released, but maybe I'm misremembering. Daryl Kelly was sentenced on parole in May 2018 after serving a portion of a 20 to 40 year prison sentence for sex abuse convictions out of Orange County, New York. He returned to the Newburgh, New York area following his release from custody. Okay, so it was in 2018. He got released. I was gonna say, I remember reading this on stream. That's crazy that instead of, like, being exonerated after his daughter and the mother said they lied, he only got probation. Like, or sorry, parole, whatever. Probation, parole, same thing. But it's like, he should have been completely fucking exonerated. That's worse now. He's free with nothing. What's he gonna do? Yeah, this man's entire life was fucking ruined because the mother convinced the daughter to lie. His life is perma-ruined? Yeah, it's completely fucked. It's completely fucked. Spartan D63, thank you. If you don't get involved with women who have red flags, I wouldn't get involved with women. 9 Jinx, thank you for the 2 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Probalicious, thank you for the she mentioned in there, issuing fines to parents for truancy. A couple of days ago, you saw the fat electrician saying, stop letting your kids go to schools like the ones he's been investigating in Buffalo to kneecap the funding. That is also very interesting. I mean, if you homeschool your kids or you live in a place where you can do school choice, you can also bleed some districts of funding. Why in the world would he take a plea deal for something he didn't do? I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no fucking clue. So after 6 months in prison, they all admitted that they were lies and the judge kept him for 16 years. 1997 through 2018. So yeah, I think that's probably 19 years, right? Maybe 20? I don't know, but that's pretty fucking ridiculous. Pretty fucking ridiculous. Prosecutor said if he fought, he would get way, way worse. I hate the way that our justice system literally protects criminals in every facet. Like, there's no reason this man should have served this long of a sentence. He should have served any sentence at all. But as soon as they recanted, he should have been set free. Like, this is ridiculous. He was likely pressured by the lawyer and police. Probably, but it's still fucking infuriating. And then this was another article I've never read before. 2025. Women sentenced to 10 months in prison for falsely accusing father of rape. Don't get too excited. This didn't happen in any Western country. It was in Korea. A woman in her 30s who falsely accused her father of rape online has been sentenced to 10 months in prison. The Lijiangbu District Court's Namyangju branch sentenced the 37-year-old on charges of defamation, obstruction of business, and insult, according to legal sources on Sunday. The woman was indicted after posting a series of false claims on an online forum between late May and early June last year under the title, "I am a victim of familial sexual violence, please read this." She uploaded the post 11 times. In the post, she claimed she had been sexually abused by her father since the age of 4, and that her mother had also suffered domestic and sexual violence. She wrote that the matter had been settled through a compensation payment of 30 million won, $22,000, and called for strict punishment of the alleged perpetrator. She included her father's full name and the name of his business. She also posted additional claims 6 times, accusing her father of having had an affair with the woman who is now his wife prior to their marriage. During the trial, the woman argued that all of her claims were true, but the court rejected that argument, citing a lack of concrete evidence or circumstances to support repeated sexual abuse by the father. The court also noted that she had received financial support from her father while studying abroad. Don't do this. Don't let your daughter study abroad, man. They're gonna catch the communism virus. And after returning to Korea in 2021, she demanded a large sum of money to run a cafe and began making accusations of sexual abuse only after the request was refused. Good lord. The defendant appears to have posted false claims about the victims out of resentment after being denied financial support. The victims' reputations have already been irreparably damaged, given that the defendant has continued to post similar content, and that the victims are calling for strong punishment. There is a high risk of reoffending. Korean legal system is beyond corrupt, do you hear? I've heard the same thing about Japan's legal system. They have like a near 100% fucking conviction rate or some shit. Who remembers the girl from the UK who accused her dad of rape, and the defense noticed her description of the rape was from 50 Shades of Grey? This is why, like, I don't know what the penalty for rape in Korea is, but I think anyone who lies about this kind of thing should face the exact same sentence that the person they accused of rape would have gotten if they were a rapist, right? Like, that just makes the most sense. You need to have a strict punishment so that people are not encouraged to do this. Insanity. Speedy Cake, thank you for the morning, Foxy. Hope all is well and continue to be so. Might order a Kirsche later this week to go with its evil twin from the last merch pre-order. Hell yeah. Have the evil Kirsche charm dingle-dangling on the big Kirsche. You think they should get a worse punishment than the one that is sentenced because you also lied about it. That's a good point. I would also accept a harsher punishment because of the lies. I fucking hate liars, bro. You love Korean legal charges and how they get translated. I am probably going to take an ice shower because I am hot as fuck, dude. I am hot as fuck. I'm dying. I intended to play games today, and I didn't really think I felt like yapping, but then the yap just took me. I am merely a passenger. I don't make the decisions here. Don't die, take the shower. Well, I can take the shower, but I can't promise anything on the don't die part. Can't promise that, man.
Pneumonia. Let me see. Let me see here.
I'll just raid into Husbando. How about that? How about that? I don't think I raided him last time. Oh, he's listening to Massey, it looks like, so he's covering some of the Massey stuff that's happening. Maybe he knows more about that than I do, so I can keep him on while I shower, man. I was just scrolling in Twitch chat, like I have no idea how to raid someone.
Hello, thank you for coming to my debut stream. I hope we'll have lots of fun in the future when I figure out what the fuck I'm doing.
Thank you guys for hanging out. This Thursday, there's the Side Scrollers Plus collab with Pickle and Leaflet and Cinevere. I'm pretty sure it's all of us who are going to be there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ziz. At 8 p.m. Eastern, so it's a late night collab, and hopefully it'll be cooler. And I won't be a puddle when that happens. I think we're playing Jackbox, so I can be kind of puddly for that, probably. Pink fucking woman! We love Pink Woman here. We love Pink Woman. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you guys on Thursday evening. Have a great rest of your night.